scene. And here at Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you all top stories and breaking news taking place across the country. I do want to bring you all this live image that we are getting from Washington, D.C., and that is because President Biden is threatening various major economic penalties if Russia takes aggressive action against the Ukraine. Here's the latest from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich from the latest.
It's the dark of night on the Rio Grande, and Fox News is embedded with Texas DPS as they patrol the La Jolla area, looking for illegal activity, and it doesn't take long to find it.
Raft, port bow.
A human smuggler has landed a raft on the U.S. side, full of illegal.
President Biden looked President Putin in the eye and told him today that things we did not do in 2014, we are prepared to do now.
In a high-stakes call, President Biden laid out economic consequences Russia would face if they move forward with an invasion of Ukraine. Video of the meeting came from Russian state media.
Good to see you again. Unfortunately, last time we didn't get to see one another at the G20. I hope next time we meet, we do it in person.
The White House did not divulge specifics of the sanctions package, but said Biden made no concessions, including on President Putin's request to block Ukraine from joining NATO. Instead, the U.S. is preparing economic punishments with European allies. Members of Congress were briefed by the White House, including on one measure so strong, Western allies opted not to use it, even after Russia took Crimea in 2014.
Not business as usual, not the usual kinds of sanctions, but as far as we can possibly go with sanctions, denying the entire international banking system to the Russians and things like that.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan would not confirm the U.S. pressured Germany to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia invades Ukraine, but suggested it is a tool.
Gas is not currently flowing through the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. If Vladimir Putin wants to see gas flow through that pipeline, he may not want to take the risk of invading Ukraine.
Republicans have continued to hammer the administration over Biden's decision to waive sanctions on Nord Stream 2, but say the parties are aligned on defending Ukraine.
If there's one thing that Vladimir Putin ought to understand is how unified we are.
Ukraine's defense minister also issuing a warning to the Russians.
I will not believe that Russia will have a victory in Ukraine. It's a different, because it will be a really bloody massacre. And Russian guys also will come back in the coffins.
After the call with Putin, President Biden reached out to the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Italy to read them in on what was said. They also coordinated ahead of the call. And on Thursday, Biden will speak with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Right now, there is no discussion of sending U.S. troops to Ukraine, but the White House says if Russia escalates, they will send Ukraine additional defensive capabilities, and they would send U.S. troops to NATO allies in the region. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
The Biden administration is also reluctantly and slowly reinstating the Trump-era return to Mexico policy as ordered by a federal court. This as the surge continues across vulnerable crossing points along the southern border. Here's the latest from Fox News White House Fox News correspondent Bill Malusian.
It's the dark of night on the Rio Grande, and Fox News is embedded with Texas DPS as they patrol the La Jolla area, looking for illegal activity, and it doesn't take long to find it.
Raft, port bow.
A human smuggler has landed a raft on the U.S. side, full of illegal immigrants. Some flee into the brush, others remain in the boat, including a woman and child. Texas DPS troopers quickly track down the runners and detain them at gunpoint. They are arrested, and the raft they came over on is knifed. When day breaks, Texas DPS gives us an aerial perspective of their efforts. The state of Texas has created a flotilla on the Rio Grande and the La Jolla area, hoping to act as a physical barrier.
We've deployed over 30 boats from Texas Parks and Wildlife, also with our Texas DPS boats as well. And the purpose behind that is to slow the influx of illegal immigrants that are coming across.
But despite all of those boats and the restarting of the Remain in Mexico policy on Monday, migrants continue slipping across the border in the RGV. In Panitas, we've seen dozens of family units giving themselves up at the border wall levee. In La Jolla, this group of runners was caught shortly after crossing illegally. This runner, partially dressed in camo, was caught in the middle of a residential neighborhood. According to a DHS source, in the last 24 hours alone, There have been more than 1,800 encounters with illegal immigrants in the Rio Grande Valley sector and 179 gotaways. Just since October, the sector has seen over 105,000 encounters already. That's a 165% increase over the same time last year. And when it comes to the Remain in Mexico policy, what we're hearing is it's first being reinstated in El Paso, then it's going to be in Brownsville and Laredo. It is not yet being rolled out here in the Rio Grande Valley or in Del Rio. Both of those sectors are the busiest along the border. Reporting in La Joya, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Thanks, Bill, for that report. Staying in Washington, D.C. for this next story, Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel is bringing us the latest on a commission studying several proposed changes to the United States Supreme Court.
President Biden's bipartisan commission voted unanimously to approve its final report on possible changes to the Supreme Court. The commissioner studied court packing, adding justices to the bench, and how possible term limits could be phased in, moving away from lifetime appointments. They backed the report, but note there was not broad consensus.
There was much disagreement among the commissioners about the various proposals. For example, I am opposed to expanding the size of the court, limiting the terms of the justices, and stripping the court of any of its current jurisdiction.
Moments later, another retired federal judge argued for adding justices.
The court has been effectively packed by one party and will remain packed for years to come with serious consequences to our democracy. Whatever the costs of expansion in the short term, I believe will be more than counterbalanced by the real advantages it will bring to judicial independence and to our democracy.
The commission was created in response to progressives' demands for reform in the wake of President Trump's 3 Supreme Court picks. At the White House, Press Secretary Jen Psaki has tried to lower expectations on possible presidential action and timing.
I don't have a timeline for how long it will take him to review the report. I would remind you all, it's not a recommendation that he either accepts or denies.
Conservatives say this is in response to a 6-3 majority that leans their way. And with lifetime appointments, it is a court which could shape American law for decades.
What's very concerning is now you're hearing Democrats talking about packing the courts because they can't win elections, because they want to undermine the system.
All indications are this blue ribbon report will end up like many others before it, on a shelf. While the debates were respectful, they did not produce a clear vision about changes to the structure of the Supreme Court, which ultimately would be made by Congress. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
They had all year to get it done, but Congress is once again taking its high-stakes debt limit down to the wire. They've also got to fund the military as Democrats continue their push to pass the president's Build Back Better plan. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera.
The warnings over the deadline to hike the debt ceiling have been going on for months.
America must pay its bills on time and in full. If we do not, we will eviscerate our current recovery.
Yes, I think it's essential the debt ceiling be raised in a timely fashion so we can pay our bills.
Now Congress is considering a complex plan that would address the issue, with days to go before the country hits its debt limit later this month. Lawmakers unveiled a bill Tuesday that includes a one-time process to raise the debt ceiling with a simple majority, not the 60 votes typically needed to overcome a filibuster in the Senate. Several Republicans are signaling their openness to the fast-track move because it wouldn't need their votes.
I think this is in the best interest of the country by avoiding default, and allows the Democrats to proudly own it, which they're happy to do.
The debt limit is not the only item on Congress's to-do list. They must also pass the National Defense Authorization Act, an annual defense funding bill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the House is poised to pass it as soon as today, and the Senate may soon follow suit.
And it's our view that we will pass that bill as the House sends it, because it's been negotiated already.
The efforts come as Senate Democrats also aim for a vote on the roughly $1.8 trillion Build Back Better bill, some of them preparing to spend the holidays on Capitol Hill.
We've been warned to be prepared to stay here until Christmas Day, and I take that seriously.
Senator Schumer won't say by how much Congress will lift the debt ceiling, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the House will take up the bill and send it to the president once the Senate passes it. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you, Madeline, for that report. Once again, thank you all so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but stay with us because when we come back, we'll take you all out live to Orlando, Florida, the latest state to detect the Omicron variant.
Dr. Cameron Webb, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
At this point, what's the point in restricting travel to those 8 nations in Southern Africa when we know many other nations already have the Omicron variant circling within them, and it's even here in the United States?
Well, I think the decision that the president made and the administration made last week was really rooted in our best effort to protect people for as long as we possibly could. I think the president said it pretty plainly the other day. He said that the idea was to buy us as much time as possible to reduce spread. This Omicron variant, it has the potential to do a lot of harm, and that's what we're studying right now.
We're also seeing significant increases in cases in the Netherlands and other parts of Europe. What is the calculus at this point in determining whether or when to restrict travel to other nations, including those in Europe?
At the end of the day, our goal is always to take steps from a public health standpoint that are practical and that keep people as safe as possible. And so, if the spread of the virus in other parts of the world is concerning to the same level, I think the president would make sure that we're doing everything that we can. Now, we recognize that this Omicron variant is going to find its way into our communities and spreading. I think the key here has always been, how can we delay that while we're gathering more information? Any amount of time that we're able to buy to keep from having significant levels of community spread here in the United States can be a good thing. And I think that's always going to be guiding the administration. But I haven't heard any specific policy direction on what next steps in terms of international travel will be.
I know the sample size is far too small at this point to know. I know the science and the research is just now underway, but is there at least hope at this point to believe that this may be a milder variant, perhaps more transmissible, but maybe less likely to cause serious illness?
I don't usually, bet on the best case scenario happening. And it's just because we want to prepare for any potential eventuality here. So we don't yet have, as you mentioned, we don't yet have that broader level data that tells us exactly the impact. We do know, though, that there are mutations on this particular variant that raise concern that it could lead to more severe disease. That's why we have to do the work, and we have to be prepared for that potential. I think people are doing just that. We certainly don't want to be caught unaware. We have too much experience with this pandemic to stay flat-footed when we see a threat coming our way. And so we have to be prepared.
We know, of course, one of the keys to preventing more variants from coming along in the future is to help developing nations and nations with much lower vaccination rates to increase their vaccination rates. But what we're finding, particularly in Southern Africa, is a problem with storage. They lack the infrastructure. There's a great deal of apathy in those nations from many who don't want to get the vaccine, don't care to. Are our hands tied? What more can we do when you have a breakdown of infrastructure and interest from other countries that have low vaccination rates?
Well, I think we're going to continue to do our part. Of course, we're getting doses out around the world, and bearing in mind we're working closely, partnering with other nations to figure out the best solutions, the best vaccines we can get into their various spaces. Working closely with public health leaders all over the world, with the World Health Organization, with COVAX, and so we're going to do everything we can to do our part. We know there are lots of vaccines even beyond those that are offered here in the United States that we've shared at this point hundreds of millions of doses with the world, with over 110 countries. And so we're going to continue doing that. We're hoping that, our partner nations all over the world are going to really scale up their work as well. And I think that we have to keep finding ways to get people protected. And so we got to make sure that we're going to continue to do our part. And I think that's what we've proven we're aiming to do.
Dr. Webb, thank you for your time and insight.
Thanks so much for having me. Take care.
Dr. Cameron Webb, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
At this point, what's the point in restricting travel to those 8 nations in Southern Africa when we know many other nations already have the Omicron variant circling within them, and it's even here in the United States?
Well, I think the decision that the president made and the administration made last week was really rooted in our best effort to protect people for as long as we possibly could. I think the president said it pretty plainly the other day. He said that the idea was to buy us as much time as possible to reduce spread. This Omicron variant, it has the potential to do a lot of harm, and that's what we're studying right now.
We're also seeing significant increases in cases in the Netherlands and other parts of Europe. What is the calculus at this point in determining whether or when to restrict travel to other nations, including those in Europe?
At the end of the day, our goal is always to take steps from a public health standpoint that are practical and that keep people as safe as possible. And so, if the spread of the virus in other parts of the world is concerning to the same level, I think the president would make sure that we're doing everything that we can. Now, we recognize that this Omicron variant, it's going to find its way into our communities and spreading. I think the key here has always been, how can we delay that while we're gathering more information? Any amount of time that we're able to buy to keep from having significant levels of community spread here in the United States can be a good thing. But I think that's always going to be guiding the administration, but I haven't heard any specific policy direction.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox. 6:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're taking a look back as Fox 13 Tampa breaks down travel restrictions that are now in place because of the Omicron variant. But I do want to bring Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth into the conversation. She's bringing us a live report because this morning we're finding out that the Omicron variant has actually been detected in the state of Florida. Randy, what more can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. Well, yeah, we are still working to get more information about the presence of the Omicron variant in Florida. I want to break it down into what we know and what we're still working to find out. Yesterday around 6 o'clock, the state health department tweeted out that the CDC had confirmed the presence of an Omicron variant case in Florida. It appears that case is out of Tampa, Florida. The VA hospital officials there say that this person is experiencing mild symptoms and had just returned from an international trip. At this point, it's not clear if that person had been vaccinated. Now, there are also several reports coming out of South Florida about a presumptive case out of St. Lucie County. It has to be confirmed by the CDC if that is an actual Omicron variant case. I did send emails this morning to get the very latest, still waiting to hear back. Now, the Omicron variant has now been detected in 20 states. We took a look at the CDC's map this morning to track how many states are reporting Omicron variant cases. Florida now included in that number. And medical leaders continue to urge people as we learn more about the Omicron variant, its severity, its impact on people's health, to just as a precautionary measure, get the vaccine and get the booster shot. I'm live in front of Barnett Park, which has served as one of the vaccination clinics here in Orlando, and we anticipate this area could get pretty busy today. Governor Ron DeSantis held a press conference yesterday, and during that press conference, he affirmed to people in the community that he does not anticipate shutting down the state in response to the presence of the Omicron variant here in Florida. Rain.
All right, Fox's Randy Hildreth, thank you so much for bringing us that report. Now, Randy briefly talked about how health officials are still urging everyone to, of course, get that vaccine, but we're still facing a lot of opposition when it comes to vaccine mandates that are in place across the country. So here's the latest on that story.
Could be the dominant strain in the U.S. as early as next month. Omicron is the most contagious COVID variant we've seen so far, and we won't have a full picture about how it spreads for at least another week. But health officials say early data shows the vaccines are still effective, and they're making a big push to get everyone to roll up their sleeves for boosters as soon as possible.
We must act in this moment to mobilize together to do what we know works. We have months of study on Delta, and all of those data demonstrate that vaccines work.
The new strain is hitting just as COVID cases are spiking in more than 24 states. We're averaging more than 118,000 new infections every day, the highest number since early October, as cold weather drives more people to gather indoors. Local officials are now putting new mitigation efforts in place, including a vaccine mandate for all private businesses and employees in New York City. Some workers there say it's long overdue, while others claim the mandate is politically motivated.
Unless we get everybody vaccinated, mandated, we're going to start all over again.
People have to have choice. Why is he doing it now? I mean, because he wants to run for president?
The New York mandate comes after a federal judge blocked a nationwide mandate for businesses with more than 100 people. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Mike, for that report. Slowly approaching the 6:30 a.m. mark here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side, we'll have more top stories that you need to get your morning started here at Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday announced new steps to improve maternal health here in the United States, including investments of over $20 million, increase in Medicaid postpartum coverage, and an initiative to design hospitals based on their maternal care. Here's the latest on those announcements right here on Live Now from Fox.
Administrator Chiquita Brooks LaShore. And I want to thank the members of Congress, the state and local policymakers, the business leaders, the nonprofit leaders, the medical professionals, the community organizers, the patient advocates, all of you. Thank you for your leadership and your tireless work. And thank you for your partnership and your commitment to take bold action to improve maternal health. This challenge is urgent, and it is important, and it will take all of us. And to put it simply, here's how I feel about this. In the United States of America, in the 21st century, being pregnant and giving birth should not carry such great risk. But the truth is women in our nation, and this is a hard truth, women in our nation are dying. Before, during, and after childbirth, women in our nation are dying at a higher rate than any other developed nation in our world. And when we know that for some women, the risk is much higher, when we know that, we should do something about it. When we know that today, Black women are 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related complications, we should do something about that. When we know that Native American women are more than twice as likely to die from pregnancy-related complications, we've got to do something about that. When women who live in rural America, which has many maternal care deserts, meaning there are no maternal care facilities, and when we know that women in rural America, for that and other reasons, are about 60% more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications, we need to do something about that. And think about it, regardless of income level, regardless of education level, Black women, Native women, women who live in rural areas are more likely to die or be left scared or scarred from an experience that should be safe and should be a joyful one. And we know a primary reason why this is true: systemic inequities. Those differences in how people are treated based on who they are. And they create significant disparities in our healthcare system. And when it comes to pregnancy and childbirth, these systemic inequities can be a matter of life and death. So let us all say, unequivocally, maternal mortality and morbidity is a serious crisis, and one that endangers both public health and economic growth, which means everyone is impacted by it. Because just think about it. Mothers are the backbone of our economy, and their children are the future of our economy. We know that when women do not get the health care they need, families suffer, communities suffer, and our nation suffers. In fact, one estimate suggests that the direct and indirect costs of poor maternal health care could total more than $30 billion. $30 billion in a single year. By the same measure, we know that when we invest in women's health, when we invest in maternal health, economic productivity increases and socioeconomic outcomes improve. It is clear, a healthy economy requires healthy mothers and healthy babies. I will repeat that. A healthy economy requires healthy mothers and healthy babies. And that is why today, on behalf of our administration, I am issuing a nationwide call to action to both the public and the private sector. Through this call to action, federal agencies, businesses, and nonprofits will join together and will work together to solve this crisis. So today, to kick off this effort, our Department of Health and Human Services and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid are launching a new initiative to designate birthing-friendly hospitals. So this is a brand new designation, and the first designation that rates a hospital based on the quality of its maternal health care. In addition, more than 20 companies and nonprofits have pledged to invest more than $20 million in maternal health efforts domestically and more than $150 million globally. They have pledged to invest in remote care monitors for rural communities, to invest in innovative care models for the postpartum period, to invest in education programs for maternal health providers, and so much more. And we will build on these actions in the coming weeks and months. Now, I know we can all agree, we should all agree, that action is long overdue. We have all heard the stories, and some here have lived the stories. Stories of women who experienced pain only to be ignored. Stories of women who experienced postpartum depression only to be dismissed. Stories of women who had to be put on life support or receive a blood transfusion after blood transfusion and could not hold their newborn baby. These stories should compel all of us to take on this crisis, to change the systems and to challenge the status quo that has created this crisis. Now, many of you know this has been a big part of my life's work. When I was Attorney General of California, I established the Bureau of Children's Justice to prioritize the needs of our children and their parents and to mitigate against adverse childhood experiences. The point for me has always been clear. What affects the children of our communities affects all of us. As a United States Senator, I crafted one of the first bills in the history of the United States Senate to target racial disparities in maternal mortality and to take on the challenge of dealing with implicit bias in our healthcare delivery system. Together with Congresswoman Alma Adams, who is here with us today, I introduced the Maternal Care Act. Together with Congresswoman Adams and Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, I also introduced the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act, a comprehensive bill designed to improve maternal nutrition, to expand affordable housing, and to extend our maternal health workforce to include more doulas and midwives. And for so many women, let's note, doulas are literally a lifeline. And so we must support all these healthcare professionals. And finally, with Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, I introduced the Uterine Fibroid Research and Education Act, legislation that would address many of the biggest issues that affect so many women, the underlying conditions that contribute to maternal mortality, uterine fibroids. And this is especially of concern for Black women who are more likely to be hospitalized as a result of that condition. So each of these bills forms the basis for the historic investment in our maternal health care included in our Build Back Better Act. Our Build Back Better Act will grow and diversify the perinatal nursing and doula workforce, support the work of the National Center on Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities. It will promote health equity by taking action from increasing funding for maternal mental health to investing in maternal health research at minority-serving institutions. So here's but an example of what our Build Back Better Act will do. So currently in most state Medicaid programs, they only provide for 60 days of postpartum coverage for women. Our law will require state Medicaid and CHIP programs to provide a full year of coverage after a woman has given birth. Now, what does this mean? It means a full year of coverage for pelvic exams and vaccinations, for postpartum depression, screening, and regular checkups. According to a new report from the Department of Health and Human Services, this would cover 720,000 more people every year. HHS has also put out new guidance today to help states implement the extension. This action will save lives, and it will change lives. Our Build Back Better Act represents the single largest investment to address maternal mortality and morbidity in our nation, ever. The House passed this bill just before Thanksgiving, and the President and I are confident that the Senate will do the same. So as I said from the start, in the United States of America, we must do everything we can to protect and to strengthen both maternal health and reproductive health. This is about the rights of women. This is about the future of our nation. And this will take all of us. And the actions we announce today are just the beginning. In April, here at the White House, I invited women who have experienced personally and deeply the tragedy of maternal mortality. Their stories were different, but they described a common feeling, a terrible feeling, the feeling of not being heard. On this day of action, may the women of our nation know, I hear you, we hear you, and we are here to take action.
That was the latest from Vice President Kamala Harris announcing steps to improve maternal health care. Now, the pandemic has been challenging for all, and one new study suggests that there could be a link between a woman's blood pressure and the pandemic. Here's the latest from John Mohan.
A just released study from the journal Circulation is right on, pointing to COVID as the reason for higher blood pressure in women.
I mean, I'm definitely more nervous about going out in general as far as like the social life aspect.
The study shows hypertension in U.S. adults, men and women, is on the rise.
So many measures of health deteriorated during that time, and here's another one.
Dr. James Udelson is a cardiologist at Tufts.
They went through showing small but important changes in blood pressure in women and men. It was a little more in women.
Dr. Udelson says over time that impacts a woman's health.
Those changes have been associated with increases in heart attack and stroke and mortality. So those are actually important small changes in a population.
But not every woman agrees the pandemic is to blame.
I don't think it's just from the stresses of COVID. No, I don't think I think it's just from they're working as much as men do now. They're all in the workforce.
Still, Aaliyah says she avoids going out to socialize, works from home, and did her Christmas shopping online. Stress factors she did not have to deal with before the pandemic.
Mostly just because I'm afraid to get any type of exposure to it, especially as the rates go up. I would agree.
Aaliyah Mandel.
Aaliyah may be onto something when she mentioned that she's buying her Christmas gifts online this year, because buying gifts can be stressful, especially when you can't find the gift that you need. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on how companies and consumers are coping this holiday season while the supply chain crisis is continuing.
When it comes to overcoming ongoing supply chain issues, money talks.
The usual way to deal with any shortage is that prices adjust so that the people who are willing to pay the higher price get the product.
But for those of us who may be strapped for cash, consumer experts say retailers are doing what they can to keep shelves stocked as demand outweighs available supply.
Some retailers are adjusting prices, others are reducing their margins in order to maintain prices and maintain market share.
If you can't find what you're looking for, however, experts say avoid sketchy websites and don't ever buy knockoffs.
Remember, if you're buying something and the price seems too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true.
Customs and Border Protection agents revealing millions of dollars worth of busted counterfeit purses, jewelry, and accessories on Tuesday, warning would-be buyers these fakes pose serious consequences.
The theft of intellectual property and the trade of counterfeit or pirated goods harms the American economy. In addition, many counterfeit goods can pose health or safety risks to U.S. consumers.
Even with supply chain issues and rising consumer costs, the National Retail Federation estimates 2021's holiday shopping season will in fact break records, with sales expected to increase by almost 12% from last year's COVID-addled holiday season. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And here's more consumer news this morning from our friends at Fox, bringing us the latest Fox Business Briefs.
Instagram trying to make its platform safer for teens. Company announcing several new features like parental controls and an option to prevent people from tagging or mentioning teens. Changes come the day before Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri testifies before the Senate following reports that showed Facebook and Instagram knew of the harms their apps caused teens. Well, Toyota says it's going to be using scratched or blemished parts in places you can't see to cut costs and to finish cars during supply chain shortages. In the past, Toyota would have thrown the parts away. With its new policy, scratches or blemishes are acceptable as long as they do not impact safety and performance and are not likely to be noticed by car buyers. Toyota has raised its forecast for the year, but says the chip shortage and increasing material costs are still impacting its business. And Samsung is replacing the heads of its 3 major business units and merging the company's mobile and consumer electronics businesses into a single unit. The company going to have 2 new CEOs overseeing 2 divisions. Device Solutions, which is the semiconductor business, and a newly created set division that includes mobile, TVs, and consumer electronics. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni.
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side of this break, we'll bring you all the latest on a trial that we are closely following here. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn will take us inside of that Chicago courtroom as the Jussie Smollett trial continues. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 6:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for choosing us as your source for top stories taking place across the country. Now to the latest on the Jussie Smollett trial. We do know that the Empire actor Jussie Smollett wrapped up his testimony on Tuesday. Both the defense and the prosecution have rested their cases. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn.
The fate of Jussie Smollett will soon be in the hands of a jury. The defense resting its case Tuesday after Smollett took the stand for a second day. The 39-year-old repeatedly claiming he was the victim of a homophobic and racially motivated violent crime, not the mastermind of an elaborate hoax.
Thank you for being respectful, y'all. Appreciate it.
The former Empire actor denying he took the Osundaro brothers on a dry run of the hate attacks 2 days before the incident. But the prosecution trying to prove otherwise during cross-examination, reading private Instagram messages between Bola Osundaro and Smollett, in which the actor shared his whereabouts, including the flight delay details on the night of the January 29th attack. Smollett saying he did not orchestrate the alleged 2019 hate crime, despite testimony by the Osundaro brothers claiming he planned the entire thing and paid them $3,500 to carry it out. The actor said the accusations are 100% false, calling the brothers liars. The defense saying the brothers attempted to extort $1 million from Smollett in exchange exchange for telling authorities the attack was not planned. Smollett telling the jury the alleged extortion was made through his attorneys, not directly to him.
Jussie is the victim of a ruthless character assassination and disinformation campaign carried out by the Chicago Police Department that has hurt him deeply.
Smollett is charged with 6 felony counts of lying to police. He's facing up to 3 years in prison if convicted. Closing arguments in this case are expected to begin on Wednesday. In Chicago, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And now to another very high-profile case that we're covering here at Live Now from Fox. Opening statements in the Kim Potter trial. The former Brooklyn Center police officer who was accused in the shooting death of Daunte Wright begin today. Let's go ahead and catch up with our very own Andrew Kraft. He caught up with a legal analyst for the details.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There is a look at Kim Potter. She is the ex-Minnesota officer who is charged in the death of Daunte Wright. Now, her trial will begin this week. Tomorrow, this will have opening statements, and we, of course, wanted to talk ahead of these opening statements about everything surrounding this case. Now, both attorneys have their opening statements ready to go, as one side will argue that she was mistakenly grabbed her gun instead of her taser while she had fatally shot Wright. But prosecutors are going to say Potter was reckless and negligent and should go to prison. What we want to do is, of course, break it all down with you with one of our legal experts, Ben Taylor, who's been on here with us multiple times on Live Now from Fox. So thank you, Ben, for being here again. And let's just talk a little bit about this case. She is facing 2 charges. One is first-degree manslaughter, the other is second-degree manslaughter. What are kind of some of your thoughts going into tomorrow?
I mean, this is a very interesting case because you have a police officer who has been on the duty for many, many years and who was a training officer at the time. And now she's a former officer. So it's going to come down to, like you discussed, Christy, whether or not does the jury believe that by accident was it an accident, and that they find it an accident, they might find her not guilty, or do they believe that she should have known better? She should have known that the taser wasn't a taser, but it was really a gun. And if they find that, they might find her guilty, or a hung jury. So this is a very interesting case because you have a police officer who pretty much has been on duty for many years, who's a training officer. And was it an easy mistake, or did she really know, or should have known, that the weapon that she grabbed was a gun instead of a taser?
You know, a lot of discussion surrounding that same topic happened right after this incident. This did take place back on April 11th. This also going on while the Derek Chauvin trial was going on in Minneapolis. Of course, a lot of people know that that officer obviously had been charged. And so we were in the middle of that trial when this incident happened. The discussion about the weight of the taser versus the gun, will that be brought up then into the courtroom? As, again, you said she's an experienced officer. Usually they wear their belt. They have everything in the same places. Is that going to be something we're going to hear from teams who are questioning what happened exactly that day?
Yes. You're going to have the prosecutor. The prosecutor's job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this officer should have known and should have known better and acted in basically negligence or was reckless in handling this weapon of a gun instead of a taser. So that's what this prosecutor is going to try to prove and show the jury that Kim Potter should have known better. She should have realized that, and she shouldn't even pull the trigger, and she should know the difference between a gun versus a taser. Of course, the defense attorney is going to go up there and talk about her experience. You're going to hear about how she's a well-trained officer, how a lot of people have respected her over the years, and that this was an innocent mistake. Unfortunately, somebody died. Daunte Wright was the man who died. However, this is an innocent mistake, and this is what you're going to hear from the defense attorneys. So it's going to be very interesting because you're going to have a juror of 12 people who are going to listen to all the evidence tomorrow, and opening statements are very key because this is the first time these jurors are going to hear pretty much the outline of the case. So they've heard a little bit about the case. They've probably seen some stuff in the media, but this is the first time they'll hear from the attorneys. So you want to, as an attorney, either the prosecutor or the defense, you want to make sure that these jurors are awake. You want to come out strong. And you want to make sure that your points are well articulated. So that way these jurors in the beginning of the trial, which is one of the most important parts of the trial, will remember your statements throughout the rest of the trial when they hear testimony.
Now, that's something I want to touch on, Ben, since you're obviously a person who's been inside of these courtrooms. You just touched on something I wanted to ask you about. This obviously has been a story that has been in the news media ever since the incident happened. So how do you handle that going into these opening statements? Because there's probably been some different things that these jury members have read, and they want to make sure to get their storyline through and straight. And as you said, make it memorable as well.
Yes, and that's why they're going to rely on the judge, too, to make sure that these jurors are fair and impartial, that no matter what they heard or read about or people have talked about right there in Minnesota throughout the last year for this case, that they're not influenced, that they're supposed to be influenced only by what they hear in the courtroom and the evidence and testimony that's presented. So that's the only thing they can do, is to judge the trial. I mean, this is a high-profile trial once again. And these are trials that have happened, months and months afterwards. And we've had another high-profile trial, Derek Chauvin, earlier this year. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see these jurors and what they're going to do in this case. Because this is a very different case, and the fact that this is something that the defense can easily argue is an honest, innocent mistake, and the prosecutor is going to argue that this was reckless. This was negligence, and the officer should have known better. So these jurors, it's going to be up to them ultimately. So they pick the jurors, that they've been picking them for the past couple of days. And that's the most important part of the case, is making sure that the jurors understand your point, because these are the people who are going to decide either not guilty or guilty at the end of the day.
And I want to just touch on, since we're talking about the Derek Chauvin trial, obviously video evidence played a huge part in that. You saw the officer kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. You saw him with handcuffs behind his back. This, again, is going to be another instance where we have video evidence. And so I want to talk about, you do see, though, pretty shocked expression on Kim Potter's face after she had shot Daunte Wright. Now, will that play any part into the courtroom? Obviously, that video will probably be shown a number of times to these jury members.
The jurors are going to rely upon that video. That video is going to be key evidence, because that's what happened that same day when Daunte Wright was pulled over for the traffic stop. So the jurors are going to be looking into Daunte Wright's actions. They're going to be looking into Kim Potter's actions and reactions, and they're going to base their whole case mainly upon the video. Of course, you're going to have other people testify and other people talk about the incident, but the videos, as we always talk about, witnesses can lie, attorneys can even exaggerate or even lie, but at the end of the day, the jurors look at the video and they're smart. They use their own common sense, and they're going to look at this video and decide whether or not Kim Potter, at the time of that day of the traffic stop, whether or not she was guilty or not guilty, and whether or not she knew that this weapon was either a taser or a gun that could kill Daunte Wright. So it's going to be interesting, but yes, the key evidence in this whole case will be that video. And you might hear the jurors even ask to see the video again. And when we get to deliberations, you might see the jurors ask, can we have the video played again? Can we hear everything? Can we break it down? Because that's what they're going to decide this whole case about.
So speaking of deliberations, what would they have to kind of be proven in the courtroom? What would the jury really need shown to them for a full acquittal to happen? Because that could be one of the outcomes, or we could find her guilty on both of the charges against her.
This case can even be a hung jury too. Mm-hmm. So it can be guilty, not guilty, or the jurors can't even decide, because all 12 of them have to be unanimous. All 12 of them have to decide whether or not Kim Potter is guilty or not guilty. So they all have to talk, they all have to listen to the evidence, and they all have to discuss amongst themselves. And basically, at the end of the day, they have to come up with a decision. All 12 of them. If all 12 of them can't decide, say it's 6 and 6, 6 say not guilty, 6 say guilty, that means you have a hung jury, and you might have to do the whole trial over again. So once they hear all the evidence, and we understand that Kim Potter might even testify herself, and that's going to be a key element in this case. If she takes the stand and testify, the jurors are going to want to know what was going through her head at the time. And if she articulates it correctly and they believe her, they might find her not guilty. But if they don't believe her, they can find her guilty. So it's going to be interesting in the next couple of weeks to see, what Kim Potter does and the other evidence and other witnesses. But the key element will be the video, and the key element will be whether or not Kim Potter takes a stand and testifies in her own defense.
Now, we did have both the prosecution defense teams. They were in the courtroom yesterday, taking a break today, opening statements scheduled for tomorrow. So yesterday, they had some motions regarding on some of the character evidence for Potter. They also had talked about the autopsy photos being shown during the trial. This, of course, is going to be a broadcasted trial. So I just want to touch on some of those proceedings that happen ahead of what a lot of people tune in for. How important is it for your side to get to the judge to sway your way when it comes to some of the rulings on these issues ahead of the trial?
So attorneys, we work on these cases months and months and even years in advance. And before the trial even starts and the jurors not even in the room, attorneys, they present what you call pretrial motions because you want the judge to rule in your favor. And there's certain character evidence of Kim Potter as a defense attorney. You want the jurors to hear that because the jurors may feel some way towards Kim Potter and if they like her, they might find her not guilty. But if the judge says, defense attorney, we're going to throw out your motion and we're not going to grant your motion, that hurts your case. Same with the prosecutor. The prosecutor wants to get in evidence that Kim Potter should have known that this was a weapon. So before the jurors even get seated, attorneys, they argue over pretrial motions, and at the end of the day, if your motion gets granted, that helps start the trial in the right direction because that means you're allowed to present certain evidence that's helpful to your case. And you always want to have the jurors hear helpful evidence. So these are very important motions. The jurors don't hear about them. At the end of the day, the judge rules, the judge decides what motions, which evidence actually will the jurors be allowed to hear. And if you're the prosecutor or the defense attorney, you definitely want those motions to be granted in your favor to make sure that the jurors hear the evidence that you want them to hear in order to win your case.
And finally, Ben, since we have you, I just want to ask about, you just mentioned, obviously these cases are built up months and months in advance to prepare yourself for these trials, especially one like this that definitely has grabbed the nation's attention. Does that have any effect on what's presented in the courtroom? Of course, we know that there is going to be a lot of people tuning in from groups on both sides of the issue, especially as this was a white ex-police officer and it's a black man who unfortunately lost his life. So does that play a part when these attorneys are getting ready and prepared?
Yes, the attorneys pay attention to the media. They pay attention to the papers. They want to make sure that these jurors are not influenced by anything. So you might even hear of a motion to exclude certain people outside of the courtroom because you don't want somebody famous or somebody influential to come in and sit in the gallery and the jurors can see, well, we have this famous person. Are they there for the prosecutor? Are they there for the defense? Because that can easily persuade and influence jurors. Jurors are human beings. They're regular people. And if they see somebody famous in the courtroom, that's why some of the times those motions are there to preclude and exclude certain people from the courtroom and certain evidence. Because you want the jurors at the end of the day to base the facts and the evidence, and at the end of the day, rule based upon what they hear in the courtroom, not because of outside influences at all.
Months of preparation all comes down to Wednesday's opening statements, and we do appreciate you helping break it all down, of course, for us. Again, Ben Taylor joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for guiding us through this trial. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you also throughout the trial as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chrissy. Anytime.
And don't forget, Live Now from Fox will continue to keep you covered on that story, plus many other top stories coming to us from across the country. But this will be definitely something we're going to be staying in and out of in the courtroom for you and providing you some legal expertise along the way to help break down everything that's presented as well. So don't forget, you can tune in to Live Now from Fox anywhere
Definitely staying on top of the Potter trial, the Smollett trial, and the Maxwell trial. A lot of high-profile cases that we're covering here at Live Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll have the latest consumer news. Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. Right now, taking a live now look from Times Square, New York. If you can see on your screen there, that's the Christmas tree in Fox Square, and we are getting some news that it actually caught fire overnight, but it's still partially standing. We'll bring you all some more details once we have them here at Live Now from Fox on what exactly happened to that gorgeous Christmas tree. But speaking of Christmas trees, Operation Holiday Cheer is helping to bring the holidays to our military members serving overseas. Here's the latest from Fox's Jody Goldberg.
Watch it, guys! They're back at it again. Operation Holiday Cheer, now in its 18th year, sending trees and their trimmings to troops overseas.
These guys provide our freedom, and we have to keep supporting them.
The mission is rooted deep in tradition. Christmas trees donated by Dee's Nursery are delivered by DHL. They're loaded with love onto trucks, then caravan to JFK Airport. Cartons filled with cards and dozens of decorations go along for the ride. Don Scarola's son Daniel is an active member of the U.S. Air Force. This photo of him receiving a tree says it all.
To get the trees, the smile on their face from ear to ear was unbelievable, breathtaking, and a memory that they'll last forever.
Gold Star mom Marian Zelinsky shows up each year. It's the least she says she can do to help the troops. In honor of her late son, Lieutenant Dennis W. Zelinsky II, killed in Iraq by a roadside bomb in 2005.
Think about being separated from your loved ones. It's a hard thing to come by.
Trees will travel from JFK to DHL's hub in Cincinnati and then nonstop to the Middle East. It's about a 20-hour journey. And once there, they'll be distributed in Afghanistan, Kuwait, and Bahrain just in time for the holidays.
When we start to get the emails back and the pictures of them with their trees, it's something that you'll carry for a lifetime. And you just want to keep on doing it.
To get these trees and these care packages was pretty amazing that we were on the minds of so many people within this community here in Long Island.
On the minds of Long Islanders, not just around the holidays, but all year long.
I know that it's helping out the soldiers just like in their hearts.
It's a piece of home, and they're getting the love being sent from us to them, and they do feel it.
Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
Who wants it, guys?
They're back at it again. Operation
All right, going back out to New York City for this next story. What's a New York City bagel without cream cheese? Well, we might be forced to find out, unfortunately. Bagel stories and deli shops across the city say that they're struggling to stock their streamers because of a crippling shortage. Fox's Arthur Chian tells us why no one knows exactly why the shortage is happening.
Oh yeah, there's going to be an issue. I guarantee if there's no cream cheese, there will be an issue.
The latest pandemic casualty might hit New Yorkers especially hard in the gut. A mysterious cream cheese shortage has crept up, and the fear is real.
I said to myself, poor Barney's green grass, poor Zabar's, poor all these other delis and bagel shops.
Zabar's, for instance, needs up to 15,000 pounds of cream cheese to get through December. They expect it to run out by the beginning of next week. Zabar's GM Scott Goldshine here just got off the phone with 10 different suppliers and nothing.
Are you sweating underneath here? Not yet. Talk to me on Friday, I'll let you know.
It's not just a problem for Zabar's. Suppliers are reporting calls from hundreds of panicking bagel shop owners.
I save like $5, but I don't think it's going to last more than 3 days, and it's going to be a big problem for the store.
Part of the mystery is that nobody's being told why this is happening. Insiders speculate it could be some sort of ingredient that's missing, a shortage of materials, or a shortage in manpower, things like truck drivers, but they just don't know. The bottom line comes from this New Yorker, keeping it real for us.
With everything that's so upside down in this world, cream cheese is the least of the things that you have to worry about. Use butter.
Well, at least nobody's hoarding toilet paper this time around. On the Upper West Side, Arthur Chian, Fox 5 News.
Oh yeah, there's going to be
cream cheese shortage. Man, our co-host here at Live Now from Fox, Regina Gonzalez, is from New York, and every time she comes back to Orlando, she always brings us bagels and cream cheese, so I guess we got the last of it. Moving right along with our top stories this morning. As you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated television stations across the country. That's how we're able to bring you all top stories in your area. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 32 Chicago. They're talking mental health and the pandemic.
There'll be an uptick of some kids acting out, not because there's a bunch of bad kids right now, but because they're reacting to something that's going on in our society.
Right now, there's new awareness to a troubling trend brought on by the pandemic. The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry declaring a national emergency in children's mental health.
My experience is there's more angst, more anxiety, more depression, because everything's topsy-turvy, everything's uncertain.
As a clinical psychologist in Northville, Dr. David Connell has worked with kids for decades. Dr. Connell says kids are trying to cope with changes at home and at school. Since their brains aren't fully developed, kids are more likely to lash out because of stress.
The pre-existing condition of some kids don't handle stress as well as others, like particularly, ADD, ADHD kids, that subset of kids. But there's also kids that are carrying stress from their family. Parents whose mother lost their job or dad lost their job.
These kids are coming from a really tough spot. I mean, a lot of the kids in public schools have been remote for a year and a half.
Juvenile law attorney Mike Kelly says he now gets up to 5 calls a week from parents across Michigan whose kids are facing suspension or expulsion. Pre-pandemic, he says he got 1 or 2 calls a month. In response, Kelly believes districts need to adjust their codes of conduct.
Just like they added an exception in their policies for, these are the COVID protocols for wearing masks and spacing and things like that, they should look at their disciplinary practices too. They should also be adding the context of, was this a student affected by COVID? Did they have a disability pre-COVID?
I just think it's important that we work with our mental health staff, nurses, psychologists to really work with our children ahead of time so we don't get to this point of suspension.
Hazel Park Superintendent Dr. Amy Krupe says her district isn't immune to the mental health challenges felt by districts across the country. Now, Dr. Krupe says her district's working to reteach their kids communication and conflict resolution skills.
There are times when suspensions are going to have to be done. And of course, expulsions are the very last thing that you want to do. If somebody's hurting somebody else, if there is a physical fight, you are going to still see school districts probably having some sort of suspension.
Kelly has additional advice for parents who may be working their way through the disciplinary process with their kids. He says if they have any questions at all, it's best to consult an expert like an attorney. In Northville, Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
We live in an unprecedented time. Things going on that none of us ever went through before.
Detroit Public Schools Community District investing a significant amount of its COVID relief money, $34 million, to address the mental health needs of students, staff, and families.
I think we miss each other, being around each other.
The district says it's working on one-to-one mental health at each school and has a mental health support line helping to break down barriers and destigmatize mental health. Parents agree it's needed.
Mental health is definitely looked down upon in the community. It's basically dismissed. I have a lot of family members actually who've suffered from mental health issues, and they definitely didn't get the help or support they needed from school. So I think that's awesome.
COVID hit Detroit hard, taking its toll. A number of people claimed by the illness as students battled with significant disruptions and transitions.
We're getting used to it now. So it's almost easier, but at the same time, it's not. It's stressful on the brain. Like, we will have to wake up one day and then we're in virtual one day, so our sleep schedule is off. So I think that's an important part too.
For the teachers as well, I mean, they go through a lot of stress too. So, and it's hard. I couldn't imagine teaching in a classroom with all these students and knowing that COVID is out here.
And the district tells me it held fall return and federal funding engagement sessions this summer to talk about this. And there's also a dashboard on their website outlining how they plan to spend the funds. Also, each month at the board meetings, they do provide updates to see how this is all going to be implemented. Of course, it's a story we'll be following closely. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
Huge thank you to Fox 2 for that report. We will actually have a live conversation with Fox 2 Detroit at 7:30. That's in about 15 minutes or so don't go anywhere. We're bringing you all live updates with our sister stations and news partners across the country. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us a bit of consumer news this morning.
But first at 10, a tragic moment in Waukesha's history now sealed in a time capsule.
The parade victims were honored at the final celebration of Waukesha's 125th anniversary tonight. Brett Lemoyne live outside City Hall with how future generations will view the events of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Ted and Mary, the city of Waukesha has been celebrating its 125th anniversary all year long. In fact, this building here behind me, City Hall, was opened as part of those celebrations earlier this year. But tonight's grand finale ends with a touching tribute after tragedy.
At the first Common Council meeting since Waukesha's parade tragedy, a moment of silence.
Thank you. It's still very sobering, but it's also there's just so much to be grateful for. The outpouring of support that's come from, we learned this morning, all 50 states and 16 different countries, 13,000 different donors.
Tuesday's meeting was always planned to cap a year celebrating Waukesha's 125th anniversary. Last month, those plans took a tragic detour.
We're grieving, but we're also celebrating.
The anniversary flag flying outside City Hall, taken down and placed among items collected for a guitar-shaped time capsule. It will be opened in 50 years. It now includes mementos of Waukesha's darkest day.
I've added a lot of the letters, or I think all the letters that I've received from other mayors, village presidents, the governor, state officials. We've added those. We've added copies of the newspaper.
The time capsule will remain on display at City Hall. Mayor Sean Riley is now turning attention to a permanent memorial in the city to all those who've been impacted by the parade tragedy.
I want the Common Council to come back in our first meeting in January and kind of help me get through the process of how we set up the framework to make this happen.
And the mayor says he hopes a permanent memorial to the parade victims is largely shaped by the community. In fact, he says expect to hear more details about this particular project in the coming weeks and months. Reporting live in Waukesha, Brett Lemoyne, Fox 6 News.
Okay, Brett, thank you.
Gas prices are finally going back down, and oil experts say those prices will keep dropping through the holidays. How's that for a little extra in your stocking there? Some good news. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here now to explain why this is happening and how much relief we could see at the pumps. Craig?
Hi there, Chris. In terms of why, as so many other things, this relates to the pandemic. The waves that we've been seeing of COVID-19 that come and go have been pushing prices up, and now we're pulling them back down. And in terms of what to expect, well, here's what analysts are saying to expect over the next couple of weeks.
We could be looking at a gas price drop of anywhere from 20 to potentially 30 cents.
For perspective, Gas Buddy's data shows prices in the Tampa Bay and Orlando areas are lower than Miami and right in line with the rest of the state. And overall, Florida's prices are slightly lower than the national average and have followed the national trend for years. Now, the price swings we're seeing in Florida and across the nation mostly come down to the rule of supply and demand. When the pandemic first struck in the United States and much of the world shut down, people stopped or cut way back on driving and burning fuel. So demand for gasoline sharply dropped and prices cratered as a result of that. And the oil producers responded by cutting back on production. But then came vaccines, and people who had saved up their money were eager to travel after being pent up for months in quarantine. So demand for fuel sharply rose while the fuel companies had trimmed back supply. And of course that drove prices up. But now, once again, a new variant is restricting travel in many other parts of the world. And that's reducing international demand, and that's a big reason why prices are swinging back down. Also, at the same time, President Biden is tapping into our nation's strategic petroleum reserve to increase the supply. And other nations are doing the same thing in coordination.
And I brought together other countries, India, Japan, the Republic of Korea, the United Kingdom, who all agreed to join me in releasing additional oil from their reserves.
Keep in mind, gas prices were pegging up and now going back down as they have for years. For context, if we did not have this downswing during the lockdowns and the upswing through the recovery, many drivers may not have noticed much difference. And for broader perspective, take a look at this chart. Gas Buddy's data shows prices now are still significantly lower than they were 10 years ago. Prices crashed at the end of 2014 for the same main reason they swung up and now down this year: supply and demand.
And in 2014 and heading into 2015, it wasn't an economic decline in the United States, but it certainly was through much of the rest of the world, through Asia and through Europe, that depressed demand. And you also had an increase in supply with the United States ramping up fossil fuel production as well. And that ultimately brought prices well down for several years until we've seen the changes, of course, of the past couple of years. It is a bit of a cycle, and thankfully we're moving in the right direction of the cycle, at least for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, let's hope we can stay on it for a while. Craig, what do we expect in terms of gas prices for next year?
Well, the federal projections suggest that after slight drops through the first part of next year, the price of oil will level off. And the official projection at this point for the average price of gasoline nationwide, of course, Florida is always close to the national average, is $2.88 a gallon. The average price for 2022. That's the projection, but definitely take it with a grain or two of salt, because what have we seen through the pandemic? Projections have missed time and time again because the course of the pandemic has been very hard to predict.
Yeah, we will take it with a couple of grains of salt indeed. Thank you, Craig. Well, gas price.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have more right after this. Just after 7:20 here on the East Coast, looking live from Washington, D.C. Now, during a 2-hour virtual summit, President Biden sent Russian President Vladimir Putin a stark warning. He warned Moscow not to take aggressive action against Ukraine. Now, Republicans are not impressed with the president's threats, but I do want to bring you all more details from our very own Andrew Kraft.
Conversation right now. We're going to bring in a friend of the program, former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. There's a lot to get to, especially regarding this story with the virtual call that took place today. The one thing that sticks out to me is the White House is seeming to make a lot of conditional statements that basically say, you know, they're acting as if Putin does invade Ukraine. They're saying this is what we're going to do if they invade Ukraine, meaning that that would already happen and then what they have planned would go into place. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly part of the problem here is we've got a situation where Putin is setting the terms of our negotiations instead of us establishing here's what we expect, and not just don't invade Ukraine, but, oh, by the way, you already have troops in eastern Ukraine, Luhansk, Donetsk, and Crimea. Get those forces out of there. Return Crimea and those portions of eastern Ukraine to the Ukrainian government. This is really, quite frankly, a sliding slope, and it's heading down towards Moscow.
And you know, Brett, there's so much discussion now about one of those action items that has been put on the table if an invasion happens is to cut off development of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that's providing, you know, natural gas and energy to Germany. There was a call with the German leader about that. A lot of Republican lawmakers have said that that's kind of their red line as well. Do you think that will happen?
Yeah, I have to say I was surprised by Jake's comments in the briefing room, where he was almost suggesting that pipeline ought to be a foregone conclusion, that Russia should watch their actions when it comes to Ukraine because it put at risk Nord Stream 2. Whereas in reality, and I think a lot of American leaders in Congress, elsewhere, would like to see the U.S. hold what has been a pretty firm position on Nord Stream 2, that it should not go forward. And the Biden administration allowed it to proceed. We've seen some politics in Germany intercede and hopefully to slow down, if not to stop this process. And again, I don't think we should be talking about whether or not this pipeline of new revenue goes into Russia. What we should be talking about is what else we can do to raise the stakes, raise the temperature on Putin, unless and until he gets his troops out of Ukraine and he stops meddling across near abroad, as we used to say in the White House, those countries that border Russia.
Yeah, and of course, we've been showing the State Department briefing, the White House briefing. Also, this was put out by the U.S. Embassy in Kiev. They say the U.S. government is not currently considering evacuations of government personnel or American citizens from Ukraine. We're conducting normal contingency planning, as we always do, in the event the security situation severely deteriorates. Just the fact that that is even being mentioned right now about getting embassy personnel out of Ukraine, that's quite stunning.
It is, and to make that kind of statement, because normally as an embassy, you don't want to alarm the American community. You want to keep them informed, but you also want to not escalate the rhetoric. And certainly that kind of statement which suggests that they are actively working on these contingency plans. And they have what are called in diplomatic terms tripwires. They decide at what point do we need to reduce both our official presence, at what point do we need to send out various messages to the American community, to our allies, and say, we think the situation has passed the point where we should allow normal operations, where we should warn our citizens that they are advised to leave, or in fact, they are strongly encouraged, if not directly told, leave the country.
You know, Brett, something that's also on the table are more and more punishing economic sanctions. The question is now, you know, will they be enough to deter Russia? Also talk of cutting them off from the SWIFT international banking system as a last resort. In your view, and you know, you've been in foreign policy for so long, do you think that these will be effective? Any types of sanctions could be effective?
I think we've tried it. We've tried a lot of sanctions, and quite frankly, we have very little to show for it, largely because Russia and the Russian oligarchs are able to withstand it. This is part of their patriotic duty, and quite frankly, Vladimir Putin is able to hold up these sanctions and say, look, we are stronger than the West. We are stronger than the United States. I think we have to look at other options. You know, we've used the same tools again and again, going back to 2014 when I was in this situation. I think we've got to look at how to create the right deterrent. And for Putin, he's in a fragile situation domestically. And so the U.S. could really ratchet up the pressure on him by, for instance, launching a major transparency campaign, helping to support Russian civil society, helping to support domestic voices that are trying to hold Putin and other oligarchs and Russian officials accountable. That would cause a headache for Putin. It would cause him, I think, to reconsider his current posture.
And Brett, talking about 2014, do you think there are similarities, differences? Is this a much more urgent situation back when, you know, they invaded Crimea in 2014? Is this a whole new set of circumstances, or kind of a page out of the same book, if you will?
Well, yes and no, in the sense that in 2014, we were looking at the little green men. They were Russian military, they were Russian munitions, but Putin plays this game where, you know, they take off the insignia on their uniforms. They're able to have plausible deniability. Whereas now we are looking at regular Russian forces and a more open, direct confrontation with Ukraine. So Putin is not necessarily denying the buildup of arms and of soldiers on the border, but at the same time, it's the very same playbook. He is looking at this both through the lens of how do I extract the maximum amount of benefits from this? And you heard it even in what little information leaked out of the call. He's getting conversations on terms that he wants to have. There's talk or consideration of different legally binding statements about Ukraine's relationship to NATO and what perhaps might be sanctions relief, or, for instance, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline being greenlit, as was on the table evidently during these discussions. So all of this, again, favors Putin. Putin is in a strong position here. He's in the driver's seat. And I think we've got to take a step back and look at how do we change the dynamics in Eastern Europe? How do we ensure that we're not coming back to this same situation year after year?
And Brett, just last question for you, just kind of about the benefit of having a call itself. I know so many people have been talking about it. There was the photos release, snippets of video, but we have to imagine that there is so much going on behind the scenes as far as, you know, Antony Blinken and his counterpart Lavrov talking on the phone, other, you know, officials from both countries talking on the phone, these back channels, and so kind of lauding and hyping up with just this one call between the leaders kind of obscures the fact that there must be going on behind the scenes a lot of diplomacy to prevent this.
There is, and at all levels. You saw the CIA director went to Moscow a couple months back, Bill Burns. We obviously, at the level of the State Department, have a lot of diplomatic interactions with the Defense Department, engaging with their counterparts. And after this call, it returns to that level of a minister, a secretary, who is going to try and further some of the broad outlines that were laid out by the president of Russia and the U.S. president. I think what we will see are roadmaps discussed in the coming weeks and months about how we get out of this situation. And quite frankly, you know, this is where the hard work is done. You've got the leaders who spend hours together. They got a lot of territory to cover. They can't get into the details, but they're at least staking out their ground and laying out some principles.
All right, and we will leave it at that. Of course, we heard from Lauren Blanchard that another kind of virtual call is happening with Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine and President Biden on Thursday. But definitely concerns are still there, tensions very high about whether or not this is a likelihood of a Russian invasion of Ukraine early next year. Brett Bruin, thanks so much for being with us.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Today, another victim of the Oxford school shooting will be laid to rest. This is the visitation and funeral for the youngest victim, 14-year-old Hannah St. Julia. Joining us now live to talk all about it is Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Armani. Good morning, Ryan. Good to see you, but such a tragic story.
Yeah, Rain, usually we come on here and regardless what's going on, we have a little fun, but it just still feels so surreal over here in this area, Oxford, about 30, 40 minutes north of the city of Detroit. And with that community has been dealing with, what those families have been dealing with, and our surrounding areas too, just completely shaken by the tragedy that unfolded at Oxford High School last year. Yesterday, 16-year-old Tate Meir was laid to rest, and as you pointed out today, it'll be the youngest victim, Hannah St. Juliana. And it's just day by day it goes on, and you just ask yourself, why did this happen? And I think, you know, people are going to try to get those answers. I don't know if anybody will ever understand why things like this happen. But nonetheless, it happened here. Everybody thinks it won't happen to us. It won't happen here. And if it can happen in Oxford, it can happen anywhere. Very chilling.
Absolutely. Definitely a lot of people wondering why. Let's talk about the investigation a little bit. We do know that officials plan to hire a private firm to investigate any possible missteps by the school administrator. But I also heard that the Michigan Attorney General was looking to get involved in some way.
Yes, the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, has reached out to the Oxford School District asking for the district to let them, her office, conduct an independent investigation, as she calls it, to try to find out what just happened, to leave no stone unturned, and to see if her department, if her office could, go through step by step and see if there's a way this could have been prevented, so that other districts and other schools could, of course, learn from what happened here. The district declined that offer. They said the Oxford Community Schools lawyer Timothy Mullen said the district is fully cooperating with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and with the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, both of which are conducting full and thorough investigations. And they also pointed out that they were going to hire their own third-party investigation to leave no stone unturned and to see exactly what happened. But look, you know, the tragedy is one thing, and now the aftermath is another. Who knew what, when, where, and why? And with these investigations, perhaps could come penalties. Now you will start to see the politics of it, maybe some protection as well, because as you've all heard by now, this young man, 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley, was in the office just hours before the shooting with his parents. How was he allowed to go back to class? Now, the district says they asked the parents to take him home at that time, and the parents, quote, flatly refused to take him home. So there are so many questions, so many legalities to this that I'm not sure the Oxford School District wants or needs the Michigan Attorney General's office to get involved in this, because as they say, they are cooperating fully with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office.
Yeah, the parents of Ethan Crumbley really coming into a question a lot. There seems to be more questions concerning the parents' involvement at this point. So we witnessed the two appear in court for the very first time. I believe it was on Sunday, and their attorneys were very adamant that they were going to turn themselves in, but that seems to be a huge part of the investigation itself. What do we know about this local artist who allegedly tried to help Ethan's parents hide out from police?
Yeah, so that is a circumstance, Rain, that is still unfolding. That local artist who allowed the Crumbley parents to quote unquote hide out in his art studio was fully questioned by the authorities. He is fully cooperating, according to his attorney. He did not know, allegedly, that the parents were charged with a crime at that time, that he allowed them to use his studio or to hide out, whatever the reason the parents told him they needed to for their own protection, what have you. Those details are still coming out. But it is, just as a layperson, I mean, this has been the #1 story around here for a long time. And it's hard to believe that you wouldn't know that the parents were charged and not, their whereabouts were unknown when everybody was looking for them.
Absolutely. All right, Fox 2's Ryan Armani, thank you so much for joining us, sharing the most recent developments. We'll catch up with you next week.
You bet.
We'll be right back after
Hopefully we'll have a little bit more fun next week, Rain.
to Live Now from Fox, 7:42 a.m. here on the East Coast. This is Rain Augustine bringing you the latest top stories and breaking news before our co-host Regina Gonzalez hops on and continues our news coverage this morning. In case you missed it, let's take a look back at this White House press briefing. We're witnessing National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, bright and early this morning, guys. He's speaking about a 2-hour virtual summit that President Biden had with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And we're hearing that President Biden issued a very, very aggressive warning. So again, here's Jake Sullivan with the details.
European allies would respond with strong economic measures. We would provide additional defensive materiel to the Ukrainians above and beyond that which we are already providing. And we would fortify our NATO allies on the eastern flank with additional capabilities in response to such an escalation. He also told President Putin there's another option: de-escalation and diplomacy. The United States and our European allies would engage in a discussion that covers larger strategic issues, including our strategic concerns with Russia and Russia's strategic concerns. We managed to do this at the height of the Cold War, and we developed mechanisms to help reduce instability and increase transparency. We've done this in the post-Cold War era through the NATO-Russia Council, the OSCE, and other mechanisms. There's no reason we can't do that going forward, provided that we are operating in a context of de-escalation rather than escalation. The United States, as we have been for some time, is also prepared to support efforts to advance the Minsk Agreement in support of the Normandy format. This could include a ceasefire and confidence-building measures that helps drive the process forward. As I said before, the discussion between President Biden and President Putin was direct and straightforward. There was a lot of give and take. There was no finger wagging, but the president was crystal clear about where the United States stands on all of these issues. We believe from the beginning of this administration that there is no substitute for direct dialogue between leaders, and that is true in spades when it comes to the U.S.-Russia relationship. So President Biden welcomed the opportunity to engage clearly and directly with President Putin. Indeed, as President Biden said after his meeting in Geneva in June with President Putin, where we have differences, I want President Putin to understand why I say what I say and why I do what I do, and how we'll respond to specific kinds of actions that harm America's interests and indeed harm our allies' interests. That's exactly what he did today. After the call, he spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK to debrief them on the call and to consult on the way forward. Our team is presently debriefing the embassies of NATO members, EU members, and key Indo-Pacific allies. The President will be speaking shortly with the leaders of both houses of Congress and talking to them about ways in which the administration and the Congress can work together on a bipartisan basis to stand up for American interests and values and stand behind our friends and partners. And President Biden will be speaking with President Zelensky on Thursday, following on yesterday's discussion between President Zelensky and Secretary Blinken. In terms of next steps, the President and President Putin agreed that our teams will follow up on the issues discussed today. The President and his European colleagues agreed that our teams will work together to ensure that our engagement with Russia going forward both involves and is closely coordinated with European allies and partners so that we are all on the same page. There's a lot of work to do in the days ahead. As we pursue diplomatic channels, we will also prepare for all contingencies, just as we have been doing for weeks now, including through the preparation of specific responses to Russian escalation should they be required. Specific, robust, clear responses should they be required. That's where things stand as we speak, and with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yes.
Thank you, Jake. Could you elaborate on what you just said about fortifying allies on the eastern flank there? Is sending U.S. troops to the region on the table here?
So what I'm referring to there is in the event that there is a further invasion into Ukraine, a military escalation in Ukraine, obviously many of our partners on the Eastern Front, our Baltic allies, Romania, Poland, other countries, will be increasingly concerned about the security and territorial integrity of their countries. They will be seeking, we expect, additional capabilities and potentially additional deployments, and the United States will be looking to respond positively to those things in the event that there is a further incursion into Ukraine.
So is that something the American public should be bracing for, the possibility of seeing American troops on the ground in that region in the coming weeks and months if Vladimir Putin goes through with this?
I don't know if I would say bracing for, since we currently have rotational deployments in the Baltics. We conduct exercises on a regular basis in both Poland and Romania. The presence of American military service members in rotational fashion in these countries is not something new. The question here is not that about whether or not the United States is going to send American service members to the territory of our NATO allies. We do that as a matter of course. The question is, what additional capabilities can we provide to ensure that they feel strong and confident in their own sovereignty and territorial integrity? It is those additional capabilities that are on the table in those countries should Russia move in Ukraine in a more decisive way. Yes.
Thanks so much. In the days leading up to this call, the White House and administration officials said repeatedly their assessment so far was that Putin had not made a decision over whether to invade Ukraine. So did President Biden get clarity from him on whether or not that is his intention?
We still do not believe that President Putin has made a decision. What President Biden did today was lay out very clearly the consequences if he chooses to move. He also laid out an alternative path that is fundamentally in keeping with the basic principles and propositions that have guided America in the Euro-Atlantic area for the past 70 years. And ultimately, we will see in the days ahead through actions, not through words, what course of action Russia chooses to take.
Yes. In your statement, Jake, one quick follow-up. In your statement of the readout of the call, you said that the President Biden told him the United States was ready to take strong economic measures and other actions if needed. What are those other measures that the United States is prepared to take?
I just spelled those out in my opening remarks, both the supply and provision of additional materiel as well as the additional deployment of assets and capabilities to NATO members in the event that there's a further incursion.
What are the strong economic measures, and how are they different from the ones you put on Russia in 2014, which didn't deter Russia from taking Crimea? What are they, and why do you think they'll work better this time?
I will look you in the eye and tell you, as President Biden looked President Putin in the eye and told him today that things we did not do in 2014, we are prepared to do now. Now, in terms of the specifics, we would prefer to communicate that directly to the Russians, to not negotiate in public, to not telegraph our punches, but we are laying out for the Russians in some detail the types of measures that we have in mind. We are also coordinating very closely with our European allies on that at a level of deep specificity. We have experts from the Treasury Department, the State Department, and the National Security Council in daily contact with the key capitals and with Brussels to work through that package of measures. But I think it is not profitable for us to lay out the specifics of it standing here at this podium today.
Thank you.
Did President Putin ask for President Biden to commit to not allow NATO or Ukraine to join NATO, and did President Biden make any kinds of concessions, such as a reduced U.S. presence or any commitment on NATO and Ukraine's membership?
I'm not going to characterize President Putin's side of the conversation or go into details in terms of what they discussed, because I think they need to have that space to be able to have robust exchange. But I will tell you clearly and directly, he made no such commitments or concessions. He stands by the proposition that countries should be able to freely choose who they associate with.
The material that you said that you're going to send, following up on Caitlin's question, how quickly can that be delivered?
We have an ongoing pipeline that delivers various forms of defensive assistance to Ukraine. Indeed, there was the delivery of defensive assistance to Ukraine just very recently, and that will continue. So it really depends on the type or form, but this should not be thought of as a circumstance in which you completely turn off the dial or turn on the dial. There is an ongoing pipeline. Whether that pipeline needs additional supplements as we go forward will depend on how circumstances evolve. Yes.
Thank you so much. You have said that the administration will take action if Russia does escalate militarily. Satellite images show that hundreds of Russian troops are amassing on the border with Ukraine. Isn't there already a military escalation underway? Why wait to take action?
So our view on this is that the fundamental object of the policy the United States is pursuing in lockstep with our European allies is to deter a Russian military invasion of further territory of Ukraine. And the measures we have put on the table are designed to show the Russian government that should it choose to engage in such an invasion, there will be those consequences. That for us is a clear and decisive laydown, and we also believe that there should be an alternative pathway by which we can make progress on diplomacy in the Donbass through the Minsk agreement and the Normandy format, and by which we can address NATO and American security concerns and Russian security concerns through a larger mechanism consistent with the way we've operated over the course of the past 30 years.
Some Republicans are accusing President Biden of being too weak on President Putin. They cite the fact that sanctions were eased on Nord Stream 2 and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was widely criticized. How do you respond to that criticism that President Biden is being too weak with Mr. Putin?
I make 3 points. The first is that Vladimir Putin, standing behind then President Medvedev in 2008, invaded Georgia when we had 150,000 or more troops deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan. So the connection between our deployments in foreign wars and the calculus of Russian leaders when it comes to the post-Soviet space, there's not good evidence to support that. Number 2, when it comes to Nord Stream 2, the fact is that gas is not currently flowing through the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which means that it's not operating, which means that it's not leverage for Putin. Indeed, it is a leverage for the West, because if Vladimir Putin wants to see gas flow through that pipeline, he may not want to take the risk of invading Ukraine. And then number 3, the president has shown over the course of the past 8 months that he will do what he says he's going to do in response to Russian actions. So President Putin can count on that. He said he would impose costs for Navalny. He said he would impose costs for SolarWinds. He did those things, and if Russia chooses to take these actions in Ukraine, he will do the same. He's not doing this to saber rattle. He's not doing it to make idle threats. He's doing it to be clear and direct with both the Russians and with our European allies about the best way forward. And we think this stands the best chance alongside a pathway to de-escalate to avert a potential crisis with respect to an invasion of Ukraine.
Russia suggested in recent days starting talks on a new European security pact. Did Putin bring this up, and did President Biden agree to start those talks?
Again, I'm not going to get into the details or characterize what President Putin said. I will say that formal agreements or formal treaties were not on the table in the conversation today, but the straightforward notion that the United States, flanked by our European allies and partners, would be prepared to talk to Russia about strategic issues in the European theater, that was on the table, and we are prepared to do that, as we've been prepared to do that throughout both the Cold War and post-Cold War eras. What the right mechanism for that is, what the agenda for that is, and what comes of that, that is all to be worked out as we see how things proceed in the coming days.
The Kremlin has been going on since late October. Why hasn't the U.S. given additional material to Ukraine yet? This has been escalating for weeks. Why wait?
As I just pointed out in response to an earlier question, we are continuing to deliver defensive material assistance to Ukraine. We have done so just in the past few days.
The Kremlin readout said that President Putin proposed to President Biden that both lift all restrictions on diplomatic missions that have been imposed in recent years. Can you say whether that's something President Biden is open to, or whether it's something he spoke to on the call?
President Biden is open to creating functioning diplomatic missions in both countries, but he didn't make any specific commitments with respect to the best pathway to do that. What he said was that as leaders, President Biden and President Putin should direct their teams to figure out how we ensure that the embassy platform in Moscow is able to function effectively, and as we believe the embassy platform here in Washington is able to operate effectively for the Russians.
Just to follow up on Nord Stream, have you sent any message or had any meetings with the incoming German government on this issue? Are you urging the new incoming government to essentially threaten to pull support for this pipeline if there is an incursion, a further incursion into Ukraine?
We've had intensive discussions with both the outgoing and incoming German governments on the issue of Nord Stream 2 in the context of a potential invasion. I'm not going to characterize it beyond that, other than it is an object of great priority for the Biden administration.
His waiver on.
Jake, I'm sorry. So obviously the summit is being watched by a number of other adversaries, including Chinese President Xi Jinping. Some observers have described a nightmare scenario where President Putin invades Ukraine and also simultaneously President Xi uses force to reunify Taiwan with China. Is the U.S. prepared to deal with such a scenario?
The United States is going to take every action that we can take from the point of view of both deterrence and diplomacy to make sure that the Taiwan scenario you just described never happens, and to try to avert the invasion and deter the invasion into Ukraine. That is the object of our policy right now. Those are the steps we are taking. That's what President Biden is doing and the messages that he's sending to President Putin. And with respect to Taiwan, the sum total of the efforts we've undertaken over the course of the past 8 months in the Indo-Pacific have also all been geared towards avoiding any kind of scenario where China chooses to invade. Yes.
Is there any promise from the Russian side to use leverage to change Iran on its position?
The president and President Putin had a good discussion on the Iran issue. It was productive. Russia and the United States actually worked well together, even in tense circumstances back in the 2014-2015 period, to produce the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. This is an area where Russia and the United States can continue to consult closely to ensure that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon.
Why did Ukrainian officials first deny that there was any troop buildup when Washington started putting out the information, and then change their tune after the meeting with Blinken?
So I'm not going to characterize the decision-making of the Ukrainian government, only to say that we are in daily contact with senior officials in the Ukrainian government. I'm in nearly daily contact with my counterpart in the Ukrainian government, and we believe that we are seeing a common threat picture here. And our message to our friends in the Ukrainian government, as our message was today to President Putin, is that the United States supports the Minsk process, wants to see progress made towards a ceasefire, towards confidence-building measures, and that is the best way forward. Yeah.
Is the world safer today after that conversation between the two leaders, or less safe? And then I have a follow-up as to your answer.
So all I will say is that the ultimate metric for whether the world is safer or not is facts on the ground and actions taken, in this case by Russia. Let's see. We are prepared to deal with any contingency, as I said at the outset, and I'm not going to make predictions or characterizations. I'm only going to say that President Biden will continue to do all of the necessary prudent planning for a variety of different pathways that could unfold in the weeks ahead.
There is an impression in the Middle East that this administration is going to redo the Obama deal, lifting sanctions, unfreeze millions of dollars to this regime, that it's going to be spread to the proxies like Hezbollah. Hezbollah became stronger and stronger from the money that Obama gave to this particular militia. So is this going to happen? Are you going to address the proxies of Iran this time at the table of the negotiation?
So I'd make 3 points in response to that. Since Donald Trump made the decision to pull the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, Hezbollah has continued to menace Lebanon and the region. Iran's proxies in Iraq and Syria and Yemen have continued to move forward. So not being in the nuclear deal has hardly been a solution to the proxies. Second, nothing about the nuclear deal stops the United States' capacity to deal with those proxies, and we are prepared to do so. In fact, in response to attacks on American forces in Iraq, the United States has twice under President Biden taken action, direct military action in response to those proxies, in addition to undertaking sanctions. And third, ultimately, an Iran with a nuclear weapon is going to be a greater menace in partnerships with its proxies than Iran without one, and so it is our determination to ensure they never get a nuclear weapon, and diplomacy is the best way. Yes.
Can I follow up on Iran, please? The Iranians announced that they're going back to negotiation on Thursday. The administration criticized them last week, and they said they were not serious. In fact, they reversed the progress.
What makes you think that, apart from hope, that actually they are serious this time, and how much over time you're willing to do it? And secondly, your counterpart, you negotiate with your allies and you coordinate with them. Your counterpart in the UAE is visiting Tehran as we speak. So is this a unilateral effort from the Emirates to do it, or to reach to Tehran, or do you think this is a coordinated effort with the United States?
I'll put this quite simply. The more Iran demonstrates a lack of seriousness at the negotiating table, the more unity there is among the P5+1, and the more they will be exposed as the isolated party in this negotiation. So really, the ball is in Iran's court as to whether it wants to show up and demonstrate that it's going to be serious or not.
Looking forward to the meeting with, or the conversation with President Zelensky later this week, are there any steps or compromises Ukraine might be able to make to find a way to end this peacefully?
So again, as I mentioned before, we're in constant contact with senior levels of the Ukrainian government. Secretary Blinken just spoke with President Zelensky yesterday. I'm not going to characterize the specifics of their proposals, but they have come forward with constructive ideas for how to move the diplomacy forward. We're encouraging that. Those are steps they're taking, and they're asking the United States to support them in trying to get towards a ceasefire and then ultimately get down the track of diplomatic resolution. We believe that that is good and positive, and I believe that President Biden and President Zelensky will discuss that diplomatic pathway when they speak on this.
Ask you about Nord Stream 2. You said Putin should, if he wants to risk the pipeline not being turned on. Have you made clear to allies that you will, in fact, sanction the remaining entities that are involved in that project if there is an invasion? And have you received any assurances from Germany? When Chancellor Merkel was here, there was discussion about what to do if Russia weaponized those gas supplies. That nothing came of that, even though there were some saber rattling by the Russians in recent months. Have you now received assurances from Germany that they will, in fact, not proceed with that?
So in response to an earlier question, I said I wasn't going to get into the specific sanctions measures that we intend to impose, although we will be communicating those directly to our Russian counterparts, and we will be working through them detail by detail with our European counterparts. What I will tell you is that the subject of the future of Nord Stream 2 in the context of an invasion of Ukraine by Russia in the coming weeks is a topic of utmost priority. It has been discussed thoroughly. I'm going to leave it at that for today.
Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, how the tensions between the United States and Russia can affect African countries? And my second question is, how do you summarize this meeting? It was productive, it was good, or not?
It was a useful meeting. It was useful in the sense that it allowed President Biden to lay out in clear and direct and candid terms where the United States stands on this issue, and to do so having coordinated closely with his allies and partners beforehand, and also to talk about a potential way forward. Now, on the question of African partners, this is true the world over. The attempt to change the territories of another country by force should be vigorously opposed by every country in the world, including every country in Africa. I'll just take one more question.
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, December 8th, taking a look back at the latest White House press briefing after the virtual call with President Biden to Russian President Vladimir Putin amid tensions between Russia and Ukraine. You can see that they are answering a lot of the questions that the media has. We are keeping a very close eye on this international situation here at Live Now from Fox, and we'll be breaking down what the phone call between Biden and Putin had to do with, what they had to say. It lasted about 2 hours long, so we'll bring you some more details on that here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida live. I'll be with you for about the next hour and a half before you're also joined by my co-host Matt Lupoli. To the left-hand side of your screen is some of the live reports we've got coming up for you here within that next hour and a half. We've got our eyes on several courtrooms around the nation this morning and throughout the day at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. So in just a couple of minutes, we will be heading out live to Chicago, Illinois to speak with our Fox 32 team about the trial for the former Empire actor Jussie Smollett. He is accused of staging his own racist and homophobic attack back in January of 2019. The defense officially rested their case yesterday, and closing arguments are expected today. Now, cameras have not been allowed inside the courtroom the entire time, so we'll be breaking down what Smollett had to say as he took the stand in his own defense over the last several days, and what we can expect from those closing arguments today. Then at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to head out west to California, a very high-profile case that has gone on for decades now. Scott Peterson, accused and convicted of killing his pregnant wife and his unborn son in 2002, is expected to be resentenced in a California federal courtroom today. So we're going to be checking in with our team out near the San Francisco Bay Area to get the latest on that. And then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be heading out to Minneapolis, Minnesota. The trial for Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer accused of killing Daunte Wright during a traffic stop back in April. That trial is getting underway officially this morning with opening statements expected at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. We will have cameras inside that courtroom, so when we do get the trial getting underway, we'll be sure to stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are all about raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. I do want to start off our top stories with that phone call from President Biden to Russian President Vladimir Putin. But before I do that, I actually do want to bring you a news alert that we are following. It broke actually very, very early this morning. So as you can see, we've been bringing you this shot for the last couple of weeks. This is outside of our Fox News headquarters in New York City. And normally that beautiful Christmas tree right there in the middle has been lit up. It was officially lit up next week, and you can basically see that it is half gone this morning, and that is because it was seriously damaged in a fire early this morning. Here's actually a look at some of the crazy video that our camera caught early this morning. We do know that police have arrested a man who allegedly was running from the location, so I do want to bring you the latest. So Fox News Security says that they spotted a man climbing the 50-foot tall tree just after midnight this morning. NYPD officers arrived at the scene and saw a man running before they took him into custody. They said that they expect charges against him. City firefighters managed to extinguish the fire, and there were no reported injuries, thank goodness. And police do say an investigation is ongoing. They did not immediately name the suspect. The red, white, and blue themed tree was 50 feet high. It was decorated with 10,000 glass ornaments and 100,000 lights, It took workers 21 hours to assemble the decorations. And you can see again this crazy video of this unfolding overnight. And here is a look live right now in the daytime of it half gone. So tragic, but we do know that our Fox team does plan on replacing the tree. This location is specifically located at 6th Avenue and 48th Street. It is in the heart of Midtown out there in New York City. So definitely a crazy situation that we wanted to give you an update on here at Live Now from Fox. All right, back to one of our top stories that we are following this morning, heading live out to the White House in our nation's capital. Again, the tense standoff between Russia and the United States is continuing this morning over the international situation related to the Ukraine. A meeting with President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin may have lowered the temperature for just a little bit, but as a Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader reports from Washington this morning, it could heat up again in the next couple of days. So let's take a listen to what Doug has to say this morning.
President Biden will try to pivot to domestic issues today, but the White House is still contending with fallout from this meeting with Putin.
Good to see you again.
We only saw the beginning of the meeting between Presidents Biden and Putin, and even that came from Russian media. The White House would later release a photo from Biden's end of the call, saying the president made his case.
President Biden was direct and straightforward with President Putin.
The U.S. wants Russia to stand down, but there are nearly 100,000 Russian troops gathering near Ukraine. And while Putin ran into few real consequences back in 2014 when his forces took over nearby Crimea, this time the administration says it's different.
President Biden looked President Putin in the eye and told him today that things we did not do in 2014, we are prepared to do now.
And while that may not include direct military action, severe sanctions would be likely, and the U.S. might also try to block Russia's critical Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Putin is laughing at Biden.
Republicans say Biden is getting rolled. But while Putin did seek an assurance that Ukraine would not join NATO, Biden would not concede, according to the White House. Ukraine, though, remains on edge, despite the potential for more talks.
We didn't get to see one another at the G20. I hope next time we meet, we do it in person.
Well, tomorrow, President Biden is scheduled to talk to Ukraine's president about what is still a very volatile situation. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, we will bring you an interview from our very own Andrew Kraft, speaking with a former diplomat, breaking down a little bit more about that phone call that happened yesterday. So we're definitely going to keep tabs on this situation here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, staying in Washington, D.C. to follow the latest when it comes to Congress's packed schedule as we inch closer to that new year. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on the efforts to get these legislative priorities done before 2022.
The warnings over the deadline to hike the debt ceiling have been going on for months.
America must pay its bills on time and in full. If we do not, we will eviscerate our current recovery.
Yes, I think it's essential the debt ceiling be raised in a timely fashion so we can pay our bills.
Now Congress is considering a complex plan that would address the issue, with days to go before the country hits its debt limit later this month. Lawmakers unveiled a bill Tuesday that includes a one-time process to raise the debt ceiling with a simple majority, not the 60 votes typically needed to overcome a filibuster in the Senate. Several Republicans are signaling their openness to the fast-track move because it wouldn't need their votes.
I think this is in the best interest of the country by avoiding default, and allows the Democrats to proudly own it, which they're happy to do.
The debt limit is not the only item on Congress's to-do list. They must also pass the National Defense Authorization Act, an annual defense funding bill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the House is poised to pass it as soon as today, and the Senate may soon follow suit.
And it's our view that we will pass that bill as the House sends it, because it's been negotiated already.
The efforts come as Senate Democrats also aim for a vote on the roughly $1.8 trillion Build Back Better bill, some of them preparing to spend the holidays on Capitol Hill.
We've been warned to be prepared to stay here until Christmas Day, and I take that seriously.
Senator Schumer won't say by how much Congress will lift the debt ceiling, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the House will take up the bill and send it to the president once the Senate passes it. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we are going from our nation's capital out to a live now look we have right now of Chicago, Illinois, the windy city out there. Testimony by Empire actor Jussie Smollett wrapped up officially yesterday. Both the defense and prosecution have rested their cases, and now we can expect closing arguments in the courtroom beginning this morning. So I do want to head live out there to Chicago, where we are being joined by Fox 32's Roseanne Tellez. She is breaking down the latest on what we saw yesterday and what we can expect from both sides today. Good morning, Roseanne.
Well, good morning, Regina. After more than a week of trial and after hearing from 14 different witnesses in this case, as you said, closing arguments are slated for today. Now, lawyers for Smollett rested their case yesterday after his second day on the stand. The former Empire actor is accused of staging a phony hate crime. But Smollett has insisted there was no hoax, and he has called the brothers who testified against him liars. The Osandaro brothers contend the actor paid them $3,500, this is back in 2019, to fake that attack outside his apartment building in Streeterville. Now, Smollett did get a little testy yesterday when he was being questioned by the special prosecutor in this case, Dan Webb, but he stuck to his story. And our own legal analyst, Fox 32's Larry Yellen, talked about what jurors would take into account while making their decision, saying it comes down to credibility, who looked believable, who looked sketchy. He says that all of those things will come into play as they make their decision. Meantime, a family friend of the Smolletts came to the microphones after trial yesterday, basically saying Smollett is the real victim in all of this, and said that this crime really happened. Now, no one is expecting Smollett to face any jail time, but as you said, those closing arguments begin in just a couple of hours here in Chicago. Roseanne Tejas reporting. Regina, back to you.
Roseanne, thank you so much for bringing our viewers up to speed. We've definitely had our eyes on this trial, so we'll be looking out for any developments. You have a great rest of your day. Take care.
You too.
All right, everybody. Again, as Roseanne mentioned, closing arguments expected today. I do want to add that he is facing 6 counts of disorderly conduct. So when the verdict comes through sometime this week, you can bet that we will bring you that update here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the latest on several other trials that we are following very closely today, including opening statements expected in the Kim Potter trial out there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we'll also bring you the latest as more accusers have been testifying in the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking trial out in New York City. So stick with us. All of that is coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. As promised, we are keeping an eye on several courtrooms throughout the nation on this Wednesday. And if you were just tuning in before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we were touching base with our Fox 32 Chicago team live as they brought us the latest on the Jussie Smollett trial. But if you're just tuning into our coverage, closing arguments are expected today. The former Empire actor has taken the stand in his own defense for the last several days, and the defense officially rested their case yesterday. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn. He has been inside of the courtroom where cameras have not been allowed and is telling us what the actor had to say on the stand. Let's listen in.
The fate of Jussie Smollett will soon be in the hands of a jury. The defense resting its case Tuesday after Smollett took the stand for a second day. The 39-year-old repeatedly claiming he was the victim of a homophobic and racially motivated violent crime, not the mastermind of an elaborate hoax.
Thank you for being respectful, y'all. Appreciate it.
The former Empire actor denying he took the Osundaro brothers on a dry run of the hate attacks 2 days before the incident. But the prosecution trying to prove otherwise during cross-examination, reading private Instagram messages between Bola Osundaro and Smollett, in which the actor shared his whereabouts, including the flight delay details on the night of the January 29th attack. Smollett saying he did not orchestrate the alleged 2019 hate crime, despite testimony by the Osundaro brothers claiming he planned the entire thing and paid them $3,500 to carry it out. The actor said the accusations are 100% false, calling the brothers liars. The defense saying the brothers attempted to extort $1 million from Smollett in exchange for telling authorities the attack was not planned. Smollett telling the jury the alleged extortion was made through his attorneys, not directly to him.
Jussie is the victim of a ruthless character assassination and disinformation campaign carried out by the Chicago Police Department that has hurt him deeply.
Smollett is charged with 6 felony counts of lying to police. He's facing up to 3 years in prison if convicted. Closing arguments in this case are expected to begin on Wednesday. In Chicago, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Going out from Chicago, Illinois to a live now look we have over the sun rising in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is where in just a couple of hours, opening statements in the trial of Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer charged in the shooting death of Daunte Wright, will begin. It is slated to start at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Central Time, and we will be streaming those opening statements here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get the latest from Fox 9 Minneapolis' Paul Bloom as he tells us what we can potentially expect today.
You're going to be on this jury. We're going to start December 8th.
Once Judge Regina Chu gavels court into session Wednesday morning, lawyers for both sides expected to lay out their cases to the jury in opening statements.
And obviously this case, involves a former police officer.
Prosecutors will argue Potter, a veteran Brooklyn Center police officer, violated or ignored her extensive training and was reckless and culpably negligent for the traffic stop shooting death of Daunte Wright, guilty of first and second degree manslaughter. We anticipate the defense will counter, explaining that Wright escalated the situation by attempting to jump back into his car to flee. And in the heat of the moment, to protect fellow officers, Potter grabbed her gun instead of her taser. An innocent and tragic mistake, but not criminal.
At this time, is it your wish to testify in this case?
At this time, I wish to testify.
Okay.
Potter herself has already said she intends to take the stand in her own defense. Beyond that, lawyers have submitted their witness lists that include the former Brooklyn Center police chief, Tim Gannon, the girlfriend who is sitting right next to Wright in the front passenger seat, as well as use of force and training experts. In addition, look for Wright's mother early in the state's case as she was on the phone with her son during the deadly encounter.
And I just thought maybe he was being arrested. And then when I called back, the girl that he had in the car answered the phone, and it was on a FaceTime. And she said, she was crying and screaming, and she said that they shot him.
Certainly a lot of emotion right there. And while this trial timeline isn't set in stone,
Judge Chu did tell prospective jurors last week she really hopes to have this case wrapped up by Christmas Eve. Reporting from the newsroom, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
And stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. At 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be touching base with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team to preview exactly what we can expect in that courtroom today and in the weeks to come. And like I mentioned, we will be streaming these opening statements out there in Minneapolis beginning at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time here on Live Now from Fox. As we bring you from state to state, covering all of the trials that we are following this morning, I do want to bring you out to a live look of New York City out there. Statue of Liberty standing tall, looking like a pretty gloomy day. We are continuing to bring you updates when it comes to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. We are learning that more accusers have been testifying as testimony continued out there in New York for the last several days. Yesterday, jurors heard from a woman who claimed Maxwell pressured her into giving Jeffrey Epstein sexual massages when she was just 14 years old. The accuser says this led to years of sexual encounters with Epstein. She also says Maxwell touched her during one of these sessions and would often call her to schedule appointments with Epstein. The woman is one of 4 victims testifying against Maxwell, who is accused of grooming teenage girls for abuse. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all charges. So again, this is a federal case. No cameras allowed inside the courtroom, but each and every day we have been touching base with legal experts and with our Fox News correspondents out there covering this trial. So be sure to stick with us for any details. Speaking of trials, I do want to bring you the latest when it comes to a date that has been set for Steve Bannon, a one-time top advisor to former President Donald Trump. A federal judge set a tentative July 18th start date for the trial, which is scheduled to last about 2 weeks. Bannon's defense team was seeking to delay the trial even later, requesting a mid-October start date to have 10 months to prepare. However, with prosecutors proposing a speedy trial, the ruling split the difference between the 2 requests. So Bannon has been charged with 2 counts of criminal contempt of Congress. He has pled not guilty. All right, everyone, we are approaching the 8:30 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. When you return, we are going to bring you some more top stories, starting with a tragic one happening right in our own backyard here in Orlando, Florida. We are going to hear from the family of a Florida Institute of Technology student this morning. The student was shot and killed after an encounter with campus safety and police. So we'll be bringing you up to speed on the case here right after this 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, bringing you the latest on an incident that is happening right out here in the Central Florida area. The family of a Florida Institute of Technology student who was shot and killed by police last Friday will speak publicly for the first time since his death this morning. We will have a crew there when it happens at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So when we do get that feed, we will stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Police say the 18-year-old allegedly lunged at officers with a weapon. A vigil was held last night by his classmates. And Fox 35 Orlando's Alina Shirazi has the details on what exactly happened and what his classmates have to say about it.
We got the chance to speak with two of the attacker's close friends. They say he was a great guy and they just can't believe what happened.
He was a good kid. He was nice. He was really calm and relaxed.
This 18-year-old freshman at Florida Tech says he would like people to know a different side of his close friend, Al-Haji So. Officers say So used a knife to chase students at Roberts Hall Dormitory around 11 o'clock Friday night. Police say when officers and campus security confronted So, he lunged at them with the weapon. That's when they shot him. He died on the scene.
He was always nice to us, you know. He was always making sure we were okay. If any of us were upset, you know, he would come and talk to us and try and cheer us up. And, you know, he was a good friend, a good person.
He says he was with So shortly before the attack.
He just seemed a little bit out of it that day. And we were hanging out in my room and he got up and left and none of us really noticed at that moment. He just said that he was going up and going to his dorm.
The school has not said how many students were hurt, just that no students were taken to the hospital.
Something definitely changed him that night, you know, and we're not sure what.
And we learned from Florida Tech that tomorrow night at 8 p.m. there will be a candlelight vigil for the entire campus community. For now in Melbourne, Alina Shirazi, Fox 35 News.
Again, we have gotten word that the student's family will be speaking at around 9 a.m. Eastern time, so we will stream that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to get into some coronavirus-related news here this morning. Florida being one of the states where another case of the new Omicron variant has been detected, and health officials are looking into more ways to keep Americans safe from this variant. This is as some cities are taking matters into their own hands. Fox News chief correspondent Mike Emanuel has more from the nation's capital.
It was inevitable, but it's also a very big concern.
Folks across the country are gearing up for a possible new COVID surge as the Omicron variant spreads quickly. It's now been detected in at least 19 states and could be the dominant strain in the U.S. as early as next month. Omicron is the most contagious COVID variant we've seen so far, and we won't have a full picture about how it spreads for at least another week. But health officials say early data shows the vaccines are still effective, and they're making a big push to get everyone to roll up their sleeves for boosters as soon as possible.
We must act in this moment to mobilize together to do what we know works. We have months of study on Delta, and all of those data demonstrate that vaccines work.
The new strain is hitting just as COVID cases are spiking in more than 24 states. We're averaging more than 118,000 new infections every day, the highest number since early October, as cold weather drives more people to gather indoors. Local officials are now putting new mitigation efforts in place, including a vaccine mandate for all private businesses and employees in New York City. Some workers there say it's long overdue, while others claim the mandate is politically motivated.
Unless we get everybody vaccinated, mandated, we're going to start all over again.
People have to have choice. Why is he doing it now? I mean, because he wants to run for president?
The New York mandate comes after a federal judge blocked a nationwide mandate for businesses with more than 100 people. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Meanwhile, in other news, we are continuing to follow the latest as more fallout continues from a Biden administration decision to boycott the Winter Olympics on a diplomatic level. Chinese officials are now warning of possible countermeasures. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pocket has the latest on this story.
A growing feud between the U.S. and China with less than 2 months to the Winter Olympics. Today, Beijing accused the U.S. of violating the Olympic spirit after the Biden administration announced a diplomatic boycott of the Games, citing human rights concerns. Chinese foreign ministry officials warned the move could harm bilateral relations and vowed to take countermeasures.
The U.S. should stop politicizing sports and stop disrupting and hampering the Beijing Winter Olympics with words and deeds. Otherwise, it will undermine the dialogue and cooperation between the two countries.
There are no details on what those countermeasures may include, but the warning comes as the U.S. tries to stabilize relations with Beijing while maintaining a tough approach towards trade and human rights violations.
It puts the Biden administration on record as saying that the status quo in China is unacceptable.
Despite the diplomatic boycott, the White House says it fully supports U.S. athletes competing in the Olympics. Other major countries, including Japan and Australia, have not yet decided whether to attend the Games at a diplomatic level. New Zealand will not send dignitaries, mostly due to pandemic travel restrictions. But some argue global leaders should go one step further and keep athletes at home as well.
This whole thing about a diplomatic boycott is nonsense. They're still going to have the Olympics. They're still going to generate money.
Officials here in the UK say they have not yet made a decision whether or not to boycott the Games. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Meanwhile, a commission studying several proposed changes to the Supreme Court justice system is voicing their ideas. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest.
President Biden's bipartisan commission voted unanimously to approve its final report on possible changes to the Supreme Court. The commissioner studied court packing, adding justices to the bench, and how possible term limits could be phased in, moving away from lifetime appointments. They backed the report, but note there was not broad consensus.
There was much disagreement among the commissioners about the various proposals. For example, I am opposed to expanding the size of the court, limiting the terms of the justices, and stripping the court of any of its current jurisdiction.
Moments later, another retired federal judge argued for adding justices.
The court has been effectively packed by one party and will remain packed for years to come with serious consequences to our democracy. Whatever the costs of expansion in the short term, I believe will be more than counterbalanced by the real advantages it will bring to judicial independence and to our democracy.
The commission was created in response to progressives' demands for reform in the wake of President Trump's 3 Supreme Court picks. At the White House, Press Secretary Jen Psaki has tried to lower expectations on possible presidential action and timing.
I don't have a timeline for how long it will take him to review the report. I would remind you all, it's not a recommendations that he either accepts or denies.
Conservatives say this is in response to a 6-3 majority that leans their way. And with lifetime appointments, it is a court which could shape American law for decades.
What's very concerning is now you're hearing Democrats talking about packing the courts because they can't win elections, because they want to undermine the system.
All indications are this blue ribbon report will end up like many others before it, on a shelf. While the debates were respectful, they did not produce a clear vision about changes to the structure of the Supreme Court, which ultimately would be made by Congress. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Meanwhile, going from our nation's capital out to a vantage point we have in Van Horn, Texas at the U.S.-Mexico border. The Biden administration is reluctantly and slowly reinstating the Trump-era return to Mexico policy as ordered by a federal court. This is coming as the surge continues across vulnerable crossing points along the southern border. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin as he brings us the latest from Del Rio, Texas.
It's the dark of night on the Rio Grande, and Fox News is embedded with Texas DPS as they patrol the La Jolla area, looking for illegal activity, and it doesn't take long to find it.
Raft, port bow.
A human smuggler has landed a raft on the U.S. side, full of illegal immigrants. Some flee into the brush, others remain in the boat, including a woman and child. Texas DPS troopers quickly track down the runners and detain them at gunpoint. They are arrested, and the raft they came over on is knifed. When day breaks, Texas DPS gives us an aerial perspective of their efforts. The state of Texas has created a flotilla on the Rio Grande in the La Jolla area, hoping to act as a physical barrier.
We've deployed over 30 boats from Texas Parks and Wildlife, also with our Texas DPS boats as well. And the purpose behind that is to slow the influx of illegal immigrants that are coming across.
But despite all of those boats and the restarting of the Remain in Mexico policy on Monday, migrants continue slipping across the border in the RGV. In Panitas, we've seen dozens of family units giving themselves up at the border wall levee. In La Jolla, this group of runners was caught shortly after crossing illegally. This runner, partially dressed in camo, was caught in the middle of a residential neighborhood. According to a DHS source, in the last 24 hours alone, there have been more than 1,800 encounters with illegal immigrants in the Rio Grande Valley sector and 179 gotaways. Just since October, the sector has seen over 105,000 encounters already. That's a 165% increase over the same time last year.
And when it comes to the Remain in Mexico policy, what we're hearing is it's first being reinstated in El Paso, then it's going to be in Brownsville and Laredo. It is not yet being rolled out here in the Rio Grande Valley or in Del Rio. Both of those sectors are the busiest along the border. Reporting in La Jolla, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Bill Malugin for that report. Don't go anywhere. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when you return, we are going to head out to the state of California to touch base with our KTVU Fox 2 team. A San Mateo County judge is going to re-sentence Scott Peterson today for the death of his pregnant wife that happened in the year of 2002. So if you're just getting up to speed on this situation, we'll be breaking down everything you need to know about a timeline of events in this case, as well as what we can expect in that courtroom today. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A San Mateo County judge will re-sentence Scott Peterson today for the death of his pregnant wife. Peterson is expected to be present inside the courtroom and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. So I do want to head out live to San Mateo County, where we are being joined by KTVU Fox 2's Amanda Quintana to give us the latest on what we can expect today. Amanda, this case is 17 years old and counting. To our viewers who are just kind of getting up to speed on these events, can you walk us through who is Scott Peterson and what has he been convicted for this entire time?
Yes, well, you're right. This case is 17 years in the making. So it was back in 2002 when Lacey Peterson was murdered, her and her unborn son. Then in 2004, her husband, Scott Peterson, was convicted for that murder. So it has been a long time, but this resentencing today is what we're talking about. And that is because last year here in the state of California, the Supreme Court decided to take away the death penalty from his conviction. So they are going to re-sentence him today.
Yeah, and now, Amanda, we are again expecting to see Scott Peterson in court. Do we anticipate to hear from him himself?
Yeah, well, some legal experts have said they do expect Scott to talk today. We are being told that there are 16 seats sitting inside for Lacey Peterson's family and friends, and then there are 16 seats for Scott, his family and friends, and they are expecting it to get emotional today. We could hear from Lacey Peterson's parents as well, but legal experts do expect Scott to talk today as well.
Now, Amanda, something interesting to point out is this entire time, Peterson has maintained his innocence and his family was behind him fighting for his innocence as well. What can you tell us about his attorneys actually trying to get him a new trial?
Yeah, so his attorneys are trying to get him a new trial based on what they are saying. One juror lied on a questionnaire. So one juror in that original trial didn't disclose that she was a victim of a crime, and they're saying that that made the trial unfair. So they are going to talk about that argument in February. It's scheduled to be talked about in February, and that could lead to a new trial. But this is, you know, like you said in the beginning, it has been 17 years of Scott Peterson trying to get a new trial, maintaining his innocence. So it has been a long time of his attorneys fighting for that.
And Amanda, what time can we expect things to get underway in the courtroom, and will the public be able to see it?
Yes, so the public will be able to see it. You can see it online, but it's very limited availability inside the courtroom. I mentioned those seats for Lacey Peterson's family, and then Scott Peterson has some seats in there, but very limited availability inside. You can watch online. It's going to start here at 10 a.m.
All right, well, Fox 2's Amanda Quintana, thank you so much for joining us here this morning, and we'll definitely be touching base with your team to see how this plays out today. You have a great day.
You too. Thanks so much.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. 8:51 a.m. here on the East Coast, but it is only about 2:51 in the morning out there in Honolulu, Hawaii. This is a live now look over the port out there. Really cool that we've got all these cameras able to take you to really any place in the nation that you want to go. Yesterday was obviously a very somber day in Hawaii. We marked the 80th anniversary of the Japanese attacks on Pearl Harbor. It was a day to definitely reflect on the lives lost and to honor the survivors. Well, ceremonies took place at Pearl Harbor National Memorial on Oahu. That's where Honolulu is located. That's where Fox Weather's Max Gordon took a look at how weather and climate has impacted two of the memorial's most powerful features. Let's listen in.
There are two ships still left at Pearl Harbor, the USS Utah and the USS Arizona. Both of them lie where they sank 80 years ago, left to the elements. We spoke to the folks who are tasked with preserving these ships to see what the future has in store for these pieces of history.
Submerged beneath the calm waters of Pearl Harbor, the ships are a touchstone to the past.
It's not just steel and iron sitting in water, it has a soul in some ways.
The USS Arizona and USS Utah entombed the bodies of hundreds of service members after Japanese attackers sank the ships on December 7th, 1941.
There's a feeling that you get when you're on it, and it's one of honor.
Brett Seymour is the deputy chief of the National Park Service's Submerged Natural Resource Center and has spent time diving to both ships.
You're navigating from one point to another, and you look down on the deck, and your eye, you catch something that you've never seen before. And it might be a boot, a leather boot that's laying in the sediment. It might be a fan. We've discovered shaving kits, individual shaving kits with a little razor. All of these little artifacts, as we call them, they're really just connections. They're connections to the human life.
But as important as these ships are as a connection to what happened 80 years ago, they're also impacted by the weather and the elements.
In terms of the preservation of the ship, in the harbor is starting to look at long-range planning for impacts from climate change, sea level rise, and associated infrastructure tied to the ships.
According to the National Park Service, an increase in heavy rain events has brought more sediment deposits to the harbor. Rising sea levels are corroding the USS Arizona and USS Utah at a faster rate, and there's increased strain being placed on the memorial building built over the USS Arizona.
The Arizona Memorial that sits over the ship is an iconic structure that will require probably adaptation measures as sea levels rise and as the environment changes.
But the environment has also played a role in preserving both ships.
The Arizona is in much better shape than most people would even imagine being in the salt waters of Pearl Harbor.
The harbor naturally protects the Arizona and Utah from rough weather, and coral has grown on the ships.
Coralline algae basically creates a scab, if you will, or an incrustation around the entire ship.
That keeps new oxygen-rich water from coming into contact with the outside of the ships and causing additional corrosion. And when preservationists looked inside the ships,
the inside of the ship, the water that fills the bunker spaces inside and the third and the decks, the hold and all of that, is really devoid of oxygen.
Positive preservation news for these links to World War II that the National Park Service says will likely be around for visitors well into the future.
And we want to help them connect not only with the physical remains of the ship, but the story and the context and why it's important to preserve and protect for those future generations.
2 days from now, the Navy and the National Park Service will team up for the first ever live dive of the USS Utah. That'll be live streamed on Facebook, and it'll also be available to watch live at the Pearl Harbor Memorial Visitor Center. On Oahu, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Max Gordon for that very interesting report. We were actually very glad that we were able to see a lot of Pearl Harbor memorials taking place on Oahu yesterday. That's because they have not seen great weather. This is actually a live now look at our XRAD radar hovering over the Hawaiian Islands. You can see the complete orange that surrounds the entire perimeter of all the islands. That's a small craft advisory, which basically means high surf, high winds, the potential of flooding, and that's because a powerful storm has made its way across the Hawaiian Islands. This specifically the Big Island was the first to feel the effects of the storm, and it actually knocked out power and down trees across the entire area. So Fox's Lauren Day has more from Hilo on Hawaii's Big Island. Let's listen in.
Hilo definitely getting some stormy conditions this evening, although it's nothing compared to what the volcano community saw. We arrived here early yesterday and we have been pummeled with the heavy rains and strong winds. Most of the damage from the storm here on the Big Island, though, has to do with power outages and the downed trees. The severe weather knocking out power to some communities. Big Island residents picking up the pieces after the storm. Severe weather pummeling the volcano communities.
It was blowing really hard last night, so it was scary. Power went out about 2:30 yesterday, and it's been flickering on and off, but nothing steady at all.
The howling wind bringing down 3 massive trees on his property.
We heard a big crack and then a boom.
The Smith family got lucky. They tell me so far it doesn't look like their roof was damaged, and if this tree had fallen just 2 more feet to the right, take a look, it would have completely wiped out their water catchment.
No more water, 10,000 gallons of water gone, and then I have to pay to get another one, and they cost about $5,000.
Down trees not just impacting power, but also water.
We had a tree that fell over a water tank in Hilo, in upper Waikiauka, and that took about 250 people's homes, well, actually 250 homes off of water.
David Smith says he's just grateful because the damage could have been a lot worse.
God had his hand on us in this storm. It could have been a whole lot worse. So I'm just thankful that we're safe, our house is safe, my Jeep is safe, the catchment is safe. So we'll just hunker down until it's over and move forward.
As you can imagine, first responders as well as Hawaiian Electric crews have been busy trying to clean the debris and restore power to communities. Flooding still a potential concern here on the Big Island. Mayor Mitch Roth says if you do have any damage to your property, report it to Civil Defense. Reporting from the Big Island, Lauren Day, KHON2 News, working for Hawaii. Hilo.
And here is a live look we have over the port of Honolulu out there in Hawaii, just approaching the 3 o'clock hour there out there. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're approaching the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And when we return, we are going to give you another breakdown of all the trials and courtrooms that we'll have our eye on this Wednesday, December 8th. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday, December 8th. We have officially reached the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for just a little bit more before my co-host Matt Lapoli joins you and brings you the latest on all the top stories that we are following as well. I do want to begin and let you know that we are keeping a close eye on several courtrooms across the nation throughout the day. So I just want to give you a little breakdown at what we're looking at. So in Chicago, Illinois, we've got closing arguments expected to get underway today in the Jussie Smollett trial. He is the former Empire actor accused of staging his own attack in January of 2019. He has been taking the stand in his own defense. He was cross-examined yesterday, and the defense officially rested their case following that cross-examination. So we'll be hearing closing arguments today. If and when we get a verdict today, or whether it be tomorrow, whenever, you can bet that we will be bringing you that breaking news development here on Live Now from Fox. We are also keeping tabs on a courtroom out there in California. Scott Peterson. So he has been convicted for basically more than a decade. This case is 17 years in the making for killing his pregnant wife. He was charged with first-degree murder for killing his wife, Lacey Peterson, and second-degree murder for killing his unborn child, who they were planning on naming Connor. He is expected to be resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in a California federal courtroom today. Scott Peterson is expected to speak himself. We have not heard from him within these last 17 years. We also do know that specific seats are reserved for his family members as well as Lacey's family members to also speak. So we could be hearing some emotional statements today in that California courtroom. We do know that the courtroom will be streaming it on a specific website. So if we can bring you this courtroom feed here, we will stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox for sure. Stay with us also because in about, I want to say 10 minutes, we're going to be touching base with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team as opening statements in the Kim Potter trial begin today. She is the former Brooklyn Center police officer charged in the shooting death of Dante Wright. We are going to hear from the prosecution and defense. We do know that the trial judge does plan on wrapping up this case before Christmas Eve. So we will have cameras in the courtroom and we will be streaming those opening statements for you here on Live Now from Fox. As we keep tabs on those feeds and prepare to also speak live with our Fox 9 team, I do want to bring you an interview from our very own Christy Larson. She spoke with a legal analyst about what we can expect in this very high-profile case as it gets underway in court today. Let's listen in.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There is a look at Kim Potter. She is the ex-Minnesota officer who is charged in the death of Dante Wright. Now, her trial will begin this week. Tomorrow, this will have opening statements, and we, of course, wanted to talk ahead of these opening statements about everything surrounding this case. Now, both attorneys have their opening statements ready to go, as one side will argue that she was mistakenly grabbed her gun instead of her taser while she had fatally shot Wright. But prosecutors are going to say Potter was reckless and negligent and should go to prison. What we want to do is, of course, break it all down with you with one of our legal experts, Ben Taylor, who's been on here with us multiple times on Live Now from Fox. So thank you, Ben, for being here again. And let's just talk a little bit about this case. She is facing two charges. One is first-degree manslaughter, the other is second-degree manslaughter. What are kind of some of your thoughts going into tomorrow?
I mean, this is a very interesting case because you have a police officer who has been on the duty for many, many years and who was a training officer at the time. And now she's a former officer. So it's going to come down to, like you discussed, Christy, whether or not does the jury believe that by accident, was it an accident, and that they find an accident, they might find her not guilty, or do they believe that she should have known better? She should have known that the taser wasn't a taser, but it was really a gun. And if they find that, they might find her guilty, or a hung jury. So this is a very interesting case because you have a police officer who pretty much has been on duty for many years, who's a training officer. And was it an easy mistake, or did she really know or should have known that the weapon that she grabbed was a gun instead of a taser?
You know, a lot of discussion is surrounding that same topic. Happened right after this incident. This did take place back on April 11th. This also going on while the Derek Chauvin trial was going on in Minneapolis. Of course, a lot of people know that that officer obviously had been charged. And so we were in the middle of that trial when this incident happened. The discussion about the weight of the taser versus the gun, will that be brought up then into the courtroom? As again, you said she's an experienced officer. Usually they wear their belt. They have everything in the same places. Is that going to be something we're going to hear from teams who are questioning what happened exactly that day?
Yes, you're going to have the prosecutor. The prosecutor's job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this officer should have known and should have known better and acted in basically negligence or was reckless in handling this weapon of a gun instead of a taser. So that's what this prosecutor is going to try to prove and show the jury that Kim Potter should have known better. She should have realized that, and she shouldn't even pull the trigger, and she should know the difference between a gun versus a taser. Of course, the defense attorney is going to go up there and talk about her experience. You're going to hear about how she's a well-trained officer, how a lot of people have respected her over the years, and that this was an innocent mistake. Unfortunately, somebody died. Dante Wright was the man who died. However, this is an innocent mistake, and this is what you're going to hear from the defense attorneys. So it's going to be very interesting because you're going to have a juror of 12 people who are going to listen to all the evidence tomorrow, and opening statements are very key because this is the first time these jurors are going to hear pretty much the outline of the case. So they've heard a little bit about the case. They've probably seen some stuff in the media, but this is the first time they'll hear from the attorneys. So you want to, as an attorney, either the prosecutor or the defense, you want to make sure that these jurors are awake. You want to come out strong. And you want to make sure that your points are well articulated. So that way, these jurors in the beginning of the trial, which is one of the most important parts of the trial, will remember your statements throughout the rest of the trial when they hear testimony.
Now, that's something I want to touch on, Ben, since you're obviously a person who's been inside of these courtrooms. You just touched on something I wanted to ask you about. This obviously has been a story that has been in the news media ever since the incident happened. So how do you handle that going into these opening statements? Because there's probably been some different things that these jury members have read, and they want to make sure to get their storyline through and straight. And as you said, make it memorable as well.
Yes, and that's why they're going to rely on the judge, too, to make sure that these jurors are fair and impartial, that no matter what they heard or read about or people have talked about right there in Minnesota throughout the last year for this case, that they're not influenced, that they're supposed to be influenced only by what they hear in the courtroom and the evidence and testimony that's presented. So that's the only thing they can do is to judge the trial. I mean, this is a high-profile trial once again. And these are trials that have happened, months and months afterwards. And we've had another high-profile trial, Derek Chauvin, earlier this year. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see these jurors and what they're going to do in this case. Because this is a very different case, and the fact that this is something that the defense can easily argue is an honest, innocent mistake, and the prosecutor is going to argue that this was reckless. This was negligence, and the officer should have known better. So these jurors it's going to be up to them ultimately. So they pick the jurors that they've been picking them for the past couple of days, and that's the most important part of the case is making sure that the jurors understand your point, because these are the people who are going to decide either not guilty or guilty at the end of the day.
And I want to just touch on, since we're talking about the Derek Chauvin trial, obviously video evidence played a huge part in that. You saw the officer kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. You saw him with handcuffs behind his back. This, again, is going to be another instance where we have video evidence. And so I want to talk about, you do see, though, pretty shocked expression on Kim Potter's face after she had shot Daunte Wright. Now, will that play any part into the courtroom? Obviously, that video will probably be shown a number of times to these jury members.
The jurors are going to rely upon that video. That video is going to be key evidence, because that's what happened that same day when Daunte Wright was pulled over for the traffic stop. So the jurors are going to be looking into Daunte Wright's actions. They're going to be looking into Kim Potter's actions and reactions, and they're going to base their whole case mainly upon the video. Of course, you're going to have other people testify and other people talk about the incident, but the videos, as we always talk about, witnesses can lie, attorneys can even exaggerate or even lie, but at the end of the day, the jurors look at the video and they're smart. They use their own common sense, and they're going to look at this video and decide whether or not Kim Potter, at the time of that day of the traffic stop, whether or not she was guilty or not guilty, and whether or not she knew that this weapon was either a taser or a gun that could kill Daunte Wright. So it's going to be interesting, but yes, the key evidence in this whole case will be that video. And you might hear the jurors even ask to see the video again. And when we get to deliberations, you might see the jurors ask, can we have the video played again? Can we hear everything? Can we break it down? Because that's what they're going to decide this whole case about.
So speaking of deliberations, what would they have to kind of be proven in the courtroom? What would the jury really need shown to them for a full acquittal to happen? Because that could be one of the outcomes, or we could just find her guilty on both of the charges against her.
This case can even be a hung jury too. So it can be guilty, not guilty, or the jurors can't even decide, because all 12 of them have to be unanimous. All 12 of them have to decide whether or not Kim Potter is guilty or not guilty. So they all have to talk, they all have to listen to the evidence, and they all have to discuss amongst themselves. And basically, at the end of the day, they have to come up with a decision. All 12 of them. If all 12 of them can't decide, say it's 6 and 6, 6 say not guilty, 6 say guilty, that means you have a hung jury, and you might have to do the whole trial over again. So once they hear all the evidence, and we understand that Kim Potter might even...
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are currently listening in to a very informative interview segment from our very own Christy Larson, speaking with a legal expert on what we can expect throughout the Kim Potter trial. She is the former Brooklyn Center police officer charged in the shooting death of Daunte Wright. Opening statements are expected to begin today, so I do want to leave this segment and head out live to outside of the courtroom out there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That is where Fox 9's Bill Keller is joining us live with the latest. Bill, good morning to you. This has no doubt been a very high-profile case. So to kind of get started, what charges is Kim Potter facing?
Well, good morning, Regina. Yeah, Kim Potter is charged with both first and second-degree manslaughter, and that's for the fatal shooting of the 20-year-old Daunte Wright you mentioned there. Opening statements set to begin just about 45 minutes away right now. That's when jurors are going to hear two very different versions of the same deadly traffic stop that was last April. Keep in mind, Potter claims that she meant to use her taser. You can hear her say taser, taser on the body cam, but she ended up grabbing her gun and shooting him dead. Prosecutors are going to argue that it was reckless and negligent. The defense expected to counter that she was really an innocent, that it was a tragic mistake. We also learned that Kim Potter does plan to take the stand in her own defense.
Yeah, and Bill, I do want to touch on the fact that jury selection was going on last week. And I remember just around this time, I was touching base with your colleague, Kelly O'Connell, and she was saying that it was moving rather swiftly. So this morning, what do we know about the seated jury?
Well, it's made up of 14 people. They've got 12 and 2 alternates. It is 75% white. Keep in mind, Daunte Wright is mixed race. That matches, though, the demographics of Hennepin County. There are 6 men, 6 women, of course, the 2 alternates. 8 of the 12 jurors are also under the age of 50. And this jury, by the way, different than the one we saw for the murder of George Floyd. This is going to be sequestered during the trial partially, then fully sequestered during deliberation, unlike the Derek Chauvin trial.
And now, Bill, I know, have heard from the family of Daunte Wright. What have they been saying leading up to the beginning of this trial? What have we heard from them?
Well, pretty much firsthand accounts. You're going to hear some spark of life comments in court. Keep in mind, following opening statements, prosecutors are going to begin laying out their case early on. Jurors will likely hear from Daunte Wright's mother herself. Keep in mind, she was on the phone with her son during the deadly encounter. Earlier in the year, she said that she thought that maybe he was being arrested. She then called back and said that the girl who was in the car, his girlfriend, was sitting next to him. They were actually FaceTiming when the girl started crying and screaming and saying that he had been shot. So it'll be very interesting to see how that emotional spark of life account sits with the jury. Of course, other witnesses for the prosecution, they're going to include the woman who was sitting next to Wright, as I mentioned. And then you've got, of course, the former Brooklyn Center police chief and the usual host of expert witnesses like the use of force and the training experts that the defense will likely call.
All right. Well, Bill, thank you so much for getting our viewers up to speed this morning. I know that, as you said, things are expected to get underway soon, and we will be streaming that live for our viewers. So you have a great rest of your day. Stay warm, and we'll touch base with your team later.
You bet.
All right, everybody.
Okay,
huge shout out to Bill and his team. They will be keeping us up to speed throughout this entire trial. Again, the judge does plan on getting things wrapped up before Christmas Eve. So we will have cameras inside of that courtroom, and we'll be streaming those opening statements for you here shortly on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to come back out here to Central Florida live, specifically the Melbourne area, where we are hearing from the family of a Florida Institute of Technology student who was shot and killed after an encounter with campus safety and police. So that will be coming up after this quick break. All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. As promised, here are a few remarks from the family of a Florida Institute of Technology student who was shot and killed after an encounter with campus safety and police. They spoke for about 8-9 minutes, so I do want to listen in here for a little bit on Live Now from Fox. This happened just moments ago live.
Already been there since you've been in town?
The family will not be visiting Florida Tech today. We have retrieved his belongings from the school, but they've asked us not to come back or not to come on campus. The family not to come on campus.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's a little insensitive, given the situation. I would think that they would have been a little more amenable to allowing the family to have some closure, but they have their processes that they are following, and that's why there's an independent investigation.
Why did they cite that? Why did they say they couldn't come on campus? Was it security? Was it privacy? Why did they say no?
There was no specific reason given why they weren't allowed on campus, but we were contacted by legal representatives for the institution that indicated that they would like to ensure that the family's not going to be on campus at all.
As far as you know, was he getting good grades? Was he having any trouble with his grades or any particular course that would have been trouble for him? Or anything?
Right. No, not that the family's aware of. As I said, he's a very exemplary student, and they anticipated that he would continue to do well at Florida Tech as well.
And have you heard how many times police fired their weapons?
That's still being investigated. There's an autopsy that has been performed or is being performed, but obviously we don't have the results of that autopsy yet. We don't know how many shots were fired and or who fired first or second or what.
Some students were reporting between 5 and 15 shots fired.
5 and 15 shots for a young man who's 5'2", 120 pounds. I think that, that speaks for itself.
Will you again ask that the family can go to the campus and maybe see the sites or whatever you need to do to get that closure?
Given the request or the cease and desist by the campus or by the school in terms of not wanting the family to be there, they will not be attending the campus. In fact, will be returning back to Atlanta to prepare for the funeral for Al-Haji.
And did he attend the local mosque?
Yes. Al-Haji is well known by all the imams in Atlanta and even beyond Atlanta, because most of those imams, Al-Haji is a student for most of those imams, because he's just not studying like his major, but he also studying the Quran. He knows how to read the Quran, and Al-Haji know what the Quran tells us and how to live our life. So most of the imams in Atlanta and the Atlanta area knows Al-Haji.
And where are you and your wife from originally?
I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and my wife is from Guinea, West Africa.
Sir, what do you miss the most about your son?
I mean, my son, he serves, Al-Haji don't go nowhere. He stays on. Al-Haji is an obedient child. Even Al-Haji is good. Even if you kill a fly, like when you kill a fly at the house, Al-Haji will say, don't kill that fly. That fly have a life. That fly have a right to live. So when they told me about Al-Haji, when the school called me about Al-Haji, I was driving. And then I told them, that's not my son. I said, I know my son. That's not my son. Al-Haji is not going to take a knife. But if Al-Haji have a knife, something happened in that campus to make Al-Haji carry a knife. If Al-Haji had a knife, that's exactly what I told the school. So
what time did you get that call?
What time did you get that call?
Dr.
That was between 10 to 11 a.m. Kentucky time. So that's maybe like 12, between 11 and 12 you guys time.
So it was after midnight?
No, a.m.
A.m.
in the morning.
Saturday morning.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. So
Almost 12 hours after the incident.
exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Did they explain why the time differential and taking that much time to find out what happened, or at least get the identification?
No. There's been no explanation as to why there was, any delay in terms of informing the family. Again, all of these are things that we, are going to look into in this investigation.
Greg, can you spell the father's first name, please?
Sure.
Mohamed.
And the mother's?
And
Adama.
And it's Sal.
Sal, yes.
Her last name is Diallo. Diallo. And mine is Sow. Sow.
Do
you have a card?
I do.
Will you be sending his photo via email like you did for
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'll release that.
And I need to give you my email as well.
Okay.
Is it possible to get it before noon?
Yes.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. These were some remarks that happened just moments ago. The family of an 18-year-old Florida Institute of Technology student who was shot and killed after an encounter with campus safety has spoken this morning. The campus police and safety alleging that they got a call that the student had a knife, and when they confronted the student that he lunged at them, which is why they shot him. So getting some reaction from the family this morning. We'll continue to follow this case along with our Fox 35 Orlando team here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I've been joining you from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. My co-host Matt Lapoli will be keeping you up to speed with all of the top stories after this quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are actually going to head back out to the White House. Our very own Andrew Kraft speaking with a former diplomat about that very anticipated virtual call with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, and President Biden, talking about the relationship and potential attacks between Russia and the Ukraine. So we will play that interview segment for you when you return.
Right now, we're going to bring in a friend of the program, former diplomat
Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. There's a lot to get to, especially regarding this story with the virtual call that took place today. The one thing that sticks out to me is the White House is seeming to make a lot of conditional statements that basically say, they're acting as if Putin does invade Ukraine. They're saying this is what we're going to do if they invade Ukraine, meaning that that would already happen and then what they have planned would go into place. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly part of the problem here is we've got a situation where Putin is setting the terms of our negotiations instead of us establishing here's what we expect, and not just don't invade Ukraine, but, oh, by the way, you already have troops in eastern Ukraine, Luhansk, Donetsk, and Crimea. Get those forces out of there. Return Crimea and those portions of eastern Ukraine to the Ukrainian government. This is really, quite frankly, a sliding slope, and it's heading down towards Moscow.
And Brett, there's so much discussion now about one of those action items that has been put on the table if an invasion happens is to cut off development of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that's providing, natural gas and energy to Germany. There was a call with the German leader about that. A lot of Republican lawmakers have said that that's kind of their red line as well. Do you think that will happen?
Yeah, I have to say I was surprised by Jake's comments in the briefing room, where he was almost suggesting that pipeline ought to be a foregone conclusion, that Russia should watch their actions when it comes to Ukraine because it put at risk Nord Stream 2. Whereas in reality, and I think a lot of American leaders in Congress, elsewhere, would like to see the U.S.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are going to break into this interview now because we want to bring you to a live event going on right now. Senator Gillibrand of New York is speaking about military funding, and we want to bring that to you now live.
Remove serious crimes out of the chain of command, which is the only way to create the professional, unbiased system that we've been advocating for, that survivors, veterans organizations, constitutional experts, and the IRC, the Independent Review Commission, have called for. To quote Secretary Austin's own panel, the DOD's Office of the Special Victim Prosecutor structure must be and must be seen as independent of the chains of command of the victim and the accused, all the way through the secretaries of the military departments. Anything less will likely be seen as compromising what is designed to be an independent part of the military justice process. But under this NDAA, the commander remains the convening authority, a central role to the military justice system. Every single court-martial will still begin with the words, "This court-martial was convened by order of the commander." Commanders can still pick the jury, select the witnesses, grant or deny witness immunity requests, order depositions, and approve the hiring of expert witnesses and consultants. And they can also continue to allow service members accused of crimes the option of separation from service instead of facing court-martial, a total denial of justice. When the commander is so deeply involved in a case, there's no independence for the prosecutor, and there's no perception of independence for the accused or the accuser. Dividing these responsibilities further between the commander and the prosecutor will add layers of bureaucracy, slowing the process down and making it longer for survivors to seek justice and to see justice. These reforms also fail to draw a bright line at all serious non-military crimes. That bright line is critical because it's what helps avoid creating the so-called pink courts. focused solely on sex crimes, which only further stigmatizes survivors, something survivors have specifically asked us to avoid doing. Drawing that bright line also avoids creating an inherent inequality in the military justice system. Every victim and accused offender in these serious cases should be treated equally and have access to a system that is both professional and unbiased. The majority of our colleagues have recognized that. Our bill has the support of a bipartisan filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and a majority in the House. But the will of those members was ignored in the NDAA, where committee leaders stripped out reforms from the bill behind closed doors, despite assurances that they would follow regular order. A problem as serious as this one deserves serious consideration. Every member should be able to cast their vote on this bill. We will continue to call for a floor vote on the Military Justice Improvement and Increasing Prevention Act, so the voices of our colleagues, of our service members, and especially survivors are not silenced. The good news is that both Majority Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi support not just this bill, but having a standalone vote on it. So there is a path forward, and we will keep taking it. I now would like to bring up Senator Grassley, our Republican lead.
Thank you. I'm going to take off where Senator Gillibrand left off. I'm going to comment more on the process in the United States Senate. We have seen the power structure of the United States Senate interfere with the goals of 2/3 of the United States Senate with the changes made to the Gillibrand bill. Since 2013, Senator Gillibrand and I and others have fought the status quo in the military justice system. For too long, we have been told the status quo would change. Well, guess what? The status quo has not changed. When members of our military are sexually assaulted, they aren't getting the justice they deserve. It's shameful, and that's why 2/3 of the United States Senate got behind the work of Senator Gillibrand over the last 8 years. So 8 years later, our bipartisan bill has garnered 66 co-sponsors. It's incredibly rare, almost a supermajority making a point on any subject in the United States Senate. But our point against sexual assault with 66 members is abundantly clear, not clear enough to the power structure of the United States Senate. Yet the decision makers on the defense bill still on this subject don't want to go far enough to bring the justice that sexual assault victims deserve. They've gutted our sexual assault provisions. After 8 years, we all ought to be sick and tired of foot dragging on this subject and interference of the power structure of the United States Senate with the judgment of 66 members of the United States Senate. But as Senator Gillibrand has explained to you, we're not going to give up until this job is done. There's too much at stake.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Senator Ernst.
Thank you, everyone. I served as a commander in the military, and I am a survivor of sexual assault. And this is a very important issue to me. And as we say in the military, I'm going to give you the bottom line up front, our bluff. We wouldn't be where we are today without the tremendous leadership of my friends, Senator Gillibrand, Senator Grassley, and Senator Blumenthal. We've made some really, and I'll quote, momentous steps forward, as retired Colonel Don Christensen, the former chief prosecutor of the United States Air Force and the president of Protect Our Defenders, said yesterday. From the prevention efforts, including education and greater security on our military bases, to the independent special trial counsel, We really have made some progress, taking steps forward that I do support. And that's because of the years of persistence of my colleagues. I am disappointed that we did not get every aspect of our bill included, and we should have the ability to do that. In part, this is due to the broken National Defense Authorization Act process we saw this year. We should have been on this bill much, much earlier so that we could have a robust debate about the extremely important issues, especially the one of sexual assault and military justice reform. The Senate Armed Services Committee passed our bill in the Senate NDAA in its entirety. We have the support of over 65 senators, a veto-proof majority. We should have a standalone vote on the Military Justice Improvement and Increasing Prevention Act. And I hope that at this point we can recognize that we have seen a number of momentous steps forward, very critical steps forward, and we have made this year's NDAA to prevent, we've made it so far in this year's NDAA so that we can help prevent sexual assault and hold accountable those who commit such atrocities against our service members. But we still have a long ways to go. So I am so grateful, Senators Gillibrand and especially Senators Grassley and Blumenthal as well for their great leadership. Again, I want to stress that over and over. The commitment that they have had through the years and making sure we get this over the finish line is laudable and it's commendable. So we've made a lot of progress, probably some of the most important progress, most momentous progress that we have seen ever in our history of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But we still have a number of steps to go, and we'll continue that fight. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks. Senator Ernst is absolutely right. This measure represents a lot of progress. I think back to the earliest days, 10 years ago, when I was involved with Senator Gillibrand, and there was an implacable wall of opposition to taking sexual assault out of the chain of command. And she was relentless and tireless. And this measure alone constitutes progress, but it's nowhere near enough. And that's why we need a standalone vote. As a former prosecutor, this system makes no sense. Crimes related to sexual assault are left in the chain of command. So prosecuting a lesser crime for sexual assault is impossible here in the same consistent way as would prevail in the civilian system. For someone who's been a prosecutor, it makes no sense. For a military commander focused on military readiness, it makes no sense. Look at the burden that is left with the commander. This is the NDAA, a list of time-consuming and burdensome tasks that remain with the commander under the NDAA, as opposed to our act that makes it much more expeditious, less costly, and burdensome and time-consuming. Military commanders, I think, will ask for a better system, and we're going to give it to them. We need a standalone vote, and we need to continue the job, get it done, and make sure that our military as well as our justice system are well served.
Senator Grassley has a pre-existing commitment, so we'll answer questions if you have any.
For all three of you. Are you going to vote for the NDAA today? Because even though this is not part of the legislation?
I think everyone has probably a different answer on that, but I will be voting no. I'm assuming you're voting yes. Yes.
And I will vote yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're voting no because?
Of this.
clarify, is your game plan to call for a vote entirely separate from the NDA, or because this isn't actually a conference report and you can call for an amendment vote if you wanted to? Is that your...
No, the amendment process is fixed in, so I will be calling for an up or down vote. And we have precedent for that. When we repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, there was opposition by members to vote with it in the NDAA, so they separated it out, and it was ultimately repealed in an individual up or down vote. So we have precedent for taking, especially issues of significance, out of the NDA and doing it separately.
You do have a 115 UC today,
Which will be objected to.
If you get that up or down vote, would it like supersede what's
Yes.
in the NDA, or would it like work with like how you were talking about?
Well, so everything in the NDA is fine. This would just correct the pieces that need to be corrected. So, for example, the NDA only takes out 11 crimes. Our bill takes out 38 crimes. The NDAA doesn't remove convening authority from the commander. Our bill will remove convening authority from the commander. But the Special Victims Council work as a specialized training of counsels to become expert in sex crimes, which is fine and very complementary to what we built in the Military Justice Improvement and Prevention Act.
Do you have any sense of why this was stripped out during conference, or what the specific issues that came up during conference about it were?
The DOD opposes it. They want the reform to be as minimal as possible. They prefer the status quo.
You've been calling for UC for, countless times over the past couple of months. How do you change that dynamic? I mean, you're going to probably run into arguably the same roadblock, won't you?
Right. The point of asking unanimous consent for a vote is to elevate the issue so my colleagues, the Senate, and my state understand why I am dissatisfied with the particular language in the NDAA and why it's important for survivors, for the veterans community, for 29 attorneys general, for 220 House members and 66 senators that we get an opportunity to be heard on this issue. And the NDA is a highly complex, extremely complex document. And these issues of criminal justice are also extremely complex. Most people don't understand what a convening authority is and how much power it has and what the perception of military members have of the convening authority. And so when the convening authority is resting in the hands of the commander and the first word the trial judge says is this court-martial is convened by Commander so-and-so, it sets the tone, and that prosecutor has to ask permission for a whole host of things that, again, keeps the power in the hands of the commander. So if you're a survivor who believes that the commander's never going to believe you or take you seriously, you may not ever report because the commander's still in charge. So that's the whole point of wanting to take this out of the chain of command, was so that survivors would come forward, report these cases, and also for the civil rights and social justice issues, for commanders who may well be biased, you want to have defendants' rights protected as much as plaintiffs' rights, especially for serious crimes when penalties are over a year or more. So the whole point is to have a better, more professionalized military justice system so everybody gets a better system of justice. Yep. Anything else on this topic for either?
Related on the draft.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, sure. We're very upset about that, too.
Yeah, what is your reaction to that?
We're upset. Yes. So the purpose of what's it called? Selective service. The purpose of selective service is so that in a time of national emergency, that people who are needed can be called up immediately to help the American people be safe and secure under any national emergency. And to say only men are needed in that moment of a national emergency is outrageous and obscene. And standing next to a former military commander, it's exceedingly outrageous. And so women and men should be required to file for selective service when they turn 18, so that, God forbid, there's a national emergency, all able-bodied individuals are called up to help at that moment. And it's a slap in the face to every service member who is female, who has put their life on the line for this country, because it's a backhanded way of saying your service isn't necessary. We don't expect to have a draft in this country ever. We want to have an all-volunteer force. But what the selective service means is an ability to be called up at a time of grave need.
So
And you should
I
speak
will
to this.
say
Come to the
ditto.
microphone.
I would say ditto to that, and I am in support of women being required to register for selective service. We have fought so long and hard to be treated as equals when it comes to the combat arms. And roughly 6 years or so ago, combat arms were open to females. As long as you meet the standard required by that branch of service, you should be allowed to participate. Because we are asking for equal opportunity within the military structure, we also should expect that of our young women across the United States. And God forbid that we ever have a draft again. We hope that never, ever happens. I want to continue to see a strong all-volunteer force, but to think that we would only send women picked by the draft to the front lines to fight in infantry units. I think that's what a lot of America thinks of when they think about the draft. But I know full well that a woman could certainly, although she could choose to serve in the infantry if she met the standard, she could also choose to serve in a cyber unit where she is sitting behind lines where she's safe, but certainly working to disrupt the enemy. All of these jobs are important. And
she might be a pilot. She might be
she
a doctor. She might be
yes.
the military has every
She
job
could be
under the sun. And
she
so,
could be a truck driver.
Yes, she could be doing supply chain, which Joni's an expert on.
But yeah, so we're disappointed.
And we need more of all those
Disappointed.
skills. We need more of them. But let me make a larger point
Yeah,
about
please, Richard.
about the process. You know, these two provisions are among quite a number that have just disappeared after we voted for them. And it wasn't just kind of a snap judgment. We actually, on the Armed Services Committee, we sit for days, literally full days, behind closed doors, deliberating, debating all of these provisions. The justice provisions of the NDAA are the result of lengthy and elaborate conversation, debate within our committee.
And hearings. Multiple
and hearings.
over many years.
So the question really is, what happened? What happened to the democratic process here? And for me, it emphasizes the importance of the vote we take at the beginning of every armed services markup. We close the doors. Now, I have voted consistently to keep those doors open. The argument always is, oh, you know, it reduces the time necessary for debate. It's, you know, we don't have to go selectively into confidential or classified settings for one issue or another. But here's the result, that the American people aren't seeing the deliberative process. And so I think there's a need for more transparency so the American people understand the reasons why we wanted these provisions in the bill and why the vote was overwhelmingly bipartisan in favor of them. This is not a partisan issue as you gathered here. None of these issues we've been discussing or the others that were deleted from the bill were kind of partisan party line votes. They were really the result of consensus.
The whim of the chairman and the ranking member, apparently.
There was a report that the selective service provision was traded for the military justice reforms that did get into the bill. Is that your understanding of what happened?
We wouldn't know because
We're not part of
happened
those, that trading.
somewhere else.
We can speculate like you, but we weren't there. We weren't in the room.
And if that's the case, that's an outrage since since the military justice provisions that were included were extremely limited.
And this is not we're not here to criticize the chairman or the ranking member. It's the process really that maybe needs some review.
Senator Gillibrand, I mean, when I spoke to you previously, you said basically it's
Yeah,
going to be
thanks, Joni. Take care.
It's going to come down to the 4 people in the room that are going to determine whether or not this gets in the bill.
Yes.
So was it them or was it the DOD?
Well, I think it's the 4 people in the room that make the decision. But the DOD is extremely effective in misleading members of Congress, in writing language for staff, in assuring members that when it says the special victims prosecutors are independent and their decisions are binding, that somehow convening authority doesn't mean anything. It's shocking that members of Congress wouldn't realize that makes those words of independent and binding irrelevant and meaningless, because the convening authority has the authority over so many aspects of the trial. So I don't know who's responsible, but I know that the four corners of the conference committee have the ultimate authority and decision-making power. And whether they were misled or don't fully understand it or just intentionally don't like these reforms, those are questions you have to ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you heard there, we were listening to senators talk about potential military reforms, a bill that would deal with the military's budget is meeting some bipartisan resistance, of course, because some of those provisions for military justice reform have been weakened in negotiations. And with the House scheduled to leave for the rest of the year, lawmakers in the Senate have a very narrow window if they want to get that bill onto the president's desk before the end of 2021. We'll be right back with more news in just a moment. All right, taking a live look over Earth there that's now changed into some video of a satellite. We are looking back at light emitted potentially to the dawn of time for this next story. That's what NASA is looking to do with its new telescope to study some of the biggest mysteries about the universe. We got to speak with a NASA scientist ahead of this new satellite's launch.
Taking a trip almost all the way back to the beginning of time takes special equipment.
This is going to be pretty tremendous.
In fact, it'll take a new telescope towering over its predecessors, both in size and, well, in scope.
See how galaxies evolve over time.
Thomas Green is an astrophysicist with the NASA Ames Research Center. He's been working on bringing the James Webb Telescope to reality for more than 2 decades, and now it's ready for launch.
It has to fold up in order to fit into the rocket. That is quite a piece of engineering. It's technology that we have used on Earth in some little windows that have come through the atmosphere, but everything on Earth glows. and the telescope of James Webb's going to be cold enough, so it's going to be glowing like 10,000 times less than something on Earth would. And this is going to give us the kind of sensitivity that we need to see these objects. And cool objects are going to emit at these wavelengths, like some of these planets we're going to look at. Also, the very first things in the universe, they may be emitting invisible light, but because the universe is expanding so fast, that visible light actually gets shifted. It gets made more red from the Doppler shift, like you hear when a train whistle goes by you at a train crossing.
Once it's launched, it'll be about 6 months before James Webb starts beaming back some of its findings, hopefully showing off a closer look than ever before of planets intriguing astronomers for years.
We're going to look at more planets with Webb than Hubble has looked at planets over its full career, and we'll be learning much more about them.
And to understand about the possibility of far-off forms of life and the origins of it here on Earth.
What else is in the universe? Are we alone? So the are we alone is a big deal. Certainly that's one that resonates with everybody. We've been asking since we were alive. I think the Greeks documented asking these big questions. How did we get here? The universe formed. James Webb's going to address that. Most of the planets we know of now are not like anything in the solar system. And we want to study the atmospheres of these kinds of planets to understand better how they were created, how they evolved, where they formed relative to their stars, because other solar systems look different, and also whether there are any planets like Earth at all. And we should be able to get some glimpses with that, James Webb.
But even if some questions remain lingering, even after James Webb's 10-year mission, Thomas Green is excited to study whatever new evidence in solving the mysteries of space is unearthed by James Webb.
And, I want to understand the atmospheres of planets, how a lot of these planets that we don't have in our solar system, sort of what makes them tick. Also studying how stars form. And was involved, I think, it started in 1998.
All right, and we know that that telescope will launch on December 22nd, so certainly we are looking forward to that. We're going to switch gears now and head toward some trial coverage. The trial against Kim Potter, the officer facing manslaughter charges in the Minneapolis area. Our news partners at Fox 9 are covering the start of this trial, so we do want to dip into some of their coverage now.
Let's pick up on that for a moment, because you just said the entire goal in these opening arguments is to lay out the legal case that the jury is about to hear. But let's face it, we're all humans, and jurors are too. So I have to believe that on some level, the attorneys on both sides are going to want to make kind of an interpersonal connection with those jurors too.
Absolutely. The state, you will hear, is going to talk about who Dante Wright was. The son, the ball player, the young father. They are going to want the jury to connect emotionally with Dante Wright. The defense is likely going to talk about, again, who Kim Potter is. And we're going to hear that from her own mouth, which, again, typically we wouldn't know that at this stage. Also, it's important to note that the defense isn't required to give an opening statement at this time. They can decide to wait and do their opening statement at the conclusion of the state's case. I wouldn't anticipate that here. I fully expect that the defense will make an opening statement. And again, what each party is doing is they're presenting to the jury the evidence that's to come and how they believe it is going to be entered in, what they're going to hear. And so although it'll be the same witnesses, the defense wants you to hear something different from those witnesses than the state.
Let's talk about the makeup of the jury here for a second, Debbie. We've got, as Paul alluded to, we have 6 men, 6 women. All the men are white. Among the women, we have 2 Asian and 1 black. And then, of course, we have 2 alternates on top of that. You and I talked a lot last week about the makeup of this jury and how there was a lot of questioning that went on in jury selection about attitudes and beliefs towards police officers. That was really key in the selection of this jury. Take us back to that questioning here and why it's important for both attorneys to parse this out?
Yeah, both attorneys really focused on the jurors' perceptions and beliefs about law enforcement. Particularly now, we have seen a lot of individuals who are more progressive in thinking and questioning law enforcement, their behavior, their actions, what is right, how far they should be able to go. And that's something that historically we've seen from jurors that they don't do that, but now they are. And so it was really important for the defense to be sure to question those jurors and make sure that those jurors could put aside any beliefs or biases that they had towards law enforcement. The state also wanted to make sure that there weren't individuals on the jury whose position was, you don't question law enforcement. They wanted to be sure that all of the jurors would keep an open mind, be fair, be unbiased, and actually listen to the testimony here.
In fact, there was one potential juror in this case who Paul Eng, one of the defense attorneys, actually went through her social media feed and pulled up and read back to her a number of posts that she had made that he perceived were critical of police officers. And he used that as a strike against this particular juror. So, and again, it's one of those lessons that what you post in social media can come back to affect future events.
Oh, absolutely. And, jurors come into court and it's nerve-wracking. They're being questioned and you've seen, the judge asks them, you can be fair, right? And so it's really hard for a person to say, no, I can't. And so that's why the defense looked back at that juror's social media posts. And although she was saying one thing in court, her actions and what she posted online said something very, very different. And so it definitely is a lesson that what you put out there, it's public and everyone can see it.
Yeah. I want to go back to a ruling that the Judge Regina Chu made on Monday when the attorneys were meeting alone with the judge in court. And one of the rulings is that autopsy photos will be allowed to be shown during this trial. And I bring that up specifically because during jury questioning last week, there were a number of jurors on this case and potential jurors who said in their questionnaires that they were very concerned about seeing very graphic images being presented in this case. The judge has allowed them to be shown, although we cannot show them on the live stream. That was ruled out. But walk us through why the attorneys want to present that kind of evidence in a trial like this. I'm assuming it's because they have to prove that a death happened, correct?
They do. And additionally, with autopsy photos, there may be some argument as to the placement of the bullet, where the bullet entered Daunte Wright's body. There's different training for where an officer should attempt to shoot a taser versus a firearm. So I anticipate the state is going to be talking about the fact that this shot was center mass. And so that I anticipate is why the state wanted those autopsy photos to come in. And they are graphic photos. They are photographs that the general public would never have seen before. And so that was why during jury selections, both sides were asking questions about that to make sure that the jurors were able to see those graphic images and do their best to not let their emotions take over. And again, focus on the evidence, remain unbiased.
And Debbie, Paul Bloom back here with you, also in the Fox 9 studios. Just want to bring our viewers up to date. We have gone obviously 10 minutes past the hour. We still have not seen the parties in court. The camera's focused on the state seal in Judge Chu's courtroom on the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Government Center. Of course, as soon as those cameras, the camera pans up and we see Judge Chu take the bench, we will get you inside the courtroom. You will not miss a moment. We promise you that. Talking about opening statements, I think it's up to each judge in terms of what sort of evidence can be presented during an opening statement in terms of videos. So far publicly, we've only seen Kim Potter's video, and it's only a minute long. We don't see what happens before. We certainly don't see what happens after. Would you anticipate, I don't believe there's been any formal ruling from Judge Chu or any specific questions asked, but would you expect to see some of that evidence, kind of a multimedia presentation during openings, or will this just be the lawyers at the lectern talking to the jurors?
It's certainly possible that they will attempt to show some of the video during their opening statements. That's not common. Typically, during opening statements, the attorneys are simply saying, members of the jury, you will hear. The evidence will show. And so they're just laying out that roadmap of what's to come. Here, most of the jurors have seen the video at some point in time. And so again, I wouldn't be surprised, but you will not see the full extended version of body cameras at this point in time. That's going to happen throughout the testimony and throughout the evidence in the case itself. But it certainly is possible that, and I would anticipate that the state may try to focus on the initial shot. The defense, of course, would be more focused on Kim Potter's reactions and what she said.
And I want to point out here, again, I'm not sure it's spelled out in Judge Chu's order, but because of the pandemic and the way the courtroom is laid out, some of these attorneys, during opening statements really like to walk and pace and sort of come up close to the jurors. I believe they're going to be limited to having to stay at the lectern again. So just something to watch for today as they lay out their cases. Much more sort of academic positioning, if you will, just something to keep an eye on in the courtroom. I know lawyers, again, like to engage, like to walk, like to kind of get closer to that jury box, but look for that during openings today. And then, Debbie, I want to put on your hat. I know you're a criminal defense attorney, and it pains you to think about how you lay out a case against a defendant from the state's perspective. But let's be frank, we are going to probably get a couple hours worth of opening statements, and the state then begins its case and calling witnesses. And, there are several different ways the state can go as it wants to think about laying out this case. Do you start with emotion? Do you start with, the history of training for Kim Potter, spark of life? Do you save that for the end? Do you start it at the beginning? Do you put us in the car, the girlfriend who's sitting right next to Dante Wright when he's shot and killed, Dante's mother who's on the phone with Dante during the incident? I think there are several different ways to go. My gut is you start with the mom. She sort of sets the stage. Dante's driven away from the house. She's on the phone eventually during the traffic stop, and we know just how emotional she gets. In fact, the girlfriend puts her on FaceTime at one point and shows Dante slumped over dying in the car seat next to her. So I think we're going mom first, but do you have a sense on, if you're the state, you also have to get in the medical, the health, and introduce the videos. So where would you begin this case if you're Matthew Frank or Aaron Eldridge or the Attorney General's office specifically?
Yeah, they're in a unique position in that they have some fact witnesses who are also going to be able to be spark of life witnesses. They also, and that would be the mom as well as the girlfriend. They also have Dante Wright's father, who is going to be strictly a spark of life witness. And so because of that distinction there, I think it makes some sense to bookend the state's case with emotional witnesses. So start with mom or girlfriend, and then end with dad. And then you'll have in between there, you'll have training, and then you'll have medical as well. So the other thing that I think is going to be very interesting is that we're going to have, for the state, the current chief of police. For the defense, we are going to have former chief of police. And so it's going to be really interesting to see the difference in their testimony because of the fact that the state's calling one and the defense is calling the other.
And Debbie, while we have you kind of on this topic, the spark of life, I know lawyers are very familiar with the phrase, but that is the opportunity for a witness to kind of bring life to the deceased, to the victim, if you will. How do you define spark of life as these lawyers talk about bringing in Katie Wright, mom, or Aubrey Wright at the end in dad? What are they allowed to do specific? What are they allowed to talk about on the witness stand? Because we know Dante Wright has something of a criminal record and an arrest warrant is out there for his arrest. So there's sort of this fine line, but explain spark of life and how that can be applied, that spark of life testimony here in the case against Kim Potter.
Well, unlike other witnesses, Paul, Dante Wright isn't going to be able to take the stand. And so because of that, other people have to present testimony to explain who he was. And so spark of life testimony is just, it's testimony talking about who that person was. Again, father, son, what his interests were, how important he was to the families, how important he was to his girlfriend and his son. And so it's really the ability to present a complete picture of that individual who can't take the stand themselves. Here, of course, the state is going to instruct those spark of life witnesses very carefully so as not to open the door in terms of some testimony regarding Daunte Wright's prior convictions that may not all be admissible. And so they're going to have to walk a careful line in that regard, but there's no question that the existence of that warrant is going to come into play, because again, that is what the defense is going to be talking about and focusing on in terms of why he got back in the car and attempted to flee.
And of course, earlier this week, the defense had asked if they could sort of counter the spark of life testimony by also putting up a photograph from, I think it was social media, of Daunte with a gun. The judge rejected that. I hadn't seen sort of the defense attempt to counter sort of spark of life testimony. Is that unusual, or was that just sort of a desperate attempt from the defense just to try to throw something against the wall and see if it sticks?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it desperate. It definitely is something that they should attempt to do, but I'm not surprised that the judge rejected that. There's no indication here that Daunte had a firearm or that he brandished a firearm. And so I'm not surprised that the judge said, you know, that is going to be overly prejudicial to show him with a firearm. And so it was a proper motion for the defense to make. And again, you always have to remember, this is an adversarial system. So each party has to do everything they can to try to assist their side of the case. So it was an appropriate move, but I'm not surprised that the judge said, we're going to leave it out. And I wouldn't foresee the defense going hard at the spark of life testimony, because again, there's no question here, Daunte Wright was loved. And so they're not going to go hard at those witnesses. Again, they're going to be listening very carefully though to see if those witnesses inadvertently open the door to their ability to ask other questions that they may not have been able to do.
All right. 9:18 the time here right now, and we are waiting for Judge Chu and the rest of the attorneys and parties in court to arrive inside. We're starting to see some movement in there, and when we do, we will rejoin the proceedings as soon as they turn the cameras on inside the courtroom. I just want to remind our viewers that this is day one of this trial, and you're watching our streaming coverage here on fox9.com, also on our YouTube channel, and we invite you to join in throughout the day and check in. And Debbie, when the arguments get underway here, what should people who are watching be keying in on? What should they listen for? And what will you be listening for in all of this?
Again,
All right, and again, we have been watching our news partners in Minneapolis, Fox 9, as they anticipate this manslaughter trial against former officer Kim Potter to begin. We continue to monitor the live feed from the courtroom, as well as you can see here, and we will continue to do so even as we take a quick break. When we come back, we will rejoin the coverage there in Minneapolis from Fox 9 as they continue to await the start of this trial, which could happen at any moment. Back live now, and we're bringing you into the courtroom there near Minneapolis, where the trial of former officer Kim Potter is set to begin. She is, of course, the Brooklyn Center officer accused of killing Dante Wright during a traffic stop. We do want to get you back into the coverage of our news colleagues at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They are going over what to anticipate as we await opening statements in the trial, which again could start at any moment. So let's listen in as they continue to go over some legal analysis for insight and perspective.
Objection, and then typically the judge will have the parties argue their position off the record. And so that's going to be, I shouldn't say off the record because the court reporter can hear, but the jury won't hear. And so again, the TV viewers won't hear that as well. But they're arguing why the objection should either be overruled or sustained. And the argument itself is something that's improper for the jury to hear. And so the jury just needs to hear the testimony. The judge will make the ruling about the objection outside of their hearing and then move forward.
All right, we've been talking about the jury here a little bit. Paul, let's bring you back into the discussion here because you watched the jury selection all last week. And while we may not have a jury that's as diverse as some people want in racial diversity, we've got a huge variety of life experiences on this jury, don't we? I mean, we've got retirees, we've got school teachers, we've got a college student, we've got another young woman who's a young professional just graduated from college. So you've got a broad spectrum of life experience here, don't we?
We do. We have ages represented from the 20s all the way up to the 70s. In fact, I sort of looked up online that woman who was selected as an alternate in her 70s from Minneapolis, and once you cross the threshold of the 70s decade, you're technically, you don't have to serve anymore on jury duty. You're technically excused, but she wanted to be a part of this case, and she was selected. Of course, just an alternate now, providing some wisdom and some decades of experience. She's also been on a jury before, and here is our jury demographics. You could take a look, and this was sort of the order in which they were selected. The two yellow at the bottom are your alternates selected at the end. Some interesting storylines that I just sort of jumped to. Juror 19, of course, the only black person on this jury, a woman in her 30s. She had a very rich life experience. She also is a school teacher who owns a taser. I think about juror number 7. If you follow jury selection extremely closely, this is a 20-something who works for the Target Corporation and is in a rock band and had grave concerns initially that his identity had been outed, and he came back into court and had to be reassured that he could still sit fair and impartially on the jury. Juror number 55, a naval veteran, a scoutmaster, somebody with training, someone who had been tased as part of his naval training, that he had volunteered and never wanted to experience that again. But yeah, you see the decades, a couple of Asian women on there, white men, a total of 14. Gender-wise, it breaks down evenly 7 and 7, and then again with the alternates being 1 male, 1 female, 6 and 6. Eventually we'll deliberate, but it's important to note, of course, pandemic times, flu season, you never know when or if one of those alternate jurors would need to step in and eventually deliberate. And of course, Tim, we've talked about, so opening statements today, and the goal is to get a verdict by Christmas. Judge Chu has assured this jury that even if the trial is still going on, even if they're in deliberation, she wants to break for Christmas Eve and the Christmas weekend. But again, this court wants to get this thing all wrapped up by the Christmas holiday. So there is sort of a tight calendar, if you will, that I think all sides would agree to. In fact, this trial was moved up a full week. It had been on the books to technically start jury selection this week, but they moved that up a week during this process lead up to make sure they got these jurors out by the Christmas time.
And I might add here that Judge Chu last week is also floating the trial balloon to have all the attorneys check with their witnesses to see if maybe they can move this trial date up a couple of days sooner to perhaps start on either Monday or yesterday, because again, she's worried about that tight deadline and trying to wrap this up the holidays. And Paul, you talked about the jurors here, and you mentioned the one juror, juror number 55, who's the Navy veteran. He was the point of a lot of questioning and curiosity, because this is the gentleman who as a hobby practices in medieval armored combat. And he's performed at Renfest and admits that they have rehearsals in his backyard with swords and maces, and that piqued a lot of curiosity from both attorneys wanting to know a little bit more about that. And it was a fascinating discussion to kind of be eavesdropping in last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, and prosecutor Matt Frank, I remember his conversation with the juror, just kind of continuing to ask questions, almost sort of apologizing. But that is an opportunity for the lawyers to build rapport with these jurors, because these jurors will ultimately make decisions. And I've talked to other attorneys about it. They really enjoy that jury selection process, because you never know who's going to come up and be in the witness stand for questioning. Obviously, they've seen those lengthy questionnaires we've reported on. But once you get into the box and start questioning them individually, I think that's one of the fascinating parts. And it really is a cross-section of Hennepin County. Jurors selected randomly, 18 plus, from all across the county. You could be in the heart of urban Minneapolis, out into Maple Grove, Eden Prairie, Minnetonka. We don't necessarily know where our jurors' residences are. We heard a couple of them, but in general, from across Hennepin County. So you never know who gets selected. I know more than 450 jury summonses and questionnaires had gone out to find this jury. And the one thing I would just point out at this point, we should note, while we all have been talking about it for days, that Kimberly Potter will take the stand, and she's basically, the attorneys have promised at least a couple of prospective jurors who were seated. She went on the record, although out of any jurors' eyes and ears, with the judge, that she intends to testify. Not all 14 of these jurors know that, because they've been told not to consume any news, not to pay any attention to us on Fox 9, read the newspaper, stay online. So I would imagine early on in this, in the opening statement from the defense, that they will sort of tell this jury that they will eventually hear from Kim Potter. And I know during jury selection, the defense kind of explaining to a lot of these jurors that about the way this process works, that the state goes first, and to hang in there, wait till you hear our whole story. And that's when Paul Eng sort of promised one of those jurors, Kim Potter, that they will hear from Kim Potter. But wanting patience, I could see this state case going maybe a full week of testimony based on the witnesses, based on the training experts, Brooklyn Center, the use of force experts, the spark of life, the family, the fact witnesses at the scene. So they want a jury to be patient, to hear the whole story before they start reaching conclusions. And I think that can be tricky for jurors unaccustomed to this process, that they are not getting the full story today. Each day they will learn something new. And again, I would point out to our viewers that we've only seen 1 minute of Kim Potter's body camera footage. I mean, it establishes what happens in those seconds. Absolutely, it does. We don't see the lead up to it. We don't see the aftermath of it. We don't see the cameras from the other officers at the scene. We've never heard from the girlfriend. What did she see? What was going on in that car compartment when this unfolded? So a lot to be seen, a lot for us to learn. This isn't a case, I think about Chauvin and Floyd. So much had either, if you want to call it leaking out, or during some of the exhibits that had been presented. We had a real sense of where that case was going. This one, we know what the heart of the issue is, but we don't really know kind of what's around the edges of this case. What did Kim Potter know when she learned that it was Dante Wright? Dante Wright lives in Brooklyn Center. Kim Potter, a longtime Brooklyn Center police officer. We could learn that she, had something of a past with Dante, or had some concerns there. So again, we'll be following along with all of you, but I would just point out that the jury here being asked to wait it out. And I know Debbie Lang, a longtime Twin Cities criminal defense attorney, can talk about making sure the jurors hear the whole story before kind of coming down hard on a final decision in terms of a potential verdict.
Yeah, and I should point out too, Paul, you refer to that conversation that Paul Eng had with that one attorney, or excuse me, that one potential juror, where he essentially laid out what their case was going to be about. And I think the exact quote from Paul Eng was, Ms. Potter has a story to tell, and you are going to hear her story. She will testify in this trial. And I think that's almost an exact quote. And then he also talked about, in that same questioning of that juror, that this case is going to come down to just 12 seconds of video. And Paul, you just explained that, we've all seen the minute, but we haven't seen other angles and other sections of that video, which we will see. But Paul.
Okay, taking another live look into that courtroom. Of course, we are awaiting things to get started there as the opening statements are set to begin very soon. We do want to bring in another legal perspective here. Danielle Cohen-Higgins joins us now. Welcome. Thank you for joining Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Likewise. Thank you so much. So if we could start with this trial, maybe start simply with just the charges themselves. Manslaughter. Can we talk about the charge itself of manslaughter against former officer Kim Potter and the difference between a manslaughter charge versus, let's say, a murder charge?
Yeah, and thank you for highlighting that point. I think it's an important one here. Manslaughter is different from murder in that it was not intentional, right? Manslaughter is a lesser charge than first-degree murder, for example. In other words, someone lost their life as a result of it being an accident. Here, Kim Potter is charged with both first and second-degree manslaughter. He was just charged with second degree, and in September they brought first degree manslaughter. So what are the differences between these two charges? First degree manslaughter has to do with someone losing their life involving a misdemeanor at the same time. Second degree has to do with someone losing their life as a result of a negligent act. And so those are the two charges that Kim Potter is facing in Minnesota. And the evidence, as we know it, the trial has not begun. We're waiting for opening statements to commence. But the video that we've seen, the evidence that has been discussed with the public so far, certainly support both first and second degree manslaughter. But as always in these cases, it's important for us to be patient as this judge and these lawyers are asking and wait for all of the evidence to be revealed.
Absolutely. And as you said, we are awaiting opening statements. Can you kind of give us a sense of the importance of opening statements and how they set the tone for a trial like this and what you might expect to hear?
Yeah, opening statements are the lawyer's opportunity to connect with this jury, right? These lawyers have no idea who these jurors are. They are complete strangers, and these lawyers have one job to do, which is to convince this jury of their position. Kim Potter is facing 10 and 15 years in prison for each of these very serious charges. And so this is, a very serious case and trial for Kim Potter, but also, of course, for the family of the young man who lost life, Dante Wright. And so an opening statement is exactly that. It is distinguishable, and importantly distinguishable, from a closing argument where you are allowed to bring in conjecture and opinion and literally argue your case. An opening statement under the law necessitates simply a statement of the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show. Judges will not allow you to get into arguments during your opening statement. And so these lawyers, both for the prosecution and the defense, they're not going to be storytelling in the sense of inserting argument. They're going to be storytelling for the very first time, trying to connect with these juries by way of letting them know what the evidence will show. Oftentimes jurors will take notes, and good lawyers that are prepared, will make sure that at the end of the case that they go back and they circle back to that opening statement and say, remember jurors, when I said to you on day one that I would show this evidence, and this evidence, that, check the box, because I did in fact show you this evidence, and this evidence. So if those lawyers do that, they build credibility with the jury. It essentially lays out the roadmap of what those jurors are to expect during this trial.
Absolutely. And, beyond those opening statements, of course, we expect for the state to begin to lay out its case. I want to ask you, if you could put yourself in that courtroom, what would you be listening intently for as the case is laid out by the state?
Well, if I'm sitting in that courtroom, it's going to depend on where I'm sitting, right? Am I sitting as the defendant, Kim Potter, or am I sitting as a juror? If I'm sitting as a juror, I'm going to be listening for lawyers to be communicating to me clearly and succinctly, right? Looking me dead in my eye. I don't want wandering eyes, and I don't want a lot of verbose exchange of arguments between the lawyers and the judge, right? Juries are always looking to connect. And, you know, we say as lawyers, everything that you say, do, hand gestures, your facial expressions, all of that matters in a trial. And so if I'm sitting on a jury, I'm looking for all of those things from the lawyers presenting their case and their evidence to me. Jurors are human beings. They're just like you and me. If you're having a conversation and someone is trying to sell you something, whether it's a car or a house, you're looking at that person and saying, are you credible? Do I trust you? Do I believe what you are saying? You look at their hand gestures, you look at all of these things that you then surmise to deduce whether or not this is a credible person. The jurors are looking at all of those things to decide in their mind who is credible, who is telling the truth, which side of this story is the actual facts and the actual reflection of what happened on this day that ended up resulting in the loss of a young man's life.
No doubt there will be a lot of emotional testimony, especially I'm sure on the state side, because of the loss of that young man's life. Can I ask you, if you were the defense attorney in this case, how might you go about, you know, presenting the other side, the rebuttal of it all?
Yeah, you know, and what we're seeing in a lot of these cases, whether it's the Ahmaud Arbery case or the George Floyd case, and now this case, what we are seeing is the importance of video evidence, right? And this case has video evidence in it. It is the officer Kim Potter's body cam. That becomes very critical evidence, that camera footage and what she said on the date that her weapon was discharged, where she thought it was a taser. If I were the defense in this case, I would focus on Kim Potter's words on the date that her weapon went off. What did she say? She yelled, taser, taser, taser. You know, the defense is going to say, well, clearly that indicates that, you know, she was thinking that she was reaching for a taser and not a weapon, right? That is going to be the strongest evidence that the defense has in this case, is what her state of mind was at that time. I think it's pretty clear that she was thought in her mind that she was reaching for her taser. The problem, however, is that the prosecution is going to come back, use that exact same evidence and continue down. What else did Officer Potter say? She said, holy shit, excuse me, I didn't mean to say a curse word, holy S word, I just shot him. And then she said, I'm going to, you know, another expletive, I'm going to jail. That also is going to be used by the prosecution to show her frame of mind, to say, you know, well, you knew that you did something wrong and you knew something that you did something very, very wrong. So I think both the defense and the prosecution are going to rely on this video evidence to great length.
All right, Danielle Cohen-Higgins, thank you so much for providing your legal expertise. We appreciate it as always. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll go to a quick break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news in just a moment. All right, taking you back live now inside that Minnesota courtroom where we do expect for the manslaughter trial against former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter to begin any moment now. We do want to rejoin our news partners there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis as they continue to anticipate this case.
Case and the last case too. And even though Matt Frank is handling the prosecution for this case, Attorney General Keith Ellison has been in the courtroom quite a bit, hasn't he?
He has been there during jury selection. We'll see how much time he spends in the courtroom going forward. I would just point out, as a reporter who's kind of covered the issues around deadly police encounters and prosecution, the issue with the Attorney General is a resource issue. They need the money from the state to sort of budget a permanent sort of office to prosecute these cases going forward. But with that, we'll take you into the courtroom again, opening day. Opening statements. We expect Judge Chu to provide some introductory remarks to the jury and then get underway, and certainly expecting by this afternoon to get to some witness testimony. Here now, Judge Regina Chu.
Okay, good morning, everyone. All right, in chambers, we went over a number of objections, and I made some rulings. So let's start with the defendant's objections to some of the exhibits that the state wanted to put in. Mr. Ng, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gray and I had a chance to go over almost 400 exhibits over the weekend, and we raised objections to several of them for the court's review. I understand the court is making a ruling that some of the exhibits are admissible and some may not be, but we did make an objection to exhibits 3 and 4, 239, 240, 241, which are Spark of Life exhibits. We object to A, the Spark of Life testimony. We understand the case law, but we respectfully disagree with the Supreme Court's case law on that. Already only one photograph is necessary, and that's why we object to those. We also objected to...
Okay, let me put on the record what my ruling was on that. The state wanted to put in 5 Spark of Life photographs. Minnesota law, of course, allows for that. I decided that the state could put in 3 of them, not the 5.
We also made several objections, Your Honor, to the autopsy photographs and photographs of Mr. Wright's body at the scene. Those would be 41, 113, 120, 125, 175. It's our view that the photographs of a naked body of Mr. Wright were unnecessary to prove that he was shot by a pistol. In particular, some of the photographs with his eyes open are prejudicial and not terribly probative of the issue, which was his cause of death, which we're not disputing that it was caused by a gunshot wound. And we therefore objected to those exhibits.
Would the state like to put its position on the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. We understood the objections to be about certain photographs with the eyes being open. That is a condition of a dead body on occasion. The autopsy, of course, is very relevant to the issues in the case and all the injuries, and it is simply a photograph of the accurate condition of the body at the time and necessary for the medical examiner's testimony about the cause of death. We therefore believe that the photographs are relevant and necessary, and we opposed on that basis.
All right, I overruled the defense objections to the autopsy photographs. It's necessary for purposes of describing the injuries. Mr. Ng?
We had another issue that I'd like to put on the record, Your Honor. The passenger of Mr. Wright will be testifying today, and the defense seeks to admit exhibit labeled 1004, which is a packet of Xanax tablets. And the purpose of our admissibility, or the reason for the admissibility of the evidence, is that what happened here is that during the stop, Mr. Wright handed a package of Xanax tablets to his passenger and told her to hide the tablets. She then hid the tablets in her perineum. She was taken to the hospital, and at the hospital, a detective from Brooklyn Center was made to sit with her, which is customary, and during her conversation with the passenger, she told the detective, Mona Pearson, that Mr. Wright had given her the pills and that she'd hidden the pills. We believe this evidence is relevant to show Mr. Wright's consciousness. I mean, is that term we're bandaging about in the case, that he was about to flee, that he knew he had an arrest warrant, didn't want the pills to be found on him because once he was in the jail, they would be discovered. We believe this is probative evidence, and it is consistent with our cross-examination of the passenger. We also believe that her statements, the passenger statements, are against her own penal interest because these are Xanax tablets that are not prescribed to anybody and she should not have had. And therefore, when she confessed to Mona Pearson, she was confessing against her own interests. So for all those reasons, we sought to introduce the evidence of this green photograph and also to cross-examine the passenger for it.
Would the state like to be heard on its position?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. It's our position, well, first of all, that the exhibit marked 1004, if the court wants to receive that in the court file only to preserve for the record, should it become an issue on appeal, it should not be filed as a public document because it is not an exhibit in the trial. It's just for the appellate record. Secondly, Your Honor, the issue in this case, as you know, concerns the state of mind of Officer Potter when these acts were committed. This court has already ruled that evidence of drugs that were not known to Officer Potter is not admissible, or relevant, and certainly prejudicial. And that's exactly what this photograph and this line of inquiry is intended to do, is backdoor that through, to impugn Mr. Wright based on this sort of backdoor approach, and that's why it's being brought out now as well, I believe. So we asked the court to follow its previous ruling and its order of October 27, that this evidence is not relevant and is highly prejudicial and likely to mislead and confuse the jury. It simply has no relevance to Ms. Potter's actions. Any claim that it has some relevance to Mr. Wright's actions is technically, I think, irrelevant. His actions are caught on camera, and Officer Potter will presumably testify about why she did what she did, but certainly there's evidence of what happened, and so it's irrelevant for that issue, for that reason as well. So we understand the court is, well, I guess I'll just say we, on those bases, objected to it.
Okay. Yes, I ruled that that would not be admitted as evidence. We'll make it a court exhibit should the case be appealed. I previously ruled that any type of evidence with respect to bad behavior on the part of Mr. Wright would not be admissible unless Officer Potter was aware of it at the time of the incident. The key issue in this case was Ms. Potter's state of mind when this happened, and that the Xanax has nothing to do with that issue and would only serve to mislead or confuse the jury. Okay, were there others?
No, Your Honor, but to preserve the record, we will offer as a court exhibit 1004, and we also offer from yesterday court exhibit 1005, which is a photograph of Dante Wright pointing a gun into a mirror. The court has ruled that we can't admit those. How would the court prefer that we file these? Would you prefer we file these under seal or provide them to you?
We'll make them a court exhibit, and you can provide them to Mr. Kramer. Okay, were there other ones, Mr. Ng?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
yes.
If I may briefly, with respect to the exhibit that has now been identified as Court Exhibit 1005, that was from our discussion, I believe, on Monday about an area of cross-examination that the defense wanted to go into, and the court had made a ruling at that time that that photograph would not be allowed. I can't remember if we made a record about this on Monday, but that's what the Court Exhibit 1005 is. And again, I would ask that that not be filed publicly, but made part of the court file for appellate review.
Right, we dealt with that yesterday, actually, but did not make a record of it. So that will not be admitted, but will be a court exhibit. Okay, anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything from the state?
Your Honor, we did also deal with objections to Exhibits 29, 30, and 31, defense objections, and we would, I guess just while we're making these records, we might as well that those are, well, 29 is a short video of the passenger, and the other two are photographs of her injuries. The defense did object to those, and the court overruled the objections.
Yes, I'm going to allow the video of the passenger and the video showing her injuries, or the photograph. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
With respect to our, the state's objections to our exhibits, we also have a right under the Sixth Amendment to present a defense. And I want to raise that as an issue for appeal if we go there.
Okay.
So we're being denied by the not being able to use these exhibits to present a defense under the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you.
And, Your Honor, it's well-known case law that while they have a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to defend himself, they have to do so within the rules of evidence that this court and courts adopt. So it's not a free-form right, but I understand the counsel's preserving that for the record. That's the full story.
Okay. Is there anything further that we need to deal with before we get the jury in here?
Your Honor, we did raise two matters in chambers, and I would like to make a quick record of it if I could.
Sure.
So we had raised a concern that counsel might represent to the jury that if, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter did not, too many double negatives, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter knew she had a handgun in her hand. And if the state can prove that, she is not guilty. We think that's a misstatement of the law, and therefore saying that to the jury would be a misstatement of law to them, inconsistent with the court's own instructions. And we brought that up ahead of time because we didn't want to interrupt for the first time and bringing it to the court as an objection. And our understanding of the court's position on this is that the defense can argue that as a theory, as a factual theory. But we will take issue and argue to the jury that that is an incorrect, if it's stated in those absolute terms, that we will dispute that with the jury and, of course, direct them to the court's instructions, which will be an accurate statement of the law. I don't know if you want me to move on to the next one or.
Okay. I had ruled that the defense is entitled to argue its theory of the case. And the state and the defense both have conflicting views of what their theories are, but I'm not going to constrain the defense from making their arguments. And they, in fact, do have an expert that's going to talk about slip and capture. So, and I've previously ruled that that expert testimony is admissible. Okay, anything further? All right. Yes?
We did talk about also the attempts by the defense to offer expert opinions, or what amounted to expert opinions, on the reasonable use of force through fact witnesses. Our understanding of the court's ruling is that the court will allow some inquiry about officers' opinions about whether their training would have allowed them to do what Ms. Potter did, I guess. So we're still, we still take objection to that, Your Honor, I suppose both unqualified and unnoticed expert opinion.
Okay, the officers that will be testifying can testify that they were trained on the use of tasers. They can talk about their training. They are officers and they know about that area, and so I'm not going to preclude them from making those statements when they testify. Okay, anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense? Okay. Is counsel ready for the jury?
Your Honor, we would request a short recess.
Oh, okay. How short a recess?
We just need to set up, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we take like 5 minutes? Would that be enough? Okay, we'll take 5.
All right, as you heard there, court is going into a short recess. We are going into a short break. More news when we return.
this case, some of which the defense wanted to show and some of which
And we continue right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the seal there in Minneapolis. We are just about 5 minutes away from the trial of Kim Potter to officially begin right before they went to a short recess. It was both the state and the defense just working out some of the details before the jury comes in. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to have a lot of coverage here on the Kim Potter trial. That opening arguments will be beginning, and we're also learning that the state's first witness will come to the stand as well today. So we'll have all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to push it out to Fox 9 Minneapolis as they are doing some talking with some analysts right before we go into the opening statement. So let's bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
They started late, what was it, maybe about 40 minutes after the hour or so. Basically, they had been in chambers, as Tim had mentioned, talking about some objections to some prior rulings. A couple of things of note during this short time where they go on the record. Obviously, there are discussions off the record, if you will, and then the parties make a record of it. Everything is sort of, as the judge said, committed to the record because of potential appeals down the road. But a couple of things struck me. One was the defense attempt to limit the number of medical examiner photos, autopsy photos. How many photos of a dead Dante Wright does this jury need to see? There was some concern. I don't want to get into the details there, as autopsy photos won't be shown on the live stream. They'll just be shown in court. But they wanted to limit the amount of sort of what would be other by normal people graphic photographs, limit the amount of graphic photographs shown to this jury. They think they could establish Dante Wright's death with a smaller amount of photographs. So you heard the judge discuss that. And then the other interesting thing, the defense made a record right there that they anticipate hearing from the girlfriend, the passenger in Dante Wright's car at the time of the traffic stop. Now, we have not heard from her at all. This is one of those witnesses we just don't know. We'll learn along with the jury. She hasn't spoken out publicly, as far as I know, as someone who has covered this case basically throughout. And one of the things the defense had mentioned there, now they won't be able to question her about it, but apparently during the traffic stop, Dante Wright turned to her and gave her Xanax pills and asked her to hide them while he was then taken out of the vehicle, the attempted arrest, and then the shooting. The judge said there that she will not be allowed to be questioned about that. They will be able to put it in the record, but they will not, the defense will not be allowed to question the girlfriend about those pills in case they had anything at all to do what ended up happening. And then coming out of that ruling, a really important point that our viewers should be aware of is Judge Chu talking about, quote, bad behavior of Dante Wright. She is not going to allow the defense to enter this so-called bad behavior of Dante Wright, meaning the hiding of the Xanax pills. Perhaps part of the criminal history we know of Dante Wright, as we've done some reporting on the case over the months. The only testimony that will be allowed in is what Kim Potter was, what was known to her at the time of the traffic stop, the time of the arrest, at the time of the shooting, and apparently the mistake between the taser and the handgun. So no bad behavior testimony or evidence allowed to be introduced by the defense. I just think we should really keep in mind that bad behavior, Judge Chu not allowing it, Tim.
Us up to speed on what you expect to, after opening arguments here today, who is it likely that we may hear from first on the stand?
Well, I think after talking to Debbie and understanding how the state would likely lay out this case, either is going to start with the girlfriend, right? This idea that she's going to testify, the defense just said. And obviously just to sort of understand why the defense would know that, the two sides usually have a cordial agreement to tell each other who's coming today so they can be prepared for cross-examination. So the girlfriend's going to be in the mix here. My thought, the mom. Dante Wright's mother, he left her house. He goes off and does errands that day. She's on the phone with him. The emotion she brings in, that sort of combo fact witness with the spark of life, the emotion. Boy, wouldn't she be powerful to start your case off with. But that would be my gut. But clearly we're going to go right into that car today. If they get to that witness. Obviously, it all depends on how long opening statements go and into the afternoon. But the idea that we are likely to see the girlfriend, my thought first day, you got to see the mother. That's where I would go. But again, we still have opening statements to get through and understanding, we've seen attorneys on both sides. And here is Judge Regina Chu now taking the bench again. So we'll take you right back inside for opening statements and perhaps some introductory remarks to this jury that's arriving here in the Hennepin County Government Center.
Let's go back out live inside of the courtroom right here. The jury coming in and this trial about to officially begin right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yes, I'm ready for the jury. Yes, I'm ready for the jury.
And as we wait right here, Kim Potter faces charges of first and second degree manslaughter for the April 2021 shooting of Daunte Wright during a traffic stop in Brooklyn Center. The defense will argue that Potter's killing of Wright was an innocent mistake, and since she thought she was firing her taser instead of her gun, that it was an accident. An accident isn't a crime unless it involves some level of carelessness or recklessness, terms the jury will spend a lot of time defining in deliberations here. So we are going to listen in here as the jury will be getting seated, and the state will begin its case. Well, we will hear when the jury does come in that Judge Regina Chu said that she will instruct the jury that recklessness in first-degree manslaughter requires proof of a conscious or intentional act that creates a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the actor is aware of and disregards. The defense wanted Chu to go a step further and and then also talk about that the conscious act meant she believed she was using a taser, but the judge wasn't willing to go that far. She also denied the defense's request to instruct the jury that Daunte Wright was committing a violent crime by fleeing into a vehicle and could have hurt or killed officers while driving away. The defense suggests that could make the actual shooting justified. But the judge is going to make them argue at that point instead of giving instructions to the jury. She decided to not allow the defense to show the jury a photo of Daunte Wright holding a gun to counter any spark of life testimony, and also ruled that the autopsy photos won't be broadcast on the courtroom live stream. The judge will also allow limited testimony about Potter's reputation for being a peaceful and law-abiding officer.
Good morning, members of the jury. Please be seated. All right. Jury members, you've been selected to serve as the jury in this case. Before continuing with the trial, an oath will be administered by my clerk. In recognition of the extremely important task that you will be undertaking, I'm going to ask that everyone in the courtroom stand up, with the exception of the court reporter. And if you will please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm that you will be attentive during this trial and follow the instructions of the judge so that you may reach a fair and just verdict, that you will not discuss this case with anyone until submitted to you for deliberation, and will keep your verdict secret until it is delivered to the court? If so, please say, I do.
I do. All right, you may be seated. Jury members, you have been selected to serve in this criminal case because the parties believe that you would be fair and impartial jurors to decide this case. It is important that you be able to hear and see everything that takes place during the trial. If you have difficulty hearing or understanding what a witness is saying, or if a witness or an attorney should block your view, please raise your hand immediately so that we can correct the problem. The state of Minnesota has charged this defendant with the crime of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree. To these charges, Ms. Potter has entered a plea of not guilty. By her plea, the defendant denies the charges which have been made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made. This presumption remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant has been brought before the court by the ordinary processes of the law and is on trial should not be considered by you as in any way suggesting guilt. The burden of proving guilt is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The trial in this case is about to begin. Here are some basic rules about your job as a juror. Your job will be to decide what the facts are in this case by considering the evidence. As judge, I will apply the rules of evidence and tell you what you can and cannot consider as evidence. Well, what is evidence? Evidence is what the witnesses say on the stand. This is called testimony. Evidence can be items like photographs and documents. These items are called exhibits. Evidence can be facts that the parties agree on. This agreement is called a stipulation. What is not evidence? The following is not evidence. Nothing the attorneys say during the trial, including opening statements and closing arguments, is evidence. However, listen to any statements the attorneys make. The statements are made to help you better understand the evidence. The attorney's questions are not evidence. The witness's answers are. Objections are not evidence. Attorneys may object if they think a question or answer is against the rules. I will sustain the objection if I think it is against the rules and you should ignore this question or answer. If I overrule the objection, the answer is evidence like the rest of the witness's testimony. You cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. You must follow the instructions on what you can consider as evidence. You may take notes during the trial, but you do not have to take but you're not required to take notes. Don't let your note-taking distract you. The most important thing for you to do is to listen to the testimony as you hear it. The notes must stay in the courtroom during the trial. You should leave your pen and your notepads on your desks. They'll be there in the morning when you come back and after you come back from lunch. Use your notes as an aid to your memory and not as a substitute for it. Fit the notes in with your total recollection of the facts. A written note does not necessarily make a piece of evidence more important whether you or another juror wrote it down. If at some point in the trial you run out of paper or your pen is no longer working, please alert my staff and we'll take care of that. Wait until you've heard all of the evidence before you make up your mind. Your best guide is your own good judgment, experience, and common sense. You must decide which testimony to believe and how much weight to give it. In deciding this, you may consider the following. Will a witness gain or lose anything if the case is decided a certain way? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? How did a witness learn the facts? How did she or he know, remember, and tell the facts? What was his or her manner? What was his or her age or experience? Does the witness seem honest and sincere? Was the witness frank and direct? Is the testimony reasonable compared with other evidence? And are there any other factors that bear on believability and weight? You must decide the facts. You and only you can decide the facts. Do not take anything I say or do as a sign of what your verdict should be. Once the facts are decided, you must follow the law. You must follow the law even if you don't agree with it. Now, I want to give you a few instructions about your conduct as jurors. Do not let outsiders influence you. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You will have plenty of time to do this at the end of the trial once you have heard all the evidence and I've excused you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case. This includes the defendant, the lawyers, and the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me or one of my staff. When you go home during the trial, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all that you should tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or any other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports in magazines or in newspapers or on the radio, television, podcasts, or any other media about the case. Do not do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media. Keep an open mind until you have heard and seen all the evidence. Remember, you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may jeopardize the trial. This may require that we start all over again, and we really don't want to do that. If you become aware that another juror may have violated these rules, you must report it to me or one of my staff. You know, I know that this can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness that is guaranteed to everyone involved, it is very important that you do so. Please take note of the chair you are sitting in and keep the same chair throughout the trial. When reporting for jury duty in the morning and returning to the courthouse after lunch, you need to report to the courtroom waiting room that you were in today. Do not communicate with anyone in the hallway if you happen to be out there who is not a member of this jury about any matter. These rules will apply until I dismiss you from the case. I may also repeat these rules when we take a break and when you leave at the end of the day. I don't do this to insult you, but in this age of electronic communication, it's a natural impulse for us to all look things up, to discuss things that we're doing with our friends and family, and post things on the internet. It is not, however, an impulse we can follow in this trial. Once we've completed this trial and you've given your verdict, and I have discharged you from the case, you will be free to do any research you choose and to share your experiences if you choose to do so. If you have a question I want to remind you again, you want to communicate with the court, please alert my staff. During the trial, of course, if you have any difficulty seeing or hearing, please raise your hand or make my staff aware of that. I will be instructing you on the law more fully after the testimony has been completed. I want to give you a broad outline of what this trial will look like. First of all, the attorneys will be making their opening statements. The purpose of the opening statement is not to argue about the evidence. The attorney's goal is just to give you a bird's eye view of what that attorney believes the evidence will show. After opening statements, the state is going to proceed first with its case in chief. After each state witness is called, the defense has a right to cross-examine. After all state's witnesses are called, the defense has the right to call witnesses as well, and the state has a right to cross-examine defense witnesses. Remember that the defendant is not required to prove her innocence. She is not required to call any witnesses. After the defense has called its witnesses, I will be giving you, the state may have rebuttal witnesses, and then I will give you your instructions of law that you are to apply in rendering your verdict. Following that, the attorneys will make their final arguments to you. Okay. Would the state like to proceed with this opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Police officers occupy unique positions of power and responsibility in our society. They hold positions of public trust, and they commit themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the sanctity of life. To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect, to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they're also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are each individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence. These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're trained professionals. They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they put on their uniforms and they go to work, and they go to work out on the streets of our communities. They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons, and they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately. We trust them not to use those weapons rashly or recklessly, and we expect not to be shot dead on the street for no reason. We expect them not to betray their badge, and we expect them to uphold their oath. We trust them to know wrong from right and left from right. This case is about an officer who knew not to get it dead wrong, but she failed to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust. And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Daunte Wright. Now, the defendant was a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect. She had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect. And she was trained to be aware of the differences between her gun and her taser. And importantly, she was also trained about the risks of pulling the wrong weapon, and that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone. Now, you'll learn about her firearm. It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now, this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is a common type of ammunition used by law enforcement. And not only will you hear about the ammunition and the firearm, you'll hear about her taser, a Taser 7. Now, a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out 2 probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move. And they can also be used to inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case. But every day that the defendant, Kimberly Potter, went to work, she strapped on her duty belt with her gun and her taser and all of the other options available to her on that belt. And every day she put on her duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side. Something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies. She was trained to carry her weapons in this way, and she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be requalified on her firearm every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this Taser 7. Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Daunte Wright and the events of April 11th of this year. Daunte Wright was Katie Bryant and Aubrey Wright's first child together. He was their first son as a couple, and he lived at home with his parents and his two younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large, blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Daunte Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store. And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy. Now, Daunte Wright also had a son of his own, Daunte Jr. Daunte Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Daunte Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him. Now, on April 11th, Daunte Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior, on that day. And Daunte Wright had recently been given the family car, a white Buick, as his own. And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now his own, he wanted to get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his mom, Katie Bryant, gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one. But he didn't make it. He never made it to the car wash that day. And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now, what was the defendant doing on April 11th? On April 11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Daunte Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on April 11th, while out on patrol, the defendant and Officer Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Daunte Wright's car. And they decided to stop the vehicle. Yes, for the air freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Daunte Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Daunte Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Daunte Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Daunte Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He answered all the questions that were asked of him. And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what had scared 20-year-old Dante Wright do? He called his mom. And in these COVID times, the tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card. And he was trying to figure out the situation. So he called his mom for help. And back at the squad car, Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that Dante Wright had been forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant that he believed that Dante Wright was telling him the truth. He then ran the name through their system, and the defendant, who's his trainer, corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way. And once they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Dante Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation. So in the squad car, the defendant and Officer Lucky, they discussed their plan, and they decided to arrest Dante Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was going on. They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Dante Wright on the warrant. This was nothing out of the ordinary for the defendant, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky. She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Dante Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Dante Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Dante Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Dante Wright, and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Dante tried to get away. He tried to get back in the car. He tried to leave. Dante Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car, while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Dante Wright's clothing to pull him back out. So Dante puts his hands on the steering wheel, he puts his foot down on the brake, he does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car, and meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Dante Wright's right arm, right hand, from the passenger side of the vehicle to try to get control of him. But he kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. He tried to turn off the car from that side, tried to get Dante Wright under control. So Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson continued to engage. Now at that point, the defendant approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her trainee and she was the FTO. So she was the one who determined how this stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done. And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone. Now, as soon as she gets involved, she escalates the situation. She acts rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm. She draws it with her right hand from the right side of her duty belt, where she's always kept her gun. She draws it with her finger on the trigger. And she points it directly at Daunte Wright's chest. Now, at the same time, there are two other officers, as you can see here, with hands on or interacting with Daunte Wright. Officer Lucky is to the front of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant Johnson on the other side of the vehicle. And Daunte Wright's girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, is in the passenger seat, right next to him. They're all within a few feet of the muzzle of the defendant's gun. Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you," a second time. And then, "Taser, taser, taser," which prompts the officers to let go of Daunte's arms and then disengage. But she points the gun at Daunte for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his chest. And when she pulled that trigger, these people were all still around him, including these two other officers, Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson on the other side, and Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. And when she pulls that trigger, she fires directly under Officer Lucky's face, with Officer Lucky's arm reaching over the top of where her gun is. When she pulls that trigger, Daunte Wright is in the driver's seat of that car. He has his foot off and on the brake, and the car is running on a busy street in the middle of the day. She did all this despite her training. She had been trained year after year after year to prevent this kind of thing from happening, but she did it anyway. Now, after she shot Daunte Wright, the defendant admitted she had messed up big time. Here's what she said. Shit, I just shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking One is the squad camera. They're synced up for you so you can see. But this is just a very small portion of what you'll see in this trial. This just shows the few seconds around this incident.
Are you talking to me?
Just have him step on out.
jury.
I'll tease you! I'll tease you! Taser, taser!
Members of the jury, there is no do-over when you walk the streets with a loaded firearm. When you're entrusted with a deadly weapon as part of your job, there's no do-over when you take a young man's life. Now, this was exactly what she had been trained for years to prevent. But on April 11th, she betrayed her badge and she failed Dante Wright. Now, after the defendant shot him, Dante Wright's car traveled about a block down the street. It crossed the median and it hit another vehicle that was traveling in the opposite direction. And you'll hear from Patricia Lundgren, who was driving that other vehicle. She and her husband were coming down the road when they were hit by Dante Wright's car. And you'll also hear from Elena Albrecht Payton, the passenger who was riding with Dante Wright. And she'll tell you about the crash and the injuries she suffered. Now, you'll also see and hear about the fact that after the defendant shot Dante Wright and the car crashed a block away, she didn't do anything to help him. She didn't call for assistance. She didn't render aid. She didn't communicate any information about what had happened to her fellow officers who were responding. And when they showed up down the block, they didn't know that Dante had been shot. Dante Wright had been shot. They didn't know that the defendant had shot him. And they didn't know what they were dealing with at all. So almost 10 minutes later, a small army of officers approach with guns drawn and drag Dante Wright's dead body out of the car at gunpoint. And the defendant did nothing. You'll also hear from paramedics that Dante Wright was declared dead on the scene. And then the BCA arrived to investigate the matter. And the medical examiner's office came and they collected the body. There was no bringing him back. You'll hear from the medical examiner, the assistant medical examiner in this case, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Jackson. And he'll tell you about his examination, his autopsy procedure, and his findings in this case. And you'll see photos of Dante Wright's injuries. And you'll see that gunshot wound that tore through his heart. Dr. Jackson will also tell you that he recovered a projectile from Dante Wright's body, the bullet, after it ripped through his insides and got lodged in his chest wall. And he'll describe for you the condition that it was in, that peeling back of that metal, and how that's consistent with a hollow point bullet. And he'll also tell you about his findings on cause and manner of death. The cause of Mr. Wright's death was a gunshot wound to the chest, and the manner of Mr. Wright's death was homicide. You'll also hear from a use of force expert in this case, who will tell you about the use of the weapons at issue here. And he'll tell you that it was objectively unreasonable for the defendant to use her firearm. And he'll tell you that even the use of the taser would have been unwise under these circumstances. Members of the jury, I'd like to take a moment to discuss what this case is not about. It's not about intent to kill. That's not why you're here today.
Objection argumentative.
The objection is overruled. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The judge will give you the law, and she'll give you instructions on the law to apply at the end of this case. But intent is not an element of any of the charges at issue here, and it's not something that the state will have to prove. That the defendant didn't intend to kill Mr. Wright or that she didn't mean to shoot him with her gun, if you hear those things, they have nothing to do with the charges at hand. Indeed, if the defendant had meant to do these things, if she had meant to shoot her gun into Dante Wright's body, we would be talking about intentional murder and not the charges at hand. And that's not the case you have before you. The defendant is not charged with intentional murder. No one will say that she wanted him dead. No one will say that she wanted this to happen. And no one is even saying that she meant to shoot him with her gun. But the evidence will show that's what she did. She fired her gun at point-blank range into Dante Wright's chest. She unholstered her weapon, she drew it, she aimed it, she pointed it directly at Dante Wright. And she pulled the trigger and she shot him in the chest. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand. Firing a weapon, blindly assuming it to be a taser, after drawing the wrong weapon from the wrong side. She did all those things with a gun. That's what she actually did. A gun loaded with hollow point bullets. The kind that expand on impact, the kind that tear up someone's insides. She did this with a firearm that she was issued, that was part of her job, that she was entrusted to carry in the course of her duties, to serve and protect. So as a result of all of this, the state has charged 2 crimes. First-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge at the end of this case. But these charges are in the realm of recklessness and culpable negligence. Those terms will be defined for you by the court later. But the law in Minnesota criminalizes all kinds of reckless conduct. Things like reckless driving, reckless child endangerment, reckless handling of a firearm, and in certain cases, manslaughter. And that is what this case is about. It's about the reckless handling of a firearm, and it's about the disregard of known risks. It's about an officer who knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but she failed to make sure she got it right. You may also hear at some point during this case, this incident might be described as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident. Or that because the defendant didn't know she had a gun in her hand, that this should be called an accident and not a crime. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case.
Counsel?
Members of the jury.
Please stick to the facts.
This case is also not about Dante Wright. Dante Wright.
This is argument. I object. She's given her opening statement. Now she's arguing her case.
I'd like you to just stick with a bird's eye view of the facts that you think will go in and no argument, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear about the training. You'll hear about the policies. There will be evidence of all of those things presented in this case. And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue. Now, over the course of her career, the defendant received extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things. Readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real-life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. She was also trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation. There's also policy on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force. There's also policy on de-escalation, that officers should use non-violent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, to improve decision-making, to improve communication, and to reduce the need for force. Now, in addition to training on policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy on tasers. And the policy on tasers for Brooklyn Center is known as conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should result in fewer serious injuries to both officers and suspects. And you will see that mere flight from a pursuing officer is not good cause for the use of a taser. And you will also learn that Brooklyn Center policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles. You'll also hear that tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now, you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side, on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officers should not hold them both at the same time. And we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser, Taser 7, up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items. The color, for one, well, it sounds like stating the obvious perhaps. The Taser is bright yellow, the Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about. Now, the Taser weighs 0.94 pounds, and the Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much. Now, you'll also hear about the differences in safety, in the display, and the laser that comes on the Taser, and the holster location, and I'll talk about those things too. Now, when it comes to the safety, a safety is just a mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases, that makes a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the Glock and it fires. Now, when it comes to the display, well, when you flip up the safety on a Taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, three things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the Taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the Taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on. And that display screen is pictured here on the back of the Taser. It faces the operator who's holding it. The person holding the Taser sees this display screen when it's on. And the lasers, the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of two red laser lights appears. But there's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the Taser after it's been armed. Now, you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt that holds her gun and her Taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the Taser in its holster. The Taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the Taser from its holster. You press down on that button and then rock the Taser backward. The Taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now, the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases and the gun comes straight out. Now, as you saw before, Taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy. The policy requires that the Taser be carried on the reaction side, the non-dominant side. And the firearm, the gun, is carried on the dominant side. In this case, the defendant's right hand side is where she kept her gun, her left side is where she kept her Taser. Now, you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given the choice when it comes to how those Tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw. Now for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body with the right hand to pull out the taser. In that situation, as pictured in the top here, the butt of the grip points forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the defendant had her holster set up in a straight draw. The added protection of having the taser come out with her left hand. When a taser is positioned on the left side of the body in a straight draw, the butt of the gun points backward, and the officer has to rock the taser out and pull it up with the left hand. Straight draw taser is to be drawn with the left hand. The defendant had her duty belt and her holsters positioned so that she would have to draw her taser with her left hand. Now, the defendant had chosen this setup and this additional protection in the way that she carried, and she had done this consistently for years, and you'll see evidence of that. She carried in a straight draw position in 2016, left side, straight draw. 2017, left side, straight draw. 2018, left side, straight draw. 2019, left side, straight draw. 2020, again, left side, straight draw, including April 11th of this year, left side, straight draw. She had her taser positioned on her left side, as required by policy, with the added protection of straight draw, pulling it with her left hand. Her Glock, her firearm, again, by policy, on the right side of her duty belt. So the only weapon she draws with her right hand is her gun, not her taser. You'll hear about policy on targeting when it comes to the taser as well. Policy says that officers should target lower center mass, but they should avoid the head, the neck, the chest, and the groin, sensitive areas of the body. And you'll also hear about taser training and how the policy requires training, and you'll hear about the training that they go through as well. But the training is required to include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws, which is not applicable to her, to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. Policy requires that when they are trained, they practice. They practice drawing that taser with that left hand with the straight draw. It's required by policy. You'll see some of those records, the records of the defendant's training. Every year she received classroom training, hands-on training, and instruction, practice on this taser, on the tasers that she was issued, and that included the recent certification. In 2015, she was trained and certified. In 2016, she was trained and certified. In 2017 and 2018, she was trained and certified. And in addition, she had to acknowledge that she had received the product warnings and that she had understood those warnings at the time that she was recertified on her taser. And she acknowledged receiving them every year she was trained. This is 2019 and 2020, and you'll see those records. And again, in that most recent training, March 2nd, 2021, she once again acknowledged receiving and understanding those product warnings. Now these trainings, like the one on March 2nd, also include reviewing the PowerPoint presentations, demonstrating safe handling, performing de-escalation arcs, basically being able to use these tasers in safe ways. And again, on March 2nd, 2021, she indicated that she understood and received the warnings, the Axon product warning. Axon is just the parent company for Taser. She understood those warnings. And what did those warnings say? They said, confusing a handgun with a CEW, a taser, could result in death or serious injury. Learn the differences in the physical feel and holstering characteristics between your CEW, taser, and your handgun to help avoid confusion. Always follow your agency's guidance and training. And those PowerPoints and that training that she went through continued to remind officers of those risks. Those PowerPoints that she had to sit through to be certified every year included that tasers are not risk-free. They can cause death or serious injury. The PowerPoints themselves set forth that the course attendees, the officers, had to acknowledge that they had read and understood that taser warning that you just saw. They included that tasers are serious weapons and should be treated as such. This was all part of the training. And over the years, they also talked about the benefits and the risks with respect to the way that you carry your taser. And they specifically had in their training that the benefits of carrying a taser on the non-dominant side had associated issues. That includes, let me rephrase. If you carry your taser on the dominant side, if you're right-handed and you carry your taser on the dominant side, they had instructed their trainees there's a higher risk of weapon confusion. They talked about the risk of weapon confusion in those trainings. They explained that there were known incidents of shootings by mistaken weapon confusion. This was part of the training going back at least as early as 2016. They trained that you could kill someone and there were incidents of shootings when you made the mistake and pulled the wrong weapon. And so they explained why it makes sense to carry your taser on the other side of your body. And they direct officers to refer to your department's tactical experts and make your own policy on how to carry, holster, and deploy. They instructed about the known risks. Those risks also included instruction on risks of injury to people operating vehicles or machinery, and risks if someone is tased in the heart or chest area. Those trainings also included smart use considerations. And those smart use considerations explain that if there's no immediate safety risk, slow down and consider alternative force options. And they explain that physical resistance alone does not equal an immediate safety risk. The training materials themselves tell you to reevaluate. The training materials also tell officers to be aware, to be careful, and to be aware of stress and how stress can influence these situations. And they instruct that officers have been accused of using excessive taser exposures due to stress or distractions. Be alert and avoid potential distractions. This is part of the training. And they talk about where to target, where you should aim the taser if you're using it. The trainings say to target the back, that the back is the most preferred target area. And that's because it contains larger muscle groups and reduces the risk of hitting sensitive body areas. And it tells you on the front, you should, if you have to tase at the front, tase below the chest. Split the belt line. Increase that distance between those probes so you don't tase near the heart and you don't tase the chest. And the reason for that is there are cardiac risks associated with tasing someone in the chest. So the training materials say, target the back, avoid the chest, avoid the heart region. And the taser training materials also say that historically, over time, these deployments have been most effective from 7 to 15 feet away. Use this distance where you can to have a higher hit probability, good probe spread, if you want these items to be effective and to achieve that neuromuscular incapacitation. Because they may not work if you don't have the appropriate distance between your probes. The taser training materials also talk about a spark or functionality test. The training materials say that a full 5-second spark or functionality test should be conducted once every 24 hours. That's in the training materials. It's also in the policy. And you'll hear evidence that the defendant failed to spark test her taser for the 2 days prior to this incident. You'll hear that she didn't do that, even though it was required by policy. And even these slides on spark testing explain that you should be aware of potential stress. And over again, throughout the years, every time she's seeing these slides, she's seeing that the tasers are not risk-free. That repeated messaging, big letters, read the warnings, understand them. Understand that tasers can cause death or serious injury. Understand the risks of weapons confusion. But the evidence will show that the defendant flouted that training and she disregarded her fundamental duty to safeguard life. I killed a boy. I killed a boy. Those were the defendant's words. That's what she said after she did what she did. On April 11th of this year, the defendant shot and killed Dante Wright, a 20-year-old who had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. A kid in a Heartbreaker jean jacket. But on April 11th of this year, Dante Wright was not the Heartbreaker. It was Dante Wright who had his heart broken. And it was the defendant who broke Dante Wright's heart when she fired a hollow point bullet straight into his chest. Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break before the defense has an opportunity to do an opening statement. Okay, so 20 minutes.
All right, you just heard it right there. 20-minute break underway right now. We've been listening to the prosecution give their opening statements here, just sort of the timeline and the events that happened with the shooting. Learned a little bit more about Kim Potter there as well from the state's point of view, talking about her career, more than 20 years as a police officer, talking about her use of taser in the past, as well as her gun as well. What we're going to do is step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you back out to more coverage coming up in just a moment. And just like that, everyone, we are back here live for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We really appreciate it as we continue to give you the top stories, headlines, and breaking news elements all right here. We are now in a short break in the Kim Potter trial. Prosecution just started up their opening statements. And what we'll do now for everyone is go out to some of the Fox 9 Minneapolis coverage as they continue to talk about what we just heard and what we are going to hear, especially when the defense offers up their opening statements as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here today.
She tried to counter-argue what everyone expects will be the defense's chief argument here, is that this was an accident. And she said, she tried to argue that this was not an accident, she said, and the defense objected, and Judge Chu kind of admonished her to stick to what she believes are the facts in this case. So, and she also said this case is not about intention to kill here. If there was intention, they would have charged this with first-degree murder or a murder charge, but this is clearly a manslaughter case. So we've got a pretty good indication of how this will all lay out now in the coming days.
Exactly, and again, the emphasis there on the training. We saw the weapons, the ammunition involved, the hollow point bullets, the comparison, the photo comparison, the weight comparison, the taser versus the Glock, the dominant side having the gun on the right side of her duty belt, the safety measures in place to deploy each weapon and how that could have been forgotten in that moment. And then towards the end there, how, if she really thought she was using her taser, how she did that all wrong, that you're not supposed to tase a fleeing suspect. You're supposed to tase a violent suspect. You're not supposed to tase a suspect behind the wheel of a motor vehicle. So they are saying even if the mistake is made, and Kimberly Potter acknowledges the mistake, she made the mistake wrong. So how that plays out remains to be seen. Obviously, the defense still to come. I thought it was a strong opening statement, if I could say. And this is the first time, just to point out, that the jurors are hearing from Erin Eldridge. She sat at the state's prosecution table last week. She did not get involved at all in jury selection. So just something to point out to viewers that jurors were meeting Erin Eldridge in essence for the first time as she laid out opening statements there for the state in just by my take, I think just under 1 hour. Yeah. I want to bring, Tim, we have our legal expert with us this morning, Debbie Lang, a longtime criminal defense attorney. And I would just ask Debbie, kind of your quick assessment there of Erin Eldridge's opening statement in the Kimberly Potter manslaughter trial.
So, of course, my view is coming from a defense attorney. But in terms of my view of it, number one, she absolutely used appropriate inflection and emotion as she went through. You saw in the beginning, she was calm, her voice was low, and then you saw her interject emotion as she then moved forward and began talking about who Daunte Wright was. She then, when talking about policy, came back down, and then how she believes that Kim Potter violated the policy. Again, she ramped the emotion back up, started speaking more quickly, using more volume. So I think she did a good job in the presentation itself. I do think it went a little bit long. She started to get quite a bit repetitious in terms of the policies and the procedures. She did outline well that they were going to be focusing on the fact that the training, the policies, the procedures were disregarded by Kim Potter, and that in fact, she had been taught time and time again the same things. And so she did a good job in terms of presentation. I just feel it got a bit repetitious and went a bit long.
A little bit of new visual evidence that we've seen here so far today. For the first time, we got to see a different camera angle. She showed a short clip about a minute long here of that had in sync both the body camera video of Kimberly Potter and the dash cam video, kind of side by side here, and almost a split screen, real time, synced together of what transpired that day. That's the first time I recall that we've seen that view.
Yep, I would agree. And I think that was an effective use of the video. At times we see prosecutors and defense attorneys playing too much video at this point in time. So I think that was a very effective use of the two camera angles and putting them side by side. So the jury could see one angle, which is directly from Kim Potter's point of view, and then the angle from the squad car that shows the positioning of the other officers on scene.
And Deb, the other tactic that
we're listening right now to some coverage from Fox 9 Minneapolis as we are in this short break. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox. We will continue, of course, our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Kim Potter trial, expected to resume at any moment. You'll have full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
as to how she was trained, what the department calls for, and how she may or may not have violated that policy too. So already sealing in the mind of the jurors kind of what their argument will be, and trying to tip their hand and get them to think about these sorts of cognitive comparisons going forward.
Absolutely. And she continually highlighted the fact that this policy isn't something that Kim Potter heard once. It's not just in a handbook that she signed when she was hired. This is something that's reiterated time and time again through training, and Kim Potter has to actually sign and acknowledge that she understands and that she in fact will implement that training and policy throughout her course of employment. And they also focused a lot in the beginning to lay out the obligations and the responsibility that come with being a police officer and that come with carrying a firearm out in public on the streets. And so they were very clear about doing that and focusing both on policy and training for general safety, for de-escalation, for use of a firearm, and then at the end for use of a taser.
And Debbie, Paul Bloom here in the Fox 9 newsroom. Now I have access to the what we call the pool media notes that are shared between media members who have seats inside the courtroom, of course, getting to see beyond just the several camera angles we kind of rotate between during our coverage. So I just want to read a quick note just to give some color from that courtroom, perhaps get your reaction on the back end of this. As Aaron Eldridge explains the differences between tasers and firearms, only a couple of jurors are taking notes. Of course, during the Chauvin trial, us media types kind of hooked on to, you know, what interested the jurors, what issues, what facts, what evidence got jurors taking notes. Jurors listening intently and watching the screens. Jurors watch as Eldridge steps around the podium to demonstrate that cross draw that she showed the jurors. 2 jurors are taking notes as Eldridge explains how the training instructed on risks of weapons confusion. She also points out this Grace, who works for the USA Today, a print reporter, that 2 jurors have yawned at one point at around 11:20. That would be towards 2/3 of the way through Aaron Eldridge's opening statement. And as Eldridge repeated, "I killed a boy, I killed a boy," Potter appears to look down and shake slightly. So just a couple of observations there from our courtroom. I'm just curious now, you are the defense attorney. We like to ask you defense questions. Whether it's Paul Lang or Earl Gray, who are up next, do they make a couple quick notes on what Aaron Eldridge did? Do they make some last-second tweaks to what they are now going to put on the record during their opening statement?
I would fully anticipate that they will. Particularly, I'm anticipating that they're going to make a swing at the state's theme in the case, the theme of knowing right from wrong and left from right. They get, Ms. Eldridge said again, she got it wrong. She failed to get it right. So I would anticipate that the defense attorney who's making the opening statement is going to take a punch at that and make a comment about that theme to try to then undo that damage and to start to unwind that theme, which we will be hearing throughout the state's case in chief.
And I really find this case just in general very interesting, particularly when police officers are charged with crimes. They basically, there's no law in Minnesota, sort of a police officer homicide, that these cases have to be fit into to the average citizen. Of course, the average citizen would never be in those circumstances. How do the lawyers kind of address the legalities? When we had you on earlier, very specific about intent and knowledge and pulling the trigger and safety locks and all of that. How do they fit in sort of real world police work with sort of state statute and written law?
The big difference with officers is that they are allowed legally to use force. And so that's where the policy and training comes into play in terms of what level of force is appropriate. You heard reference to the fact that there's going to be a use of force expert who will testify. The state feels that that expert is going to be testifying that this situation did not utilize use of a gun, and that even use of the taser was questionable under these circumstances. And again, Ms. Eldridge laid out why. The fact that this individual was fleeing and in her summary, not violent, and that this individual was in a motor vehicle behind a wheel, that Kim Potter was not 7 to 15 feet away for deployment of a taser. So they're going to be using that use of force expert to talk about why it wasn't appropriate for Kim Potter to even pull out a taser. I would anticipate that the defense will be bringing a use of force expert who has a different opinion about the situation. And that's the largest difference that exists between an officer using force and your average citizen. Your average citizen does not have that legal authority to use force. And so that's something that the state needs to combat with their case in chief and their witnesses to try to explain why, although yes, she is authorized to hold a gun, to hold a taser, and to use them. In this situation, she should have de-escalated the situation and not used either of those two weapons.
Deb, you're an experienced defense attorney. Lay out how you expect the opening arguments for the defense to proceed here in just a matter of about another 5 minutes.
I would anticipate that the attorney who's giving the opening statements for the defense is going to first start out again by addressing that theme from the state's case. So they're going to do something that's directly pointed at that opening statement that those jurors just heard. Then they will get into what they believe the evidence will show. And then they will walk through their experts. And we're going to hear about, again, their use of force expert, that we're going to hear about Dr. Miller. We're going to hear about the chief of police at the time, who within 24 hours declared that this was an accident. And his opinion was that she acted appropriately and that it was an accident, that she didn't do anything wrong. So I would expect that. And then I also believe that they're going to talk about what you will hear from Kim Potter.
All right, we're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox, so we'll get you all squared up and ready for when the defense will begin their opening statements here in the Kim Potter trial. You are watching Live Now from Fox. You don't want to miss anything. We'll have it for you, gavel to gavel coverage right here.
Make sure that those jurors know what's coming, because it's a big piece of evidence to be able to hear from that defendant.
Now, I anticipate that, like all good defense attorneys, they've probably focus grouped Kim Potter a little bit or done some mock trials of their own, and they will kind of go into this knowing what kind of testimony will elicit a response from potential jurors and what will not. Do you expect them to perhaps tip their hand a little bit this afternoon as to what Kim will testify to and what her story will be?
I do. I think they're going to touch on that. They're not going to give all of that away, of course, but I think that they will, in fact, touch on that. And again, the way that they have presented Kim Potter, and again today, she's not wearing a suit. She is in more casual attire. And again, it's clear they want her to be relatable to the jury. And so I think that they will touch on that, and they will likely try to use some emotion in that regard and highlight how distraught she was immediately after. The fact that she walked over to the curb and sat down, put her head in her hands. I would expect that they're going to be highlighting that during the opening statements, because that's objective. That's on the tape. And then we'll hear Kim Potter talk about how she was feeling internally as well.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting, Debbie, picking up right there, Paul Bloom in the Fox 9 newsroom, the idea that the state shaped its opening statement about Kimberly Potter's reaction in that moment. Now, the jury isn't aware at this point that there's an emotional fallout, that, oh my God, 3 dozen times out of her mouth, and just how much this shooting impacted her in that moment. They framed it as not passing along information to responding officers to the scene, that Dante Wright crashed about a block away and Kimberly Potter did nothing to alert anybody else beyond the officers in her immediate area, that she did not have the forethought to keep herself together and to alert responding officers. So I thought that was just an interesting way for sort of the state to get ahead of the issue that the defense no doubt will paint a distraught police officer making a deadly mistake in that moment.
Yep, and I would definitely anticipate there's going to be testimony about how an officer is trained and required to broadcast and call out certain actions when on duty. And so I would anticipate there's going to be testimony about how her failing to do that was yet another example of her disregarding her training, disregarding the policies, and essentially acting recklessly and or negligently at that moment.
And one other thing I wanted you to address, because it happened earlier this morning before there was a brief 5-minute break. They had talked, they put some of their objections on the record, and then we began opening statements. So you weren't with us for the 5 minutes. There was some talk about the girlfriend in the passenger seat that Daunte Wright slid over some Xanax pills and asked her to hide them. And the judge isn't going to allow any testimony or questioning by the defense of the girlfriend, who we do expect on the witness stand today. But what Judge Chu did remind the parties is that the defense cannot bring in, quote, Daunte Wright's bad behavior, quote, unquote, their bad behavior, unless Kimberly Potter was specifically aware of it in that moment. So something like the Xanax pills are gone. Daunte Wright's record would seemingly be out, with the exception of the arrest warrant on the weapons, the no-show in court on the weapons violation, a gross misdemeanor offense. Talk to our viewers about why that aspect, that ruling from Judge Chu, is so important to the defense case.
Yep. Well, first, it will be interesting to see if Kim Potter has had any interactions with Daunte Wright before this. Remember, she was an officer on the force for 26 years. So if she had direct knowledge of any prior arrests of Daunte Wright, she would be able to testify about that. In terms of excluding the fact that the girlfriend was passed and then hid the Xanax pills, the judge specifically indicated that the reason that that's not admissible is because it would mislead and confuse the jury. What matters here is, what did Kim Potter know at that moment? Because what she knew at that time is what she can take into consideration based upon her training and experience to determine what level of force is appropriate and necessary. If she didn't know that there were drugs that were hidden, that's not something that would be relevant to her decision as to, do I pull a taser? Do I pull a gun? What next steps do I take with this individual who she's observing as attempting to flee or resist arrest at that point in time? But the important thing is, they don't get to just throw mud to try to confuse and mislead the jury. The judge is making sure that the defense is narrowed in on.
That was just some of the coverage that we wanted to bring to you from Fox 9 Minneapolis, but it does look like right now that the judge back in her chair. Looks like recess is now over. Let's go now back inside of the courtroom. Gavel to gavel coverage right now in this Kim Potter trial. Opening statements continue.
All right, are you ready for the jury? All right. Thanks, Deputy.
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate everyone joining us here for this trial where before the recess, we were hearing from the prosecution start up their opening statements. And we were seeing just some new video as well that we have never seen before from a different angle that happened in this shooting. So prosecution bringing that up. And of course, we will continue to follow every step of the way here in this trial. As you can see now, the defense, prosecution standing up, as well as other people in the court. That means the jury is now walking in. Let's bring up the audio so we can listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Please be seated. All right, the defense may present its opening statement.
May it please the court, Mr. Frank and your team, Mr. Gray, Ms. Montgomery, former Officer Potter, and her family, her husband, sister-in-law, and brother, members of the jury. She said, "I'll tase you. I'll tase you." The language was direct, it was clear, it was unmistakable. And all Mr. Wright had to do was stop. He was told he was arrested on a warrant. He resisted. She said, "I'll tase you." And all he had to do was surrender. But that wasn't his plan. He continued on with her struggle. And 5 seconds later, she says, "Taser, taser, taser." And you're going to remember those 3 words for the rest of your life. And when she's saying those 3 words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to know from the facts what she is seeing. Okay? Because what she is seeing is that her partner, Sergeant Johnson, is in the car. He's a tall individual. He's going to testify probably tomorrow. But he's in the car restraining the gear shift so that Mr. Wright can't escape. And she knows that if he's not stopped, Mr. Wright's not stopped, he's about to drive away with a police officer dangling from his car. And she knows, and she'll tell you this, and when she says taser, 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 if she does nothing, Mr. Wright drives away and either substantially harms Sergeant Johnson or, more likely, he kills him. So when she says taser, 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 there's one last pause. The facts will show you. Mr. Wright can stop. All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us. But he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she does taser, 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 and she pulls the trigger believing that it was a taser. For why else would she say it? And immediately, upon pulling the trigger a single time, which is the training for tasers, the training for gun is to pull twice, she realizes what has happened, much to her everlasting and unending regret. She made a mistake. This was an accident. She's a human being. But she had to do what she had to do to prevent a death to a fellow officer, too. Well, before I start on the facts, and there are quite a bit more details to this case than you just heard about over the last hour, I'd like to introduce myself once again. It's a great honor to be here. It's a great privilege to be a lawyer in America, I think, and to be able to stand before you in this distinguished court in a case of this magnitude. And we are all about to engage in the great experiment that is called the American democracy, the central feature of which is a jury trial, where, according to the Constitution, if a citizen is accused of crime, her peers get to decide what the facts are and render a just verdict. It's humbling to be here, but a great honor to be her voice, along with Mr. Gray, to talk to you, to answer to ask the questions she wants us to ask, and to present the evidence she wants us to present for her, and to finally argue for her at the end of the case, which will be done by Mr. Gray. It's a historic process that we're all engaged in, and I know you'll appreciate it, but it's been going on for hundreds of years, to over 200 years, in the American effort to be fair. And there's something sacred about what we're trying to accomplish here. You're making an everlasting decision about a human being. And there's hardly any greater responsibility than that. Well, this is an opening statement. It's meant for the defense and the state to give you a roadmap or an overview of the case. It's my chance to tell you what the facts are, many of which were left out. So here's what I'm going to do in the next half hour. I'm going to introduce the police officers to you, because they're just not there for a second. They have lives. They have careers, and you should know more about them. So I'll talk about Kimberly Potter and her life and her career. I'll talk about Sergeant Michael Johnson, and I'll talk about Anthony Lucky. I'll give you just an overview of who they are, which you should know about. Then I'll follow that by talking about what happened here. You know, why he was arrested. This case isn't about a license tab. It's about a bench warrant and a guy that had a harassment order and violent conduct on his part. So we'll go in second by second on what happened here and what she saw, because she'll tell you that next week. But I want you to be in mind and mindful of what she saw. And then after we talk about the incident, I'll tell you about the other witnesses we're going to call to buttress and support our defense, the experts and the lay witnesses alike, and then we'll be ready to go. So I want you to hang with me for a half hour here. That's where I'm going to go. So let's start with the three officers. Well, first, Kimberly Potter. She's 49 years old. Was born in 1972. 4 kids in her household. She had one of these experiences as a kid that is memorable. One day in her grade school class, a police officer named Michael McGee came to talk about bicycle safety. And it is amazing what influence an adult might have on a child at any particular time, but she enjoyed the talk, and it dawned on her that she might want to be a police officer, just by the mere fact this officer came to her class. She pursued the interest in high school. She was in Explorers, which is kind of the teenager grouping that allows kids that age to experience police work to see if they might be interested. And by the time she had graduated from high school, Totino Grace, by the way, which is in the northern suburbs, Catholic high school, maybe you are familiar with it, she had decided to be a police officer. And what she wanted to do was get a BA and then pursue her career. So she enrolled at St. Mary's University in Winona and started down there in 1990 and got a degree in criminal justice and sociology, which are the standard majors for police officers. She graduated in 3.5 years. She was an industrious student, worked really hard. And then she started applying for work in the community. She got a job at the Anoka Regional Treatment Facility, but she wanted to get in with the police force. So she applied and was hired in 1995 to work for Brooklyn Center Police Department as a patrol officer. And she'll tell you one of the proudest days of her life was to have her dad pin the badge on her so that she could be a police officer. Around the same time, she married her husband, Jeff, who's the fellow with the dark suit. And they have 2 kids, One's in the Marine Corps now, and one plays the Division I hockey in the Dakotas. And they raise their family in the Champlin area. She started out her career as a patrol officer. She always wanted to be on the street. She took a special interest in domestic abuse victims, which will come into play in a minute. She became a part of the Brooklyn Center Domestic Abuse Task Force. She was really interested in women who were victimized by men and subject to the violence of men occasionally, and she shepherded the women through the court system, became their mentors, made sure they were treated fairly. She had a talent for negotiation. She was on the hostage negotiation team for Brooklyn Center. She was on the crisis team. She was an FTO, asked to be an FTO, which is an honor as well to train police officers. And then this day that we're going to talk about in a moment, she was the FTO, Field Training Officer. And one of her greatest achievements, she'll tell you, is that she is on the honor guard for police officers who die in the line of duty. She is the one among several who carry the caskets of police officers who are shot. And every officer will tell you that the most dangerous thing a police officer will do is respond to a traffic stop or an act of domestic violence. And everybody that makes a stop knows that something may go wrong. So that's her career. That's who she is. And over the course of 26 years, she never fired a gun. She never fired one shot. She never fired her taser. She never had to. She was good at de-escalating everything, and here that's what she's trying to do. I'll tase you, which is another way of saying, please stop, so I don't have to hurt you. Please stop. So that's who she is. She'll tell you that. Sergeant Johnson is on the scene. He's 41. He started the force in 2005. He became a member of the SWAT team, and you'll see that he is an imposing guy. He's 6'2", 6'3". He's on the SWAT team because of his physicality. SWAT teams, he'll explain to you, go into houses to arrest people, do search warrants, and are engaged in the activities designed to arrest people who don't want to be arrested, and anything that's involving a dangerous course of action, the SWAT team is often called. And he'll describe that to you. But the fact of the matter is, SWAT team members tend to be fearless because they take the most risks. And on this day, he was the guy who opened the passenger car door and stayed in the car. And he was the guy that she wanted to save. So that's Sergeant Johnson. He's a patrol sergeant. He's her supervisor. He evaluates her. And he's on duty that day. He gets the radio call and he arrives. Finally, we have Anthony Lucky, who is the young one of the bunch, but old in terms of experience. Mr. Lucky's in his 20s. Officer Lucky's in his 20s. He grew up in Brooklyn Park, which of course is next to Brooklyn Center. Graduated from high school there. He too will tell you that somewhere along the line when he was 7 or 8, he decided to be a police officer. After high school, he went to junior college for 2 years, Rasmussen, got certified. You need a 2-year degree to be a police officer, 4-year, 2-year, and got his boards and started to become a police officer. His first job was up in Mille Lacs for the Mille Lacs band up in Mille Lacs Lake. The geography was a little tough. That's not quite where he wanted to be. He had a job in Gaylord, Minnesota, a small town north, south and west of here, and then he applied to where he always wanted to be, which was Brooklyn Center. And Brooklyn Center was right next to where he lived. He knows the streets, he'll tell you. He knows the people. He knows the culture. He has intuitions about what is occurring because he grew up here. and in a sense, wait for him to testify as well. So those are the three people that really know what happened here. Let me go now into April 11th. On this day, Officer Lucky is supervised, as we said, by former Officer Potter. They start the shift. It's a Sunday. It's non-eventful. Nothing is happening much on a Sunday in April in Brooklyn Center, but they're on routine patrol. An FTO supervises the new police officer. Officer Lucky just started in February of this year. And he's driving along and he sees a white GM Buick in a turn lane. The signals are opposite. Instead of turning left, there's a signal to turn right. His curiosity is piqued. He decides to follow the car. It's his decision. As he follows the car, he runs the plate. He notes that the tabs are expired. He sees a Christmas tree hanging from the mirror. But this case isn't about tabs. It's not about Christmas trees. He has a right to stop. He makes the decision. It's his own decision. She joins it. She doesn't oppose it. And he stops the car. And you're going to see a much longer video as we go through here. So he does what he's trained to do. He walks up to the car door. The window comes down. He immediately notices the odor of marijuana. They didn't tell you that last hour. He sees marijuana shake inside the car. He asks for a license. Mr. Wright, excuse me, who is driving the car, has no license. He can't give him one. His license is suspended. He asks for insurance. Officer Lucky does, because in Minnesota, to drive a car, you got to have insurance. And the reason you have insurance is that should you get into a crash, that the victims of your crash can be compensated. And the only insurance card that Mr. Wright could produce was something 4 years old in a different name. So we've got some flags here going on. It's not anything about the tabs any longer. It's about someone who shouldn't be driving a car at all. Lucky goes back to the car. They get in. He runs a warrant check. Standard. There are different databases that can be used to run a warrants check. If you've ever stopped, this has happened to you as well. But so he runs a check, and you'll hear the audio of it, and there's a warrant for him. So this changes the equation. The warrant is for a gun charge. A gun charge. It's a gross misdemeanor, and this causes Lucky, who lives in the area, to be alarmed, because he knows from his own personal experience from this area that a substantial percentage of people driving in Brooklyn Center have guns in their car. He'll estimate it's up to 40%. That may be high, but that's for his own anecdotal experience. But there's a substantial chance, he'll tell you, that there's now a gun in the car because the guy's got a gun warrant. And he'll tell you he thought there was a substantial chance Wright had a gun either on his person or in the left container of the car in the doorway or in the console, which is where you hide the guns. Okay? He's alerted. So they run more checks, though. And what they didn't tell you an hour ago is there was a harassment order against Mr. Wright. A female had secured an order for protection against him because he had been violent against her. So we have guns. We have someone who's accused Mr. Wright of being violent, and a court had ordered him to stay away from her. We have marijuana in the car. He can't drive the car away. He can't be allowed to leave. So Lucky goes back to the car and says, they have a conversation here. And the conclusion he drew was that he had to be arrested on the warrant. A court of law directed him to arrest him. It has nothing to do with a license tab. It has to do with a court order from this district. So the plan is to go to the door and arrest him. But they also have to know who the female is in the car, because Lucky knows, Officer Potter knows that with restraining orders and harassment orders, sometimes the girlfriend or the friend who gets the order reconciles with the defendant. And they have to find out who she is to see if she is in danger. This is standard police work. No fault can be had for the strategy here. So Lucky walks up to the door, tells him, Mr. Wright, to get out. He can't arrest him inside the car. So he directs him to get out, and about the same time, all three of them say, you're under arrest. And Johnson, by this time, has conferred. He knows what the situation is, too. So there's an arrest warrant for a gun. And in hindsight, I suppose, they could have taken Mr. Wright further back. But all these officers will say that sometimes they arrest at the doorway. But the plan was to cuff him and then figure out what to do. They had to cuff him, recheck the warrant, recheck the woman, and then figure out what to do. This is all legitimate. This is all legitimate police work. And all Mr. Wright had to do was surrender on the warrant, which he had to have known about. That's all he had to do. So he gets him out of the car, Lucky does. And then you hear on the videotape, which you'll hear many times, is he turns Dante Wright to the car, tries to get his arms back, which is what he's supposed to do, and then Wright starts to tense up. And Lucky says, don't tense up. Don't tense up. Don't do it, bro, I think is the language that you'll hear. So we have someone who's supposed to surrender and doesn't want to surrender. And he gets back in the car. And it's chaotic. It's fast moving. This is really quick. Mr. Wright is extremely fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and that is escape. So he twists and turns back in the car. And at this point, Johnson enters the car. Johnson holds, as I say, the gear shift, so he can't drive. Lucky's trying to hang on. And at this point, he has to be stopped. He can't just drive away, because the police officers know that fleeing a police officer is also a felony. And fleeing at a dangerous speed, which you saw in the video, is a dangerous felony. It's a crime of violence. They also know they can't let him go. They can't. The court has said arrest him. I'll tase you, I'll tase you, I'll tase you, she says. It's clear, it's direct, it's rooted in her hostage crisis training. She announces what's going to happen to him. She hopes, as I tell you, that he will comply, be arrested. She repeats it twice. I'll tase you, I tase you, and there's 5 seconds. And then, as I told you, she sees Johnson, whose location was key to the case, because if this guy drives away, he's dead. He's dead. So the moment, what happens, she shouts, taser, 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 and one of the issues for you, or the key issue in the case for you, is what was her conscious thought as to whether or not she had a taser in her arm, or whether or not she had a gun.
The objection is overruled.
The evidence will show you in her own testimony and in your intuition after watching the video 10 times, is that she believed that she possessed a taser. That's why she said taser, taser, taser. She didn't say gun, gun, gun. And if she believed that she had a taser, which she did, then she did not have an awareness of possessing a gun. You know, the crimes alleged here are going to be defined by Judge Chu at the end of the trial, but it's just not shooting somebody. That's not the crime. It's being consciously aware of some kind of fact.
All right, Counselor, please stick to the facts.
Okay. Well, as you look at the case, you decide whether, when she said taser, 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 she meant something else. You decide. And that's why we're here, essentially. We have that dispute. So that takes care of what happened. You know who's the testimony is going to be. Now I want to tell you who our other witnesses are going to be before you, and then we'll get going on the case. We're going to call several witnesses. The first one will be Timothy Gannon. He's the police chief, former police chief of Brooklyn Center. He was starting at Brooklyn Center in 1994, about the same time former Officer Potter did. His rise through the department was a different course. He was on the SWAT team. He became a sergeant quite quickly, and then he became a commander. There are 3 commanders and then a police chief, and then eventually he became the police chief of Brooklyn Center, and he's going to testify first. He's a veteran of the Iraq wars. He's got a BA. He's a wealth of experience. He's been in over 100 critical instances in his life where shots were fired. He's been in danger himself. And he'll testify about the training that Brooklyn Center police officers take, and he'll testify that he's seen the videotape himself. Different views of the tape now as it become more produced in the discovery, and he'll say that given the position of Johnson's body in the car, it was consistent with Officer Potter's training to not only shoot a taser, she certainly could do that, consistent with what she was trained to do, but she could have also shot him, which was not intention, but she could have shot him, given the fact that Johnson almost died. But that will be his testimony. He'll also tell you a little bit about being in these traumatic critical incidents, is what they're called in police training and the police world, and he'll tell you that he's been in, as I say, 100, but he'll also tell you that there's certain inability to recall events that happen so quickly and they're so violent. And part of Officer Potter's testimony will be a lack of recall as to some details in this. She's got most of them, but some details are gone. And that does happen during critical instances involving trauma. So he'll tell you a little bit more about that. We're going to call next a fellow from Missouri named Steve Iams, I-J-A-M-S. He's a 29-year veteran of police work, and he's going to testify as to the reasonable use of a taser. There is a question here. They're going to present their own expert named Stoughton, and we will present an expert to you in the form of Iams, Steve Iams, that the use of the taser was certainly legitimate. It was appropriate. There was enough distance. The central claim, factual dispute that you're going to have to decide is whether the car was moving or whether, in other words, Dante Wright was in control of the car. And the testimony will be that the car was not moving, that he wasn't in control of the car, and that was the purpose of Johnson being there. And you'll have testimony when someone says taser, 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 that's consistent with the training, then everyone jumps back so as not to be shocked by the taser itself. So when Officer Potter shouted taser, 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 that's when Johnson and Lucky moved back. And the fact that she shouted taser, taser, taser saved Johnson's life. So that's Steve Iams. He'll come in. We've got another officer named Colleen Fricke who was with Kimberly Potter that night, and she'll show you videotape to give you a sense of the profound remorse and the emotional impact this has had on her. And she'll show you a video of Kimberly Potter huddled in the corner of Brooklyn Center Police Station. Her grief and regret was inconsolable. But grief and regret is not a crime either, or reflective of one. We're going to call character witnesses for her, people who've known her, police officers, friends from the family, all ages, to say that she has a good reputation for being peaceful and law-abiding, so that you know that this is something that is way out of the ordinary for her. And finally, we're going to answer the question that some of you had of, well, if you were a police officer for 29 years why and trained so well, why should something like this happen? And so we will be calling a fellow named Lawrence Miller from Boca Raton, Florida. He's a PhD in psychology with an expertise in traumatic incidences and police work, violence. And he's going to talk to you about how it is that we do one thing while meaning to do another. And it's called in the literature an action error. And he'll come in Friday morning, a week from this Friday. And he'll talk about the routine kind of action errors that we all experience. Give you some examples of what an action error is. But I want to get that word in your mind as you go through the case, action error. And for example, as the year turns, and for those who still write checks, you write the date of the check in January and you put the wrong year because you're used to doing 2001 all through the year, and it should be 2022. Well, that's an error. You're making an error you don't even think about. Or in computers, you change the password but absentmindedly go back to your old password. Or if you've recently moved to a different location, you sometimes can drive back to your old location not realizing that that's what you've done. These are called action errors, and they are ordinarily dismissible, but they become quite important when what happens is catastrophic. And when someone makes a mistake and wants to do one thing but does something else with consequences of the kind that we see here. Action errors in the field of great catastrophe include airline mistakes that are historically made, why a high-time pilot would suddenly miss a landing after 30 years, why a surgeon perhaps after 1,000 surgeries might make a mistake, which can happen, or a diagnosis may be missed in the time of stress. Action errors in police work, Dr. Miller will tell you, occur in times of chaos, acute stress, when the decisions have to be made in an instant, when there is no time for reflection, and where the individual involved is in turn chaotic and perhaps intoxicated. Stoned is another word for it. It's up to you, of course, whether action error occurred in this case, and he's not going to give you an opinion one way or another, but he'll explain what happens to the brain and what happens in these high catastrophic instances is that the habits that are ingrained, the training that's ingrained, takes over in these chaotic situations, and the historic training is applied and the newer training is discounted. And the evidence in this case is that the tasers were only available in the last 10 years, and this is a brand new taser, whereas by comparison, Ms. Potter has had 26 years of gun training. And an error can happen. We are in a human business. Police officers are human beings. And that's what occurred. At the conclusion of the case, I will rest and we'll get a chance to argue for what the facts show. And that will be an argument for your verdict of not guilty. Ms. Potter's good name has been besmirched by this allegation, which is not true, and by the press coverage, which has been slanted, and we seek to reclaim it. And reclaim it we will. And our request for you to find her not guilty will be well deserved.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll start up again at 1:30. Okay? So have a good lunch.
And thank you to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, this trial, a big deal in Minnesota, especially since this incident did happen while the Derek Chauvin trial for the killing of George Floyd was going on at the time when this incident did happen. So we're going to continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. You can see that we do have that zoom into the seal there, and our coverage with our Fox 29 or Fox 9 Minneapolis team will also continue. But what I want to do is jump into a quick 2-minute break, get that in for some of our viewers here. And when we come back, we're going to continue all of our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, including more with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team.
From both the prosecution and the defense, which just wrapped up. Earlier this morning, Erin Eldridge from the Attorney General's office laid out her case. And now, of course, we have Paul Eng from the defense team laying out what jurors should expect to hear and see during their presentation of the case, which will probably come up next week at about this time. A couple of notes here from what Paul Eng just laid out. In his opening statement, he basically recalled how the incident went down here 8 months ago, and he said, quote, "When she said, 'I'll tase you,' the language was direct and understandable. All Mr. Wright had to do was stop." And then he paused, and he said, all he had to do was surrender, laying out their portion of the case that that maybe Daunte Wright himself was perhaps to blame for some of the actions that transpired that day. Paul Bloom, let's bring you into this now, because they pretty much laid out what we expected them to this morning.
They sure did, Tim, and sort of the suggestion there that Wright has some blame in his own death. They can't be quite as overt as I think they would like to be, but Eng certainly hinted that had he stopped, had he surrendered, had he obeyed commands, he would have been arrested. He would still be with us, was the language that Paul Eng used. He wrapped up his his opening statement, 35 minutes. I had it clocked in a little shorter than the state went, that Mrs. Potter's good name has been besmirched. The allegations are not true. He believes the press coverage. He alluded to press coverage to try to address what jurors, of course, some of whom have seen some of the press coverage, that the press coverage has been slanted and that they intend to reclaim Potter's good name, and asking this jury to find Kim Potter not guilty on manslaughter 1 and 2. And of course, important to point out that a verdict will eventually be a guilty, not guilty verdict. This is not sort of a quote-unquote innocence situation. We do know, and certainly the defense acknowledges, that Kim Potter did, in fact, shoot and kill Daunte Wright. Paul Eng pointing out that in that situation, with an officer, quote, dangling from the squad car during that arrest, trying to detain Daunte Wright for that outstanding warrant, that the officer was dangling from the vehicle. And if that vehicle moves forward with this officer dangling from that vehicle, that officer risks serious injury, and more likely, he was likely to be killed in that incident. So even under those circumstances, Kimberly Potter would have been authorized to use lethal and deadly force and pull out her Glock rather than what she thought was her taser. But of course, it was the handgun. So we are off and running. They're going to take their lunch break now before we get into the first witnesses. Debbie Lang, criminal defense attorney here in the Twin Cities, is joining us. She's been watching along these opening statements. As I underlined, defense attorney, your opportunity here to react to Paul Eng's opening statement.
Well, something that your viewers may have noticed is that Mr. Eng took some time to talk about the system as a whole and talk about the honor of being a defense attorney and an attorney in the United States at this point. He was doing that to try to endear himself to the jury. It is very common that the public isn't fans of a defense lawyer. And so it's clear here that Mr. Eng was taking that opportunity to try to endear himself, to help and try to endear his client when he was talking about the fact that he will be, quote, asking questions that she wants and presenting evidence that she wants us to present. As defense attorneys know, those decisions are actually up to the attorney. Certainly, they will take into account what their client wishes and have those in-depth conversations with our clients. But in the end, it's up to the attorney which questions to ask and which evidence to present. But yet Mr. Eng made it sound like this is Kim Potter, her life. This is her story. And so it was clear to me during that part, he was doing that to endear himself and his client.
Debbie, Tim Blotz here. I'm curious, how much of the time when you are working with a client, how involved are they in the case? And do attorneys take into account their input into the direction of the defense, keeping in mind here that I'm guessing most of your clients, or most of the defense attorneys' clients, are not legal experts themselves, are not attorneys.
Right. And every client is different. Every defendant is different. Some of them don't even want to see the police reports or look at the video. And there are times that I have to insist that my client do so. Others are extremely involved and they want to discuss every single word in a police report and analyze each video together. And so every client is different in that regard. Absolutely, we defense attorneys will take into consideration and account what our client would like to see happen and their thoughts. The reality is they aren't attorneys, but neither are the jurors. And so it's always good to listen to their input, absolutely consider it and weave it into the strategy that you're going to employ at trial. But in the end, it's ultimately the attorney's decision, specifically which questions to ask on cross-examination or direct examination and what evidence should be presented. We always talk to our clients as well about, remember, the jurors are not attorneys, but they're also not you. It's not their life. So you have to be able to look at the evidence objectively, just as a jury should be doing during a trial.
And in fact, they're human beings, just like the rest of us. And Paul Eng made a direct reference to that today in trying to endear his client to them, that she is a human being too. In fact, I'm going to read this direct quote that he said in his opening statement here today. She made a mistake. This was an accident. She is a human being, and she had to do what she had to do to prevent the death of a fellow officer. In those 3 simple sentences, he laid out his entire case, didn't he, Debbie?
He did. And again, he wants the jury to see Kim Potter, not as Officer Potter, but as a human being who's not perfect and who is doing the best she could to protect one of her partners, or the sergeant in the case, who was in that vehicle. And he went back a couple of times to talk about if that decision wasn't made, Sergeant Johnson would be substantially injured or potentially dead at this point.
And he also outlined some of the key witnesses that they're going to have here, among them Dr. Lawrence Miller, who's going to be an expert witness to come in and testify about what are called action errors. These are the simple mistakes that we all make every day, whether we input a wrong password into our computer or drive to the grocery store instead of driving to work. And he really made it sound like this is going to be key to the defense here, to try and argue to the jurors that these are things that we all commit every day, and she committed a simple mistake.
Yeah, but it is definitely the core of their defense. They are saying this was a mistake, and the state is going to focus on how could this be a mistake. There are so many differences between the taser and a firearm, and you heard the prosecution talk about that at length during their opening statements. They put up photographs of the taser and the firearm, the Glock. They talked about the differences in operation, the differences in weight, the differences in the holster. And so the defense has to address how could all of these things be missed by someone? And that's where Dr. Miller comes in, and he's going to talk about the fact that when this happens, that dominant trait takes over, and your brain isn't thinking about those differences in weight, hitting a safety, clicking a holster, one's plastic, one's leather. So they need to have an expert, and that's who they have here to address what the state is saying, which is, this wasn't a mistake. This was recklessness. This was negligence. This wasn't just a simple mistake.
And I'm really curious, Debbie, about that expert, because as you know, Judge Chu is allowing the expert, the doctor, the PhD, to testify towards sort of the phenomenon of it, but not to speculate on whether Kimberly Potter in that moment suffered from it. So I'll be curious, and I'm sure our viewers will be curious to see kind of how that testimony comes in. I assume, I don't know if I quite followed along with Eng, but that doctor would have to go first, right? And then we would hear from Potter afterwards to sort of kind of speak to that phenomenon, to match it up to what we hear from the PhD. So anyway, that'll be kind of an interesting development. The one thing I did want you to address here is sort of the idea, as you talked about, I know I used a phrase earlier in a question this morning about kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. This idea of the defense kind of sort of almost like a two-pronged defense here, that it was a human mistake, an innocent mistake. She's a human being. We make mistakes. But then the idea that she's also, well, if you don't believe it's a mistake, it also was an authorized use of force in that moment to stop that car, to stop Dante Wright, to save her fellow officer. Is that just a tactic we see in court? My gut would be, from the outside, let's stick with one, defend it tooth and nail, and go after it. Here we're kind of defending two prongs here. Just your thoughts on putting both ideas in front of this jury.
I think they actually have to do it. And the reason being is that the state's position is that use of the taser was not appropriate here. And so as a result of that, if they're just saying it was a mistake, the problem is that mistake wouldn't be rooted in something logical in policy or in training. So they have to be able to say it was appropriate for her to draw the taser, and that she didn't panic and make a mistake, instead of grabbing her baton, for example. They have to be able to say the use of the taser, it was appropriate under the circumstances. And then mixing up the taser and the gun, that was a result of what they're referring to as the action error, where that dominant trait of grabbing the gun took over from grabbing the taser, especially here where it sounds like Kim Potter is going to be testifying that she had never used her taser while on the job before.
And as we continue to listen in with our Fox 9 team in Minneapolis, court on recess for a lunch break. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to listen into their coverage as they're asking questions with a legal expert right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To this idea that it's about the air freshener hanging from the rear view mirror. This is about an arrest warrant. This is about a possible gun, as the arrest warrant was for a weapons violation. You think Eng did a good job, again, talking about they're not allowed to bring in bad behaviors of Dante Wright, but in terms of establishing danger, establishing fear at that traffic stop, again, that's pointed out over and over by both sides. This was a Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock, middle of April. You don't expect trouble at that point, but just wondering your thoughts on Eng's effectiveness there.
Yeah, I thought it was a good job. He's using that as well to talk about the officer's suspicion and their reasonable basis for moving forward with the seizure of Dante Wright. So what are they looking at? Are they looking at just handing him a ticket and letting him go on his way? Nope. Here, they're looking at an initial stop, which then moved up. It moved up with the smell of the odor of alcohol and observing what Paul Eng referred to as shake, which are essentially little pieces of marijuana throughout the car. Then they learn that he doesn't have a license as well. Then they run his record and they find out that there's an arrest warrant for a weapons violation. Additionally, Paul, you may have picked up when Mr. Eng was talking about Kim Potter and her career and the path that she took to get there. He talked about how she took a special interest in domestic abuse victims and that she was interested in those women who were victimized by men, the term that he used, and that she shepherded them through the court process. Then you heard later, he referenced that they discovered that Dante Wright had a harassment restraining order. So Kim Potter's interest in that, how dangerous domestic situations can be. Now we know that the officers learned that Dante Wright had a harassment restraining order, where Mr. Eng is claiming that there were allegations of violence towards a woman that resulted in issuance of that order. So I think he did a good job in laying the appropriate issues out, and of course, staying away, which he is legally obligated to do, from those bad acts that the judge said would be excluded from the purview of the jury.
We're expecting the first witnesses to take the stand here yet this afternoon, and it is quite possible we could hear right off the top at some point this afternoon from Dante Wright's mother. What do you expect that testimony to revolve around?
Her testimony, she's both a fact witness and a spark of life witness. So she's going to talk about, I would anticipate, first, who her son was, how important he was to their family, how loved he was. I anticipate she'll talk about the connection that she had with her son, and then she'll transition into the fact portion of her testimony, what she heard during that phone call when Dante had phoned her following the traffic stop. She'll talk about the emotions that she felt hearing that gun go off. She'll talk about her concern for her son. So I anticipate that it will transition from spark of life into fact, but then back into emotional testimony, which again is the spark of life.
And lay out for our viewers here who are tuning in as to why you would want to start with that kind of testimony.
You want to be sure to capture the jury right away. It was referenced from one of the reporters who was within the courtroom that two of the jurors had yawned at the end of the state's opening statement. And so the state's definitely going to want to capture them, to set that tone, to strike that emotional chord with them as early as they can, because then later some of the witnesses that they're not going to be able to connect with per se, the witnesses that talk about training, use of force, those experts, which I'm anticipating some of the jurors are going to start yawning again. So you want to catch them early, because you know that you're not going to be able to keep that audience as captive as those more boring witnesses, if you will testify. They're important, but they're witnesses that a juror isn't going to be able to connect with.
And clearly, guys, that we are going right to the scene with the mother. We expect the girlfriend. We learned kind of during proceedings there that the girlfriend in the passenger seat, and then Officer Lucky. So we are going right to that scene. We had talked about how does the state start building its case. I know Debbie referenced the emotion there that mom brings in. Obviously, the girlfriend's going to be emotional, and then the officer right there. So we are going right to the scene, to the shooting. We'll have to see from there where the state then introduces more body camera footage and some of the other evidence. But I would just note for our viewers that we're going right to that shooting scene as how the state is going to begin laying out its case as they look to convict Kimberly Potter on these 2 manslaughter counts.
All right, I want to reset the clock here for our viewers who have been tuning into us live streaming today on fox9.com and the YouTube channel. We have just started a lunch break here. Already happening this morning is the prosecution has laid out their opening statement, and the defense, Paul Eng, has laid out his opening statements as well. The first witnesses will actually start taking the stand here right after the lunch break. So what we want to do here for the moment is replay the opening statements from the prosecution this morning, and Assistant Attorney General Aaron Eldridge, who basically laid out their case. And what we will do, this runs about 55 minutes long, and if Judge Chu and the rest of the court comes back into the courtroom here before that opening statement replay is done, we will then come back on here and take you back into the courtroom so you can watch the afternoon's proceedings. But for now, let's take you back to the replay from earlier today, and Aaron Eldridge from the Assistant Attorney General's office laying out the opening statements here. Here we go.
Police officers occupy unique positions of power and responsibility in our society.
Okay.
They hold positions of public trust, and they commit themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the sanctity of life. To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect, to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they are also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are each individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence. These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're trained professionals. They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they put on their uniforms and they go to work, and they go to work out on the streets of our communities. They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons, and they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately. We trust them not to use those weapons rashly or recklessly, and we expect not to be shot dead on the street for no reason. We expect them not to betray their badge, and we expect them to uphold their oath. We trust them to know wrong from right and left from right. This case is about an officer who knew not to get it dead wrong, but she failed to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust. And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Dante Wright. Now, the defendant was a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center police force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect. She had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect.
Prosecution opening statements being replayed out here for all of our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break for some viewers continuing to listen to this coverage with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team when we all return.
Weapon. And that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone. Now you'll learn about her firearm. It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is a common type of ammunition used by law enforcement. And not only will you hear about the ammunition and the firearm, you'll hear about her taser, a Taser 7. Now, a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out 2 probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move. And they can also be used to inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case. But every day that the defendant, Kimberly Potter, went to work, she strapped on her duty belt with her gun and her taser and all of the other options available to her on that belt. And every day she put on her duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side. Something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies. She was trained to carry her weapons in this way, and she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be requalified on her firearm every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this Taser 7. Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Daunte Wright and the events of April 11th of this year. Daunte Wright was Katie Bryant and Aubrey Wright's first child together. He was their first son as a couple, and he lived at home with his parents and his 2 younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large, blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Dante Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store. And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy. Now, Dante Wright also had a son of his own, Dante Jr. Dante Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Dante Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him. Now, on April 11th, Dante Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior, on that day. And Dante Wright had recently been given the family car, a white Buick, as his own. And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now his own, he wanted to get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his mom, Katie Bryant, gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one. But he didn't make it. He never made it to the car wash that day. And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now, what was the defendant doing on April 11th? On April 11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Dante Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on April 11th, while out on patrol, the defendant and Officer Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Dante Wright's car. And they decided to stop the vehicle. Yes, for the air freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Dante Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Dante Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Dante Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Dante Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He answered all the questions that were asked of him. And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what did scared 20-year-old Dante Wright do? He called his mom. And in these COVID times, The tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card. And he was trying to figure out the situation. So he called his mom for help. And back at the squad car, Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that Dante Wright had been forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant that he believed that Dante Wright was telling him the truth. He then ran the name through their system, and the defendant, who's his trainer, corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way. And once they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Dante Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation. So in the squad car, the defendant and Officer Lucky, they discussed their plan, and they decided to arrest Dante Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was going on. They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Dante Wright on the warrant. This was nothing out of the ordinary for the defendant, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky. She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Dante Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Dante Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Dante Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Dante Wright and told him that there was a warrant and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Dante tried to get away. He tried to get back in the car. He tried to leave. Dante Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car, while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Dante Wright's clothing to pull him back out. So Dante puts his hands on the steering wheel, he puts his foot down on the brake, he does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car, and meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Dante Wright's right arm, right hand from the passenger side of the vehicle to try to get control of him. But he kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. He tried to turn off the car from that side, tried to get Dante Wright under control. So Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson continued to engage. Now at that point, the defendant approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her trainee and she was the FTO. So she was the one who determined how this stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done. And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone. Now, as soon as she gets involved, she escalates the situation. She acts rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm. She draws it with her right hand from the right side of her duty belt, where she's always kept her gun. She draws it with her finger on the trigger. And she points it directly at Dante Wright's chest. Now, at the same time, there are two other officers, as you can see here, with hands on or interacting with Dante Wright. Officer Lucky is to the front of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant Johnson on the other side of the vehicle. And Dante Wright's girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, is in the passenger seat, right next to him. They're all within a few feet of the muzzle of the defendant's gun. Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you," a second time. And then, "Taser, taser, taser," which prompts the officers to let go of Dante's arms and then disengage. But she points the gun at Dante for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his chest.
Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in. This is some replay of earlier here this morning while the court is on a lunch break. They will be back soon. This is just some of those opening statements from the prosecution team. So we will continue to, of course, keep you covered right here in the Minneapolis courtroom. But what I want to do is take this opportunity, step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, I want to break down the jury for you, give you a look at exactly who is seated on this trial. We know that there's 14 jurors who are listening to this case. 2, though, are alternates. They will not be in those deliberations once this trial does come to that point. So we'll go over all those details right here for you on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. What I wanted to do was step away from some of those opening statements. Again, that was just replay from earlier here today. Trial will resume as soon as we do have the court back from their lunch break. But let's break down some of those jurors. I want to talk about each one that has been seated here. So going to be starting with juror number 2, who is a white man in his 50s, does work as an editor in a neurology dealing with medical evidence. Now, he testified that he has an unfavorable view of Blue Lives Matters and has always wanted to serve on a jury. Now, juror number 6 was a white woman in her 60s. She is a retired special education teacher. She did lose one of her 4 children just 2 years ago to breast cancer. Juror number 7 was a white man, 29 years old, had overnight operations manager at Target and a bass guitar player in a local alternative rock band. Took a firearms safety class when he was a teenager. The next juror is juror number 11, an Asian woman in her 40s, works in downtown Minneapolis and has said that she was concerned about the unrest following the killing of George Floyd. Juror number 17 is a white woman in her 20s, has little prior knowledge about the case or legal system. Juror number 19 was a black woman in her 30s, mother of 2 and a teacher, owns a gun with a permit and a taser for personal protection. Juror number 21, white man in his 40s, is a father with previous experience serving on a jury. Juror number 22 is a white man in his 60s, a registered nurse for over 25 years, and is currently studying to be a nurse practitioner. He is a gun owner and also manages some properties. Juror number 26 is an Asian woman in her 20s. She is in school and has finals and job interviews coming up, but she said she was willing to serve if she was selected, which she was. Now, juror number 40 was a white man in his 40s, participated in the Police Explorers program back in high school, but ultimately decided not to pursue a career in law enforcement because he was afraid of having to fire a gun. Now, juror number 48 is a woman in her 40s, a mother of 2 school-aged children, a former IT project manager, and grew up on a farm just outside of Minnesota. Now, juror number 55 is a man in his 50s. He's a field engineer in cybersecurity. He's a Navy veteran. He's a gun owner and does enjoy partaking in Renaissance steel weapons fighting. Now, juror number 57 is a woman in her 70s, mother with children in their 40s. She has served in 2 prior juries. And juror number 58, he's a white man in his 30s. He's a father of a young child, lives in Eden Prairie, and he has a close friend who is a St. Paul police officer. So I just wanted to break down who exactly is seated on this trial. Again, they do have 14 jury members. That means 2 of them are alternates, just in case anyone has anything come up that they may be dismissed from the trial or wouldn't be able to continue serving in the trial. So 12 of them will go into deliberations once this does wrap up. This trial is expected to last about 2 to 3 weeks. We had just heard this morning that the judge is hoping to have this trial wrapped up by Christmas Eve. So we wanted to go over that again here for you on Live Now from Fox. Just a reminder, Kim Potter is 49 years old. And she is charged with killing Dante Wright. And Potter, again, her defense team is saying that she thought she was firing her taser instead of her gun when she killed 20-year-old Dante Wright, who is a black man. This happened during a traffic stop back on April 11th. And prosecutors, again, are saying that she was reckless and negligent and should go to prison. So we've been listening in here for you live inside of that courtroom again at this time. We are on a recess as we do have everyone on a lunch break. As soon as they do come back, of course, we're going to be jumping right back in as we will have our very first witness taking the stand. Going to step away for 2 minutes. When we return, going to go back into some more of those opening statements that were delivered earlier here this morning in the courtroom. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue our coverage of the Kim Potter trial for you in Minneapolis. We do have a number of other events going on. President Biden taking a trip out to Kansas City. He's talking about his Build Back Better and infrastructure, as well as we did have multiple different leaders on Capitol Hill speaking out this morning. Not only did Nancy Pelosi hold a press conference, but we also had some of our GOP senators were speaking about the vaccine for COVID-19. The mandates that continue to be put in place across the country. We just heard earlier this week, New York City putting one of the toughest mandates in place, now also asking for all of the businesses, this affecting nearly 200,000 businesses, to have their employees vaccinated. So we do continue to cover a number of other topics, but today is definitely a big day in Minneapolis. We wanted to, of course, bring you that top coverage as we've been inside of the courtroom, giving you some of those legal experts that pieces of expertise into this trial, as we do have, again, an ex-Minnesota officer who is charged in the death of 20-year-old Dante Wright. Again, this happened during a traffic stop back in April, and we've been listening to both sides of opening statements. Now we're into a lunch break, and when we return, we're going to be hearing from the very first witness called to the stand. Prosecution's going to have their turn first to call their witnesses, and of course, as they question their witnesses, defense has a turn to cross-examine. It goes back and forth, so we'll continue to give you those pieces inside of the courtroom live as they happen. Once they come back from break, of course, we're going to be listening into that in full here for you. They are expected to go until about 5 p.m. local time, their essential time there in Minneapolis. So until then, what I want to do is continue our coverage with our Fox 9 team. Right now, we're listening back in to some of those opening statements that happened earlier here this morning. The prosecution team spoke for nearly an hour. We're still listening into their opening statements. So we're going to jump back into things with our Fox 9 team right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case,
Counsel,
members of the jury.
Please stick to the facts.
This case is also not about Dante Wright. Dante Wright.
This is argument, I object. She's given her opening statement, now she's arguing her case.
I'd like you to just stick with a bird's eye view of the facts that you think will go in, and no argument, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear about the training. You'll hear about the policies. There will be evidence of all of those things presented in this case. And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue. Now, over the course of her career, the defendant received extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things. Readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real-life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. She was also trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation. There's also policy on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force. There's also policy on de-escalation, that officers should use non-violent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, to improve decision-making, to improve communication, and to reduce the need for force. Now, in addition to training on policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy on tasers. And the policy on tasers for Brooklyn Center is known as conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should result in fewer serious injuries to both officers and suspects. And you will see that mere flight from a pursuing officer is not good cause for the use of a taser. And you will also learn that Brooklyn Center policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles. You'll also hear that tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side, on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officers should not hold them both at the same time. And we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser, Taser 7, up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items. The color, for one, well, it sounds like stating the obvious, perhaps. The taser is bright yellow, the Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about. Now, the taser weighs 0.94 pounds, and the Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much. Now, you'll also hear about the differences in safety and the display and the laser that comes on the taser and the holster location, and I'll talk about those things too. Now, when it comes to the safety, a safety is just a mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases, that makes a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the Glock and it fires. Now when it comes to the display, well, when you flip up the safety on a taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, 3 things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on.
And as we continue to listen in to some of the opening statements from earlier here today, some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
The person holding the taser sees this display screen when it's on. And the lasers, the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of 2 red laser lights appears. But there's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the taser after it's been armed. Now you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt that holds her gun and her taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the taser in its holster. The taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the taser from its holster. You press down on that button and then rock the taser backward. The taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases and the gun comes straight out. Now, as you saw before, taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy. The policy requires that the taser be carried on the reaction side, the non-dominant side. And the firearm, the gun, is carried on the dominant side. In this case, the defendant's right hand side is where she kept her gun, her left side is where she kept her taser. Now you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given the choice when it comes to how those tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw. Now, for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body with the right hand to pull out the taser. In that situation, as pictured in the top here, the butt of the grip points forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the defendant had her holster
All right, it does look like we lost just a little bit of that. So what we're going to do is take this opportunity to head into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we've been listening into the prosecution side. I'm going to replay the defense teams as they continue to give us some of these opening statements. And as soon as we do see the courtrooms back, of course, we're going to be jumping in there live. They're out on that lunch break. When they return from their lunch break, we'll be inside there listening to the very first witness take the stand. More to come right here on LiveNOW from Fox in just 2 minutes.
says that officers should target lower sentences.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are going to keep our eyes on the courthouse in Minneapolis as we are waiting for the trial to come back on break. So what we'll do is keep you updated as soon as we do see them return. Of course, we'll be jumping into that here live. But I do want to touch on another story that is just happening here. We did have resentencing for a man who is accused of killing his pregnant wife. Going to be hearing from some comments out in California right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. See a few more people today. Who wants to start? You start. I would say, based on what we just saw, that it reaffirms our strong belief in Scott's innocence. What you saw from the prosecution when the prosecutor spoke, the only things, quote, evidence he gave out, about 75% of what he talked about, were simply Scott Peterson telling lies to Amber Fry, which, quite frankly, no one has denied. And I don't think it takes any great legal brain to say that generally what you're going to find in any case of an affair is the man lying to the wife or vice versa. So that shows, again, the paucity of evidence in this case. It doesn't exist. The second thing that struck me was, continues to say about the burglary things like that was shown at the last trial or discussed at the last trial. Very little was discussed at the last trial. That's absolutely incorrect. There were occasional things that were discussed that a burglary occurred, but very few of the details were allowed in because they fought to keep them out. There's been a lot of new information since that time, but the key here is, and I would ask all of you in the media, ask them when the burglary occurred. They will not answer that question. When did the burglary occur? Because they know, they stated originally that it occurred on the 26th. They now know, we all know, it happened on the 24th. They refuse to answer that question. For those of you who saw an interview with Detective Bueller of the Modesto Police Department, when he was directly asked that question, his reply was, well, the question he was asked was, how could the burglary have occurred on the 26th with the media lining the streets? His response was, well, I think they broke in the back. Well, he knows very well from the police report that the burglars, in fact, said, and they wrote up in the police report, that they came out the front with a safe, and they sat there in the front yard with a safe for quite a while waiting on a car to come help them take the safe. That is why they absolutely cannot answer the question. Ask them. Ask them for proof that it occurred on the 26th. And every time you do, I had another reporter said that they asked him, and he said, well, it was the most investigated burglary in the history of California. Really? Because if it was so investigated, why is it that one of the witnesses that they interviewed, who was part of a tip that was given to, I think, America's Most Wanted, that said this gentleman was involved, and they had overheard that he was involved, when they interviewed him in this great investigation, he stated, oh, I couldn't have been there that date on the December 26th because I was in jail. Nobody bothered to check the jail records. He hadn't been in jail for 3 weeks prior to that. That's the investigation we're talking about. They also don't bother to mention that a Department of Corrections official, this isn't somebody from the defense, a Department of Corrections official, Lieutenant Aponte, provided them with a tape. He claims, told all of us, that he gave them a tape of a conversation in which one of the prisoners was talking to his brother on the phone when Lacey Peterson came up, and they basically made comments about knowing what happened to Lacey and let's shut up, be quiet, don't talk about it anymore. That tape was, according to Lieutenant Aponte, given to the Modesto police. They deny it. They say they never received it. But regardless, Lieutenant Aponte reported it, turned it in, and we have a declaration from Lieutenant Aponte about what was said, and that in fact it was heard and was on tape, and that he did in fact provide them the tape.
All right, nearly 2 decades after being sentenced to die, Scott Peterson resentenced today to life in prison for the 2002 slaying of his pregnant wife and unborn son. It had gripped the world's attention then and ever since, and Peterson will serve a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of his wife, Lacey, and 15 years to life for the death of their unborn son. So this again, just coming in here to Live Now from Fox, wanted to bring this breaking news here to you, but we do also still have our trial now coming back from lunch. The very first witness just being sworn in. Prosecution starting with their questions. Let's go ahead, listen into that live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To me, right?
And could you tell me the ages of your children, please?
Diamond is 19 tomorrow, and Destiny is going to be 15 in January.
And your son Dante, right, is he deceased?
Yes.
What was Dante's date of birth?
10/27/2000.
And that makes him your first child with Aubrey, is that right?
Yes.
Did he live with you up until the time of his death?
He did.
And who else lived with you?
Diamond and Destiny.
How old was your son Dante when he died?
He was 20.
And what about his physical condition? Was he in good health?
Yes.
No health issues around the time of his death?
No.
Do you also have some children from a previous relationship?
I do.
Do you also have some children from a previous relationship?
I do.
And who are they?
Damick Bryant and Dallas Bryant.
And then does your husband have children from a prior relationship as well?
He does.
So how many kids are there in total between you and your husband, Aubrey?
7.
So I'm just going to ask you this to get out of the way. Ms. Bryant, do you have a felony conviction for second-degree controlled substance possession?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some more questions about your family, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your son, Dante, right? All right?
Okay.
Maybe you could tell the jury a little bit about Dante when he was a small child. Could you tell the jury about the kinds of things he liked to do for fun?
Yeah. Dante, he loved basketball. He actually started playing at a very young age, all the way through high school. He was funny. He was a jokester. He liked to make everybody laugh. He had a smile that would light up a room. He was amazing. He was my son.
As he grew up, did he get various jobs as well?
He did.
What kind of work did he do?
He was in retail, and then he also worked some fast food.
Was there a place he was working shortly before he died?
He was at Taco Bell and Famous Footwear.
And Famous Footwear, did he work there with his dad?
He did.
And shortly before his death, was he planning to go back to school?
Yes, he actually enrolled in Summit Academy about 2 months before he was killed.
Maybe you could tell the jury what Summit Academy.
I'm not 100% sure what Summit Academy is, but I know that they do like masonry. It's like a program where they train you to be in a career. Carpentry, masonry, and I know there's some other programs that they offer.
Was he planning to pursue any particular career at that point?
He talked about carpentry, but wasn't set on it.
Now, your son Dante, right? Does he have children? Are there children that he has of his own?
He does. He has a 1-year-old son.
Okay. And what's his son's name?
Dante Jr.
How old is Dante Jr.?
He just turned 2 in July.
He turned 2 in July. When was he born?
He was born July 12th of 2019.
And who is Junior's mother?
Her name is China Whitaker.
Your Honor, at this point, I would plan to offer some Spark of Life photographs. I understand that there's no objection to foundation, but we would offer exhibits 3 and 4 at this time.
Is there any objection to 3 and 4 other than
a record?
Okay. Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would ask for permission to publish Exhibit 3, please. May we publish?
Yes, you may. Excuse me.
Ms. Bryant, there should be an image that you can see on your screen. And there, now it's published for the jury. Can you describe to me what's pictured, and describe for the jury what's pictured here?
This picture was last July, and it was Dante Jr.'s first birthday. We had a barbecue at China's house.
And is this a picture of your son Dante with his son Dante Jr.?
Yes.
Did your son Dante have a close relationship with his son?
He did. Dante Jr. was at our house often, at least 3 or 4 times a week, if not more.
And if we could publish Exhibit 4, please. Exhibit 4 is now on the screen. Could you describe for the jury the photo here, please?
This is when we took him out to eat at Teppanyaki Grill after Dante Jr. was born. When Dante Jr. was born, he was only 28 weeks. China was only 28 weeks along, and he was very premature. And he had to stay in the hospital for about 3 or 4 months. So that's when we took Dante out for dinner to congratulate him on his son.
And did your son Dante spend time at the hospital with Dante Jr. while he was there?
He did. The bracelet that's on his hand is actually the hospital band to be able to get into the ICU unit, to be able to see Dante Jr.
And you said that Dante Jr. was in the hospital for 3 or 4 months. Was your son Dante regularly at the hospital during that time period?
He was. He actually was able to feed him his first time with a, you'd have to feed him with a Q-tip. You would dip it in milk. So he was able to do that for his first feeding, and he visited often.
After Dante Jr., well, was Dante Jr. eventually released from the hospital?
He was.
Did your son Dante continue his relationship with Dante Jr.?
He did.
Tell
about him sleeping, and because he did sleep a lot as a premature baby, and he was really worried about that. He would play with him. He would do everything that a father needs to do for his child. He would he was an amazing dad.
So, Ms. Bryant, and take your time, please. But I'm going to ask you some questions about April 11th of this year. Okay? Could you tell the jury what you were doing that day?
I had Dante Jr. He stayed the night, and it was just an average day. We woke up, he ate, he liked his favorite is the mini chocolate chip pancakes, and he was eating breakfast, watching Coco Melon, and it was time for his nap. That was around 12 something that afternoon.
And did you end up were you watching Dante Jr. By yourself for part of that day?
Yes.
And then did you end up seeing your son Dante later on in the day.
I did.
Could you describe that interaction for the jury, please?
Dante had came home in the afternoon, and I was laying Dante Jr. down at the time. He knocked on the bedroom door, and he asked for $50 because he wanted to go get a car wash, and he said he needed gas. And I told him to be really quiet, take it out of my purse. So he took it out of the purse, he leaned over the bed, he gave Dante Jr. a kiss goodbye, and I yelled at him again and told him, please don't wake him up, like I just got him to sleep. And then he left. I told him to make sure he locks the door on his way out.
So you indicated that your son Dante Wright was on his way to get a car wash and had gotten some money from you for that. What was the car that your son Dante Wright was driving?
A white 2011 Buick LaCrosse.
Was that Dante's car?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
It was one of our older vehicles. It was in my other son's name, but we ended up giving it to him as his first car like 2 weeks before he was killed.
And when you say giving it to him, was he the only one who was driving the car in that 2 week period?
Yeah, he was the only one that had access, that he had a key to the car. It was his.
But was the car still registered to your other son?
It was still registered to my son Dallas.
I'm sorry, I missed the answer on that.
Yes, it was still registered to Dallas.
And what about the insurance on that car?
We did not transfer over insurance yet, so we were going to add it to our current insurance policy.
But that hadn't been done yet?
No.
On April 11th, did you go into that car, have any interaction with Dante in that car?
No, I did not.
And had you been in that car or driven that car, used that car in that 2 week period prior?
No, I have not.
Okay. So getting back to April 11th, after Dante, your son Dante Wright, took the money to get a car wash, what happened after that?
He called probably about 10 minutes after he left the house, and he asked me what car wash we usually go to, because we have a specific car wash that we go to in Fridley off of University. And I told him that, and he was like, well, isn't there one in Brooklyn Park? And I said, well, yeah, I think it's Mr. Car Wash. And he said he was going to go to that car wash. And I said, okay, don't call back again, because I was really adamant about Junior not waking up.
And is Junior what you call Dante's son, Dante Jr.?
Yes, Dante Jr.
And was your concern just not waking up Junior?
Yes, not waking Junior up.
So after that call where you discussed which car wash to go to, was there a second call after that?
There was.
And about how much later was that?
Oh my gosh, maybe 10, 15 minutes later.
And what was the nature of that second call?
He called me to tell me that he has been pulled over. And I asked him, I said, for what? And he said that the police officer said that he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. So at that time I told him, I said, well, you should take it down. And he said he already did. And then he said that they were also asking about insurance information. And I told him to, when the police officer gets back to the window, to please hand him the phone so I could explain the insurance and give him my insurance policy, that we haven't added it yet.
When you talked to your son, Dante, how did he sound to you during that call?
He sounded nervous, scared. He asked, if he was in trouble. I said, no, you haven't done anything wrong. And he just sounded really nervous. But I reassured him that it would be okay.
Take your time. When he placed these calls to you, how were you receiving these calls? Was it through a cell phone network or some other way?
It was through Facebook Messenger. It was voice calls. He didn't have phone service at the time, so he was calling through Facebook Messenger.
And so after you had this initial conversation with your son, Dante, about wanting to talk to the officers, what happened after that?
I heard the police officer come back up to the window and he asked Dante to step out of the vehicle. And Dante asked, "For what? Am I in trouble?" And I heard the officer say, "I need you to just put the phone down, step out of the vehicle, and I'll let you know as soon as you step out of the vehicle." And then at that time, I heard the phone either being placed on an object, whether it was, dropped on the floor or placed on the dash, I'm not sure, but I could hear the phone being put down. And then I heard the officer telling Dante, "No." And I heard Dante say, "No, I'm not. Don't." It sounded like he said, "Don't run." Dante said, "No, I'm not." And then I heard them say, "Somebody tell somebody to hang up the phone." And then that's all I heard.
Did the phone disconnect?
It did.
After the phone disconnected, then you heard what you described. What happened next?
I was panicked. I called back. It seemed like 100 times, but I believe it was probably maybe 4 or 5 times. And it seemed like 100 times, but I believe it was probably maybe 4 or 5 times. And I kept calling, so finally I FaceTimed. I would say I don't know how much time lapsed, maybe a minute or 2. And then a female answered the phone because it was FaceTime. And she was screaming. And I was like, "What's wrong?" And she said that they shot him. And she faced the phone towards the driver's seat. And my son was laying there. He was unresponsive and he looked dead. And then I heard somebody say, "Hang up the phone" again. And it disconnected again.
So after that phone call disconnected, or you said it was a video call at that point, so you got to see your son Dante. What did you do after that video call?
I grabbed my grandson and I called my husband because he wasn't home. I said, "They just shot Dante." And he said, "What?" And he said that they just shot him. And I said they just shot him. The police officer just shot Dante. They have no clue where they are. And I hung up with him. And then I called 911 because I needed to find out where my son was.
And did you in fact make that call to 911?
I did.
What did you learn when you made that call?
They transferred me to a few different police stations. I said my son was just shot by a police officer and I need to know where he is. And they transferred me to, I think it was Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center. I don't remember which police station or which 911 operator answered, but they gave me an address of 63rd and Catherine. And I put it in my GPS and I grabbed my grandson and I got into my vehicle and my neighbors heard me screaming because I like fell to the ground because I didn't know what to do. So she helped me up. She put us into the vehicle and then she drove us to 63rd and Catherine in Brooklyn Center.
A neighbor who drove you and Dante Jr.?
Yes.
And about how long did it take for you to get to that location?
It seemed like forever. I felt like we weren't getting there fast enough, but probably 7-8 minutes, maybe a little bit longer.
And is that where you went to that location at 63rd and Catherine?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got there?
So we were driving down Brooklyn Boulevard, coming up to 63rd, and there was a lot of traffic, a lot. So I got out of the car because I could see, when we were waiting to turn, I could see all the police lights, probably about 6 blocks down. And I got out of the car and I started running towards Catherine because the traffic wasn't moving fast enough. And then the car that I was in ended up catching up with me, and I got back in for another 2 blocks. And then I got out again and ran the last 2 blocks to where all the yellow tape was. And then I went under the yellow tape because I seen a car crash, and I noticed it was my son's car. And then in the front of his car is where he was laying.
Did you see your son's body on the ground?
I did.
So what did you do when you got to that area?
I was so distraught. I didn't know what was happening. I just got off the phone and they said he shot him, but I seen a car crash. I was asking questions. I didn't want to believe that that was my son laying there on the ground, but I could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes.
And when you say you could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes, was it only part of his body that was visible to you?
They had a white sheet over him.
But you recognized his shoes?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Exhibit 6. Again, I understand that there's no foundational objection to that exhibit.
And what is Exhibit 6?
It's a video of Ms. Bryant arriving on scene.
Okay. Is there no objection? Exhibit 6 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish, counsel.
Thank you.
Now, please. He's over 20.
I don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on.
What happened?
He FaceTime live.
Ma'am, I'm going to get you somebody to talk to. I'm going to get you someone to talk to. Okay? But I just can't have you going over there right now, okay? Ma'am, my name is Mark. My name is Mark. What is your name? Can I have you sit on the light show?
You guys shot him. Why?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Why? No! Where's the girl that was in the car with him? You guys made her hang up Facebook Live.
What is your name?
We got it.
What is your name?
My name is Katie Bryant. My son's name is Dante Wright. You guys already know that.
I don't. Katie Brian.
It was a high-speed chase.
Brian?
How?
And then what's your son's name?
Dante Wright. It was not a high-speed chase. You guys shot him in a pullover traffic.
I didn't do anything, man.
Yeah, you did. He was laying in his front seat dead.
All right, just wait a second here, ma'am. You need to just sit down, please. Ma'am?
You sit down. Okay, so I wasn't here. You said there was a traffic stop and they shot
They
him?
pulled him over, and he said, "Mom, we have a warrant." I said, "Oh, no." They asked him to get out of the car. He got out of the car, and they said, "Wait, stop, stop." They said, "Stop." And then she goes, and then they shot him, and he fell back in the seat. And he was in the driver's seat. And she said, "They shot him." And I said, "What do you mean they shot him?" She said, "Yeah." And then they told her to hang up, and that was it. I don't know nothing else. So I had to call you guys to find out where this happened.
I really don't know more because I just came because I heard there was trouble.
Why is my car smashed up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
This deputy here wasn't, we weren't here, but.
Oh my God.
What's your name?
Is he alive? I do not know the condition. I don't know. Are you guys serious? What are you talking to me for then?
I'm going to find out.
We're going to find out, but we have to wait and find out who's involved and who's in charge and get you in contact with the people that know what's going on.
So I can tell them who I'm talking to.
I'm going to start exchanging.
We are also trying to figure out what's going on.
You can stop. Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I know that was tough to watch. Can you just describe for the jury what you were feeling when you arrived on scene?
I was praying that that wasn't him laying on the ground, that it was the person in the other car, and that he was in the back of a cop car. I was so confused, angry, scared. It was the worst day of my life, and
You said that you were praying that it wasn't him, but in your heart, having recognized those shoes, did you feel like you knew?
I knew, but I didn't want to know. I was biting the insides of my cheeks. I still have scars on the insides of my cheeks because I thought it was a dream. And if I bit the insides of my cheeks, that I would wake up. But I didn't wake up.
You know, in the video you described that you were there and that you watched it. What did you mean by that?
That when I FaceTimed back while I was on the phone prior, so I heard the conversation between the officer and Dante before he had to get out of the car, and that after, when I FaceTimed the female that was in the car, I could see what happened, and she said what happened, that she was shot by the police officer that was there at the time.
That he was shot, your son Dante?
My son Dante was shot, yes.
And you had mentioned, I think, Facebook Live, but is that video call, the FaceTime or video messenger call that you are describing?
Yes, Messenger Live.
Okay. About how long did you stay in that area after this?
Hours, 8 to 9 hours. I felt like I couldn't leave because I begged them to take his body off the ground. I didn't want to leave until he left.
At some point, did your husband join you as well?
He did.
And did someone come to pick up Dante Jr., your grandson who was with you?
Yes, China ended up coming to get him.
You said that you waited on scene until they removed your son Dante's body. Were you ever given an opportunity to approach or see him close up on that day?
No, I wasn't.
Excuse me, I object to that. Not relevant.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
No, I wasn't able to approach him at all.
And what was going through your head while you were waiting for all those hours?
That I wanted to go comfort my baby. I wanted to hold him. And I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children. You make sure that they're safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. May we have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
A very emotional testimony from Dante's mother as we continue to listen in here. We are live inside of that courtroom. Just a reminder, viewer discretion is advised as there will be multiple videos and pictures that will be shown throughout this trial. We're also going to be intentionally muting some of the audio when there is some profanity that is used. But again, you saw those moments when she had ran up on scene, was trying to figure out exactly what was going on. This at the scene of the car crash, because once again, after the shooting incident took place, Dante had been trying to get back into his car, leave police when they were trying to put him in custody. That's when Kim Potter had shot him. And because he was inside of that car, he then had driven a distance away from where that initial incident had taken place. His car had come into contact with another car as his car was driving on the wrong side of the road. And again, now we have seen some of that first footage of where that incident had happened, where that scene was, where they again had to then administer some medical aid, which was unsuccessful as he had succumbed to that gunshot wound. Going to listen back in here to the courtroom as now the defense team is going to have their opportunity to cross-examine Dante's mother.
With respect to the automobile, the Buick, it was in Dallas's name, is that right?
Yes.
And how long had it been in Dallas's name?
For a few years since we've owned it.
Now, remember how many years we owned it? Would that be you?
Well, yes. My son, I drove it in the beginning, like years ago when we purchased it.
Okay.
But my son ended up putting it in his name after that.
And how old is Dallas?
Dallas is 24.
All right, so he'd be 3-4 years older than your son?
Yes.
And you testified that you're close to your son, is that right?
I'm close to all my children, yes.
Okay, but you also testified that you're close to your son, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did you have car insurance on this Buick?
We did not.
All right. And with respect to your son, Dante, did you know whether or not he had a driver's license?
I did know that he did not have a driver's license.
You knew he didn't have one, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And you knew his license was suspended, correct?
I did not know that.
Well, did he ever have a driver's license?
No.
So he's 20 years old with no driver's license. Fair statement?
Yep.
And were you also aware of his marijuana usage?
I was not.
Did you ever go inside the Buick while he had it parked at your house?
I did not.
And did you know that he had a warrant for his arrest?
I did not.
How did you know when you ran up to the police that he had a warrant? You said, my son was shot for a warrant.
Because that's what somebody on the side of the street said when I was running up to them.
You know who said that?
I don't know. There's a lot of people out there that day.
And you testified that Dante was staying at your house?
He was.
The 2 weeks prior to his death, was he staying there every night?
Not every night.
And how many nights of the 2 weeks before that did he actually stay at your house?
If I had to give an estimate, probably 4 or 5 nights out of the week.
And with respect to his girlfriend, how long was he dating her, did you know?
Only for a few weeks.
A week?
A few weeks.
Or 2 weeks? Or was it a few weeks?
To give an estimate, a few. I'm not sure.
Did you ever meet her?
I did not personally meet her, no.
And when he arrived at your house that day, he wanted $50 for gas and a car wash, correct?
Correct.
And she did not come into the house with him, correct?
She did not.
You gave a statement to law enforcement on April 15th, 2021. Do you remember that?
I do.
And have you reviewed that statement before you came to testify today?
I did.
And it is true, is it not, that when you went to that statement, you had 3 lawyers, or 2 lawyers at least, actually 3 lawyers, that represented you at the time. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside scope and irrelevant.
Okay. Sidebar, please.
Once again, we are in the first day of this trial and testimony. Already have our first witness on the stand. Right now, we are hearing testimony from Daunte Wright's mother, Katie Wright. We heard the prosecution team talking to her about her relationship with Daunte, what kind of a person he was, and some of the events that had unfolded that day, saying that she had given him $50 to go and get a car wash and put gas in the car. This happening before the shooting incident, saying that she had reminded him a few times to be quiet, not to wake his son. Again, Daunte does have a son who is now just over 2 years old, and she had just gotten him down to sleep, so she had reminded Daunte a few times to please be quiet before he had left the house and to lock up after himself. Now hearing from the defense team, they started their questioning pertaining to if Daunte had a proper license. Did she know that? Did she know if there was a warrant for his arrest? And we do continue to listen and watch live inside of this courtroom. For those of you who are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you can always find memorable moments and these top stories that are coming out of this trial on all of our social media platforms as well. So make sure to be following that so you can always stay up to date, not only on this trial, but also on all of the other top news stories that are taking place across the country. But here on day one, we've been already hearing the opening statements from both sides, now hearing both sides questioning our very first witness. And we'll have to see how many more questions the defense team does have. Let's listen back in live here on Live Now from Fox.
On April 15th, 2021, Ms. Bryant, you were interviewed by law enforcement, and you had an attorney named Jeff Storms representing you, correct?
Correct.
And you had an attorney named Adam Marceline with the Ben Crump law firm, is that right?
Yes.
And you had another attorney, Christopher Scott, with Newmark and Storms, is that right?
Yes.
And those are the 3 lawyers that were representing you back then?
Yes.
And you were contemplating a civil lawsuit?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Officer Anthony Lucky.
You might just need one moment for the witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, he is on his way down. So.
Please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully respond to questions?
I do.
Please have a seat. And officer, you may remove your mask and state your full name and spell it.
Yep. First name will be Anthony Troy Lucky, Anthony. Middle name Troy. Last name Luckey.
Just a couple of reminders. Only one person can talk at a time. Wait until the question's finished before you answer. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay, if you don't understand the question, ask for clarification. All right?
Yes.
And yes or no answers, please, instead of shaking your head.
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer. The cautions the judge just gave you, if you catch me trying to correct you, that's just why, so we can get all your testimony down, okay?
Should I ask you to spell your full name?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, you're dressed in uniform today. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
So for a living, I am a police officer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I've been employed there since February 2021.
And was it your first job as a police officer?
My first employment as a police officer, it will be technically my third employment as a police officer.
So how long have you worked as a police officer altogether?
Altogether, it would be about a total of 3 years.
And we'll come back to that and cover that a little bit more, but I want to back up a little bit. How old are you today?
I am 31 years old.
And can you tell the jurors, just not address, but the town where you grew up?
I grew up in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
And you now work Brooklyn Center, correct?
Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, both the same areas. So yeah.
The cities share a border even, right?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school at?
I attended Park Center Senior High School.
And is that kind of a shared with Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center?
There is a Brooklyn Center High School, and there is a Brooklyn Park High School. So some people who did live in Brooklyn Center also attended Park Center High School as well. So.
When did you first start thinking about becoming a police officer?
I thought about becoming a police officer when I was about 7, 8 years old, living in the city of Brooklyn Park.
And why? What made you start thinking about it?
For me, it was just living in the community, seeing how crime was going on in Brooklyn Park, seeing how officers for the Brooklyn Park Police Department responded to calls and helped the community. So for me, it was always a calling, wanting to help other people, wanted to do good in the world.
And you could do that by being a police officer?
Yes.
And so what was your first experience working with the police department?
My first experience would have been with a smaller agency up north in Mille Lacs County, Band of Ojibwe Police Department. Very fast-paced, good agency. Fortunately for me, I moved on.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I was going to go even farther back than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you didn't work for the law enforcement agency, but volunteered, right? You were an explorer.
Oh, correct, yes.
Okay.
Going backwards, yes. Growing up, when I was 15, I started as a police explorer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And I continued to do that until I was 18 in 2008.
And so when you were an explorer, what kinds of things did you do?
So as an explorer, it's kind of like a youth program where it is a youth program where you learn the basic ways of being in law enforcement. So you learn what it is like doing the job. You compete in competitions such as crime scene investigations, traffic stops, and so on. So every year you would do a competition. Back in the day it was Breezy Point Resort up north in Minnesota, and you would compete against other agencies as well.
Did you enjoy it?
I did, yes.
Did it make you want to be a police officer more or less?
Yes, it gave me the wanting to drive to continue my career and to continue becoming a police officer.
While you were an explorer for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get to know Kim Potter?
Yes, I did.
How so?
I did see Officer Potter around in the building when we would have monthly meetings. There were times that I would see her coming into our meetings every now and then. I would see her in passing while we're doing trainings and stuff like that.
So you knew who she was?
Yes.
And were there ever, did you have much involvement with her, or was it just seeing her around?
It was obviously, getting to know the officers in the agency. A lot of the officers, commanders, chiefs that are currently there were present when I was an explorer. So coming and passing and, saying hi, a lot of them would come and introduce themselves. Even some would help out with police explorers as well, being role players.
And did you recall whether Officer Potter at the time did that?
I don't recall specifically with Officer Potter, but I do just recall seeing her a lot around at the agency.
So that's while you were a teenager, correct?
Correct, yes.
So then, I assume at some point you graduated from high school, correct?
Yes, 2008.
And tell us then, what was your next step in education to be a police officer?
So my next step was to go to college, which I did. I attended Alexandria Technical College for a year, which was up north. I decided to move back down to the cities, where I continued classes at North Hennepin Technical College, and then I transferred over to Rasmussen College, where I completed my degree in law enforcement and also did classes for a 4-year degree as well.
And so you have to help us here. Do you end up with a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree? How does that work?
I did complete my 2-year degree.
Okay. And that's all that's required, at least by Brooklyn Center at the time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's what you needed to do for your education to be a police officer?
Yes.
And also a skills program that you have to do to be a police officer?
Yes. So when you do your 2-year degree or your 4, there is a skills program that you do go through, and that is more of the not necessarily the book work, but it's the hands-on work. So firearms training, use of force, crime scene investigations, the more of the fun stuff. You go to driving school, etc. So.
And so then the next, I think you started telling us earlier, the first job you got in law enforcement was where?
So the first job I was ever hired with was Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, Band of Ojibwe, and that was up north in Minnesota.
And how long did you work there?
I was employed there for a total of 3 months.
And did you do a field training officer program there?
Yes, I did have a field training program there as well.
So since you're the first officer to take the stand in the case, could you just explain for the jurors basically what a field training officer program is?
Yes. So a field training program, initially when you are hired with the police department in the state of Minnesota, you go through a program of working with a officer. Typically there's 4 phases. Your first phase is basically learning on a ride-along, learning how they do, traffic stops, how they handle calls, how they deal with people, sort of getting a feel for the geography and the basics of starting on the road. It's basically getting you ready to be able to work in that city's environment, if that makes sense. Gradually down the road, moving on through these phases, you get switched different field training officers that will give you an understanding of how they do things differently and their experiences as well. And with that moving on through the field training phases, you are expected to be able to show and prove that you can do the job on your own.
And so at some point you left the Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And why was that?
Due to an issue with my training with geography, I was let go.
Okay. So and by geography you mean learning the jurisdiction?
Correct, yes.
When you get a call to a place, you got to know where to go.
Correct, yes. which is important.
Yep. And so then where did you work after that?
So after that, I was hired with the City of Gaylord in Sibley County, July of 2019, where I went through the same field training program and stayed there until February of 2021.
And how big is the City of Gaylord when you were working there?
The City of Gaylord is about 3,500 people.
And so with the Gaylord Police Department, did you go through a field training officer program there as well?
Yes.
And did you complete that program there?
Yes.
And then you mentioned in February of this year that you changed jobs, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so where did you go in February of this year?
February of this year, 2021, I applied for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, which was the agency where I've always wanted to work. I went through the hiring process, background process, psych evaluation, and a physical agility test, and got hired with Brooklyn Center Police Department, I believe February 16th of 2021.
Why did you want to apply at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
For me, it's personal. The reason why with Brooklyn Center Police Department and the city itself is just because I grew up there all my life. I know the type of, the community, the people that live in that community. The streets of Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park, it's basically being home.
Did you think you could succeed as a police officer there?
Yes.
And you're still currently employed there, correct?
Yes, I am currently employed.
Now, you are licensed as a police officer in Minnesota?
Yes.
And again, since you're kind of the first police officer, can you just describe, what is the licensing authority for police officers?
You mean the Minnesota Post Board? Is that what you're referring to?
Yep. Who do you get your license from?
Yep. So when you are licensed as a police officer, you are licensed with the Minnesota Police Boards Association, which is the Minnesota Post Board, which is our licensing center, or our licensing issuers basically in the state of Minnesota.
And so POST, I think, means Peace Officer Standards and Training, right?
Correct.
And so that's it. You have to apply there to get your license, meet certain requirements before they can give you a license, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first obtain your police officer license in Minnesota?
My first obtaining of a license was January of 2018.
And you've kept that license ever since?
No. The license did go inactive. So every time you move an agency, my license was activated the January of 2018. Moved over to transferred to Gaylord Police Department, where it was then reactivated, and then I was having my license held through that agency.
So when all the time you've been working as a police officer, you've had an active post license?
Yes.
All right. And when you worked at the Gaylord Police Department, did they provide training to you?
Yes.
And did you carry a taser there?
Yes.
And did you get certified to carry the taser before carrying it?
Yes.
And do you recall what model taser you used when you were at Gaylord?
At the City of Gaylord Police Department, it was, I believe, the X26P.
And when you went to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get a taser to carry there when you started?
Yes.
And at some point, did the Brooklyn Center Police Department change models of taser?
Yes, at one point they did. When I started, it was X26P.
And what did they change to?
And then we transitioned to the Taser 7.
And when you were at Brooklyn Center, did you have to do some training for the Taser 7?
Yes.
Do you recall when that training was?
Not the exact date. I do want to say it was the first week of May. I believe probably May 3rd or May 7th.
Okay. Do you think it was March?
Sorry, yeah, March. Sorry, yeah, March.
Yeah.
March 3rd would be actually the exact date.
Okay. And did you also get training like on the use of force with Gaylord?
Yes.
and the use of force with Brooklyn Center as well?
Yes.
And did that training, through that training, were you taught about different ways to, or places to wear the taser?
Yes.
When you came to Brooklyn Center, was there already a policy in place about where to carry your taser?
Yes.
And what was that policy?
The policy was opposite side of your duty firearm.
So if you have your duty firearm on your right side, you had to carry your taser on the left side.
Yes.
And why was that there was a rule about that?
For taser's policy and our policy, it's so that way officers do not get their firearms confused with their tasers.
And when you were wearing your taser for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, you wore it on the other side, correct?
Yes.
Did you use a straight draw or cross draw? Do you know what I mean?
When I first started, I used a cross draw.
And what does that mean? Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, so a cross draw is I'm a right-handed person. I carry my Glock 17 on my right side. So when I go for my taser, to grab my taser, I reach across my waist on the other side of my belt, and I am able to grab my taser with my right hand, which would be my dominant hand.
And so if you were to grab it with the other hand, what kind of draw is that called?
And if I use the opposite hand, it would be a reaction side straight draw.
And are you still wearing it that way?
I currently am wearing a straight draw with my reaction side.
So you've switched?
Well, yeah, yes, with my reaction side hand.
Why did you switch?
For me, that's just how I train with, is to just use my taser with my left hand only instead of my dominant hand.
So for some time you wore it as a cross draw, right?
Yes.
And then at some point you switched to a straight draw.
Correct.
And why did you, I'm not sure I'm clear about why you switched at that point to a straight draw.
Yes, so initially when I did start at Brooklyn Center Police Department, I do believe there was a straight draw holster offered to me. Down the road, I didn't prefer to have a cross draw, so I requested it to obtain a straight draw holster, but it was not available. So when we transitioned to the Taser 7, I made sure to stick with using a cross draw holster instead on my left side.
When you went to the Taser 7, you requested a straight draw or a cross draw?
Straight draw holster, yes.
So that's where the switch occurred?
Yes.
All right. Sorry if I beat that, but wanted to make sure I understood. And when you were working at Gaylord Police Department, did you ever have to draw your taser?
Yes.
And what about at Brooklyn Center? Did you ever draw your taser while you were working at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And have you ever actually fired a taser?
No.
When you were working both in Gaylord and for Brooklyn Center, and part of the training that you went through on your taser, did you have to perform draws of the taser?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
The use of force training that we do with Brooklyn Center Police Department is when we go through the taser training, we go through a PowerPoint for a period or amount of time, and then we do hands-on training with the tasers that we carry on duty. So with that being said, we do get some targets. We practice deploying cartridges at these targets, aiming for the target areas. Sometimes, or not sometimes, when I first initially started, it was, doing a little bit of running, jumping, getting the blood pumping, and then deploying this taser at the target.
What's the point of making you run and jump and get the blood flowing?
Just to get the body used to and trained with being under stress while taking out your taser and deploying it.
And you did that training, did you say, at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
So when you came to Brooklyn Center, you started a field training program there, correct?
Yes.
Did you also have to do some training separate from the other officers because you were new?
Yes, and that would have been pre-service training.
Okay. And is that where you did this type of taser training?
Yes.
And do you understand now as a Brooklyn Center police officer that that type of training where they get you to think under pressure is something that all officers go through?
That is something that all officers should go through and do, yes.
And was that true when you were at Gaylord as well?
We did do the same type of taser training. I do not believe we did any agility, running or jumping.
I want to turn specifically to now April 11th of 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And what was your shift that day?
So my shift on April 11th was a day shift. I was still on in my field training program, and I was working with Officer Potter at the time.
And you recall what your shift was?
My shift was the day shift, which I was working a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
That would have been a Sunday.
And so you were working, well, let me ask you this way. Were you still in the FTO program with Brooklyn Center at the time?
Yes.
You talked earlier about some phases of the FTO program.
Yes.
Do you recall on April 11th where in that process you were?
I was in phase 2, which would have been the second month.
So is it phase 2 of how many?
Typically it's 14 shifts. On that day, I believe it was either my 4th or 5th shift on my second phase.
Okay, so how many phases though are there?
There are 4 total.
Okay.
You can get extended, but there's 4.
So you were early part of the second of 4 phases.
Yes.
And so at that point in the process, what are your responsibilities as the trainee, versus the trainer? Explain that for the jury, what that relationship is supposed to be at that stage.
Mm-hmm. So second phase is typically you're progressed from the first phase. So it's percentage-wise, I'd have to say you're not necessarily doing 50% of the work, but you're doing about 30% of the work. You are involving yourself with talking to people on these calls that you're going to, doing some of the paperwork that you're assigned to do on the calls. So.
And what's the role of the FTO then at that time, the trainer?
Yep, and the role of the field training officer at the time is typically the same as it always is, which is to instruct you, read over your work, monitor you, make sure they're grading pretty much your errors and your the things that you do well in. So.
And you indicated that Kim Potter was your FTO that day?
Yes.
Had you worked with her as an FTO before that day?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
I would say about 4 times. I believe it would have been my 5th shift. I don't recall, but it could have been 4 shifts prior.
And so then they're with you that entire day, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end of the day, they write up a report on how it went that day, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, that feedback gets to a supervisor who's overlooking your FTO program, correct?
Yes.
And so all those shifts are 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
Makes for a long day, doesn't it? And when you when you're in that FTO program, is there something you refer to as a book or some goals you have to meet?
Yes. So trainees that are on the field training program have a book, binder, some might call it the Bible, and there are a set of training tasks in there that you are expected to have completed on each phase. First phase could be as simple as writing a traffic citation, writing a report, and then the second phase is more into investigations possibly. So
prior to that day, in your work at Gaylord and at Brooklyn Center, had you made stops of vehicles before?
yes,
Had you made arrests before?
yes,
Had you taken people into custody who had warrants before?
yes,
And had you done that at Brooklyn Center during the FTO process? Those things?
yes,
And so this day, that's what you set out to do with Mr. Wright, correct? To arrest him?
yes,
So this wasn't the first time that you had arrested somebody, certainly.
no,
And at some point, as I mentioned, you did stop a vehicle being driven by a person you later identified as Dante Wright, correct?
yes,
And did you know Mr. Wright?
no,
Did you know anybody he was related to, or any family members, anything like that?
no.
All right. So if you could just tell the jurors, when you first encountered this vehicle, what drew your attention?
Yep, so when I first encountered this vehicle, myself and Officer Potter were traveling southbound on Zane Avenue, coming up to the intersection of 63rd Avenue North. I was approaching the intersection, which was a stoplight, and it was a red light. In front of me was a white Buick that had its right blinker on in the left turning lane. For a brief second, stopped, waited, and then it went. It turned eastbound on 63rd Avenue North.
So if I could just interrupt for just a second, it's in the left turn lane with the right blinker on, and you said just for a second, or what happened?
Yes, for a brief moment, it was a hesitation with making the left turn.
But did it then make the left turn?
Yes.
And what did you do?
After that, I continued following the vehicle, immediately ran the registration of the license plate, which brings back the owner's information, the registered owner's information. I also, when I ran the plate, I could see that the vehicle had expired registration tabs on the plate as well, which I believe came back from January of 2021.
So just a quick tutorial on this. As you're following it, you're able to enter the license plate in a computer and get more information on that plate?
Yes, I used my computer, which is in our squad cars. I was able to use a program that is connected through the state where I am able to run that license plate and get that information from about the registered owner and pretty much any information that's related to that vehicle.
And when you ran that registration, what did you find out about the plate?
The plate had expired registration.
And did you learn the vehicle owner's name?
Yes, it came back to a Dallas.
Do you remember the last name?
I don't recall. I do remember there was a Bryant in there. I don't know if that was the last name or the middle name.
And after this incident, did you write a report about it?
Yes, I did.
And if that report contained the name that you learned from that, would it refresh your recollection to look briefly at your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but for the purpose of refreshing his recollection.
Yes.
Your watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate everyone continuing to join here. We are going to use this time to take a 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox, as we do have the officer on the stand detailing just right the moments before the shooting. Stay right here with us.
So, Officer Lucky, having reviewed your report, does that refresh your recollection about the owner's name that you learned at that time?
Yes.
And what was it?
Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So Bryant was the last name?
Yes.
Okay. Then, while you were doing this, where were you in the squad car?
I was the officer driving that entire day, while Officer Potter was in the front passenger seat.
Okay. So as you're running that information, she's there next to you?
Yes.
And so then did you continue to follow the vehicle?
Yes, eastbound on 63rd Avenue.
Did you observe anything else significant to you at that time as a police officer about the vehicle?
Yes, I did observe that there was a air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror as well.
Okay. And why is that significant to a police officer? Is that really a violation of the law?
Technically, yes, it is.
Okay. A fairly common violation of the law to have things hanging from a rearview mirror?
It's a common violation of the law, yes.
I suspect there's a lot of people right now thinking, I didn't know that was against the law, right?
Maybe.
Fairly common to see.
It's, yes.
And so then what did you decide to do?
So after running the license plate, observing the expired registration tabs, knowing the information that I've seen with the left turn, with the right blinker on, I decided to radio over to the Hennepin County Dispatch, which notifies them that I am going to initiate a traffic stop of that vehicle, which at that time I turned on my emergency traffic lights on my squad car, which signals the individual driving around me or in front of me, behind me, that they are emergency lights, which are red and blue.
And that's what you do to make a formal stop of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you notified Hennepin Dispatch. Can you just explain why a Brooklyn Center police officer calls Hennepin County Dispatch?
In Hennepin County, we do have dispatchers that we relay information to, and they relay information back to us. So when we make traffic stops, there's possibilities that things can go wrong, and it's important that dispatch knows what's going on and that they're aware that we're having contact with people on traffic stops or on the street.
So that's your main dispatcher with Hennepin County?
Yes.
And did you also use a separate means to notify other Brooklyn Center officers?
Yes, I did. I also turned to our second channel, which is a channel that Brooklyn Center Police Department uses, which is an car-to-car channel. Only us officers for Brooklyn Center Police Department can monitor that channel. So after I made my initial contact with the Hennepin County Dispatch over Channel 1, I switched over to Channel 2 and requested that another officer come to assist me on my traffic stop.
And why did you want another officer to come and assist?
Given just what I knew from what I observed and my intuition, I just decided to have an officer assist me on the traffic stop.
When you're working as an officer, and you are conducting a traffic stop, or you hear another officer conducting a traffic stop, is it common to just swing by anyway or offer backup anyway?
Yes, I do. Generally, if someone's making a traffic stop, I generally try to, I may not necessarily go to their traffic stop, but I do float that way, which is drive to their area in case anything does happen.
But here you specifically requested it, correct?
Yes.
At the time, did you know how many occupants there were in the vehicle?
Yes, I can only see, that there were 2 occupants in the vehicle, one in the driver's seat and one in the front passenger seat.
When you send that request out, do you get any response? Anybody tell you they were going to respond?
Yes, when I sent the response out over Channel 2, Sergeant Johnson responded back on the radio stating that he was en route.
Now, you mentioned Sergeant Johnson. Does he have some supervisory role for you that day?
Yes, he was the sergeant on shift that day.
So you're working with an FTO, but there's also a sergeant working that day.
Yes.
Right? So is Sergeant Johnson, in that sense, a supervisor for you?
Yes, he is a supervisor.
He responded that he was going to back you up?
Yes.
Did he indicate when that would be?
I don't recall. I just know that he said that he would be en route.
Okay. And did the vehicle then in fact stop?
Yep, so when I initiated my traffic lights, I observed the vehicle slowly stopping in front, well, it actually made a complete stop in front of a driveway to a church on 63rd Avenue North. At that time, I got on my PA, which is a microphone. Basically, speak through it, and people can hear you outside the vehicle. I gave a command over the PA to move forward due to the fact that there was a vehicle trying to exit that parking driveway where he stopped at.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer Exhibit 1, which is an overhead photograph of the scene. I understand the defense is not going to have an objection, but we will.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to put Exhibit 1, well, my trusty coworker is going to put Exhibit 1 up here on the screen for you. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what area is that?
This is the area of 63rd and Orchard Lane or Orchard Avenue where the incident took place.
Now, obviously this photograph was not taken on April 11th because there are actually leaves on the trees and green grass, right?
Yes.
But otherwise this depicts the layout of that area, the roads, the streets in that area?
Yes.
Now, there should be right in front of you, I hope, one of these little styluses.
Mm-hmm.
And if it would help explain to the jury, you can use the stylus to actually write on the screen as you're explaining. But if you could please, for the jury, point out which street here is 63rd Avenue.
Yes, so this street will be 63rd Avenue North.
And what directions does that street run?
Travels east and west.
And is that kind of a busy street in the area?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It's a main road. 63rd will take you east pretty much through Brooklyn Center, half of Brooklyn Center, and then it'll travel all the way west going to Crystal, pretty much to 81.
And so there is on here well, you drew a line on here. Can you just describe for the jurors which direction is east and which is west?
Correct. So east, and then we're going to have west.
Got it. So you were traveling east behind this vehicle on 63rd, correct?
Correct, yes.
And if you could, for the jurors, indicate where the vehicle first pulled up and had this problem of blocking the driveway.
So the initial stop of the white Buick would have been the entrance right there, and eventually I got on my PA and he made his second stop right there.
And so you directed him to move up, and he in fact did that?
Yes.
And once you stopped behind him at that location, you'll notice on here, just above your little smaller red X, there's a blue box with an X in it. Is that the approximate location of the final stop?
Yes.
Okay. So then once the vehicles came to a stop, what did you do?
Vehicle came to a complete stop. At this time, I exited the vehicle, or exited my squad car, and approached the vehicle on the driver's side door.
And where was Officer Potter while you were doing that?
I believe Officer Potter was still stationed inside the squad car.
And did you then have a conversation with the driver?
Yes.
And was the window open? Did the driver open the window?
Yes.
And when you approached, what happened next?
When I approached the window, I requested a driver's license and proof of insurance from the driver who I identified as Dante Wright. Also, while speaking with him, immediately I observed, well, first, before that even got to that point, I explained to him the reason for the stop, which was for the air freshener, and then I also began asking him about the expired tabs.
And what did he indicate to you about the expired tabs?
He stated that the vehicle belonged to his brother and that he just bought the vehicle from his brother, I believe.
Did he give you his brother's name?
What was that?
Did he tell you his brother's name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Eventually, he said it was Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So it matched with what you had learned by running the plate?
Yes.
Okay. When you approached the vehicle, did you see then how many people were in the car?
Yes.
How many people were in the car?
2.
So we know you're talking with a male driver. That person subsequently, you get identified as Dante Wright, correct?
Yes.
Who else was in the car? Or if you just describe that person.
There was also a female in the front passenger seat, and I have no idea what her name was from that stop or during that traffic stop.
And did she communicate with you at all?
No, she did not communicate. However, she did have comments in the car when I was having contact with Dante. Later.
Okay. But initially when you're talking with Dante, she didn't speak to you at all?
No.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Mr. Wright, did you notice anything else that concerned you?
Yes. So I did notice a odor of marijuana smell coming from the vehicle, emitting from the window, and the window was down. Also, in the vehicle, in the middle console, I observed marijuana residue, which was pretty much scattered around on the middle console.
And by residue, what do you mean?
Marijuana residue, if I had to explain it, it's shake. It's basically marijuana residue, leaves scattered around.
Not like a bag of marijuana?
No, it wasn't a bag, no.
And so you asked the driver, Mr. Wright, for some information, correct?
Yes.
And did he give you his full name?
Yes, he did.
And his date of birth?
Yes.
And did he give you his address?
Yes.
When he gave you the address, were you familiar with that address?
No. I know where the address was, but I wasn't familiar with that particular address.
And where was that address roughly? Obviously you're telling us, I don't know exactly, but is it in Brooklyn Center? Is it in that area?
Yes, it is in Brooklyn Center. I do not recall the actual house number. I just know that it was on Northway Drive.
And that would be in Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also ask him for a phone number?
Yes, I did.
And did he give you that?
Yes.
Okay. And and I think you may have already told us you asked him for a driver's license.
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He stated that he did not have a driver's license.
And what else did you ask him for?
I also asked him for proof of insurance, and he stated that he just bought the vehicle and he did not, or I believe I don't recall, I believe said he was looking for the insurance.
And as to the expired tabs, did he tell you anything about that?
Yes, that was about the same time when he also explained that the vehicle was it used to be his brother's car, and that he bought it from his brother, Dallas.
And so did he say he was working on getting the tabs or trying to get them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did he give you an insurance card?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at it?
Yes.
Did it convince you that there was insurance on that vehicle at the time?
No.
Why?
I did look at the insurance card that was handed to me by Dante, and I observed the name on the insurance card to be, I believe, a...
Well, you don't have to give us the name.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Mr. Bryant's name.
No.
Either Mr. Bryant's name, right?
No.
And it appeared to be outdated.
Yes.
And so what did you do then after he gave you that?
At this time, I handed him back the insurance card and just advised him that I don't believe that was the correct insurance. Basically told him to continue to look for the insurance, and that would be back with them, and then I went back to my squad car.
Okay. And why did you go back to your squad car at that time?
At that time was to run the information that he gave me, making sure he is who he says he is. If he basically running through our system, the Hennepin County, like I said, on the computer, knowing that he wasn't the registered owner. At that point, move forward, figure out who he is operating the vehicle.
So at that point, during that interaction with him, was he respectful to you?
Yes.
Was he threaten you in any way, though?
No.
And he didn't indicate that he had a weapon or give you any reason to believe he had a weapon at that point?
No.
Okay. So then the female passenger during that interaction, did she talk at all to you during that, before you went back to the squad car?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did she appear to be in any distress at all or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
So when you went back to the squad car to run his name and address, name and date of birth, let's see if that checks out. That was the point of doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you believe the information that he gave you was the truth, that he was telling you the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
The information that came back with his date of birth that he gave me, his name on our system when I ran it through our computer in our squad car.
Okay, it all checked out what he gave you.
Yes.
So when you ran them in the computer, as you sit in a squad car and do that, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get too deep into the technical details, but there are different ways that you can do that, correct?
Yes.
And did Officer Potter give you some instruction on how to do that?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
The instruction was, for starters, we just discussed okaying myself, which is code forming myself with Hennepin County Dispatch. It's a button that we can tap on our computer to let the Hennepin County Dispatch know that we're okay. The fact that I did not run his information yet, she just corrected me to say, don't okay yourself until we know who we are actually dealing with. After that, I began running Mr. Wright's information through a state website, which is the MyBCA, which will pull up any Minnesota state ID.
And did his name come up in that system?
Yes, it did.
And did your FTO, Officer Potter, at that point in time point out why she had given you that advice then?
Yes, because if he've basically it was the date of birth that I was entering into the system as well. If you don't enter the date of birth, it just gives the program more room to think with, I guess you can say. If you gave me the wrong date of birth, it'd at least pop up the name and a date of birth at least is close to that. And at that point, that's when I took the driver's license OLN number from my BCA and placed that into another program that we use, which is our TriTech program.
So because you had his name and date of birth, you were able to get more information about him?
Correct, yes.
And when you did run that in this other program, what did you find out?
When I ran his information, basically anything that's a hot file is going to either make a ding noise. It speaks to us. It'll say wanted person. Could be a warrant, could be a protection order.
And a protection order, as you're sitting there that day, tells you what about him?
That basically there is a order for protection. It was a female. I do not recall the exact name on that protection order. Basically, it explains and it tells me that he is, for one, not to have any contact with this individual who's on the protection order.
But it does not tell you why, right? It just tells you there's no contact.
Correct, yes. And it explains the rules of no contact. It could be no calling, no texting, no going within a certain amount of feet of their home, place of employment, etc.
Okay, Mr. Frank, we need to take a break. Is this an okay time to break? All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break, okay?
As you heard it right there, we are in a 20-minute break right now as we were hearing a little bit more from this witness there, the police officer there for Brooklyn Center, Anthony Lucky, continue his testimony right there on the stand for the prosecution, talking a little bit more about what moments right before the shooting there we were learning just as he was screening Daunte and making sure all of his information was correct. What we'll do, everyone, is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get you out to some of the coverage from our station, Fox 9 Minneapolis, as they continue to analyze what just happened right here on Live Now from Fox.
Excuse me, let me rephrase that. For the death of Daunte Wright in that traffic stop from 8 months ago. Paul, some really emotional testimony this afternoon. Very first on the stand was Daunte's mother describing what happened that day.
Exactly, Tim. We were talking about who would be first. Clearly, it was Katie Wright. She also uses the last name Bryant, though in the past she has told me she prefers the Katie Wright last name. But absolutely emotional testimony there. She's with her son that day. He takes basically the family vehicle, heads out. He asks her for $50 to go get a car wash and get some gas. And then he ends up dead, shot to death by Brooklyn Center police. Minutes later, miles away. She heartbroken. She was on the phone with him. Daunte called from the traffic stop, explained that he had been pulled over for the air fresheners, a situation with the expired tabs. He's worried he's in trouble. He sounds scared. He sounds nervous. And she eventually hears the sort of the scuffling, and she's not sure what happened there, and eventually calls back several times. The girlfriend in the seat next to Daunte is able to get her on a video chat. There was some little confusion whether it was FaceTime, Facebook. Regardless, she turns the telephone towards Daunte, slumped in the vehicle after the shooting. And Katie Wright at this point recognizes that her son is gravely injured or perhaps dead, and she rushes to the scene. And we watched her body camera footage as she encounters officers at the yellow police tape. She wants to go into the scene, and obviously you saw what unfolded there. Obviously, this was an interesting spot.